What if you were abandoned by your powerful, noble family for having zero talent, only to get a system that makes you stronger every single second, completely passively? Today, we are diving into an incredibly satisfying, unique isekai web novel. Meet Richard. Cast out into an orphanage as a disgrace, he doesn't need to grind, complete dangerous missions, or fight for levels. While he lives a quiet, leisurely life, his revolutionary system is silently working in the background, compounding his talent and power every single day. Let's explore the ultimate lazy cultivation journey in my system increases my power every day without missions and leveling. Chapter 1. Discarded. Madam, this is difficult for me to say, but I have checked 3 times. Your baby has no affinity with any element. Even his soul is just a mortal soul. A middle-aged woman, who appeared to be the headmaid, spoke as she pushed a baby carriage. Inside it lay a tiny infant, his eyes seemingly showing a confused gaze. The headmaid was speaking to a woman with long, wavy black hair, who was lying on the bed in a loose nightgown. She looked young, with pale white skin and an exceptionally beautiful face, yet her eyes carried a cold and indifferent expression. Her gaze seemed fixed on the baby carriage, but from the moment she heard the words that her child had no elemental affinity, it was as if she was too lazy to even look at the baby inside. Someone born with affinity to only 1 or 2 elements, and not even high, was already considered trash without talent. Most people were born in such a position. Yet, it was absurd that the baby she gave birth to had no affinity with any element at all. Mrs. Wilson, you know this will become a great disgrace for me, she said. The headmaid unconsciously nodded upon hearing her words, her face tense at what the woman might do, for she was infamous for being ruthless. Send him to an orphanage and tell others that my baby has died. Upon hearing this command, the headmaid let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, she had not been asked to kill the baby. I will, and I will continue to keep an eye on your baby's growth. Madam, do you wish to hold him first? Mrs. Wilson asked as she lifted the baby from the carriage. But just as she was about to take a step forward, the beautiful black-haired woman suddenly shouted coldly, "Take him away now. Do not let me crush that baby with my own hands." Her words terrified the headmaid, who immediately ran away. And the woman, Rebecca Moonshadow, continued to display her icy expression. Damn you, Edward. You call yourself great, but look at your seed. It only produced useless trash, she cursed, her voice filled with anger. For 9 months of pregnancy had hindered her cultivation, wasting far too much of her time. Who would have thought that the child she believed would be a true genius, one who would grow rapidly and become a great partner in the future, would turn out to be worthless? Indeed, it would be better if I found a baby proven to be talented and made him my adopted child. She had initially considered that path, but thought it better if it were a child of her own blood, to create a stronger bond. What the hell is this? Thought the baby, who of course was not just any baby, but the reincarnation of a young man from Earth named Richard. He had never expected to truly reincarnate, only to be abandoned by his own mother the moment he was born. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully merged with the legendary magic system, a system that will grant you growth without you needing to do anything. Status. Name, Richard. Magic realm, mortal. Ether, 0.001. Ether accumulation, 0. Soul, mortal. Element affinity, none. Codex, none. Grimoire, none. Arcane art, none. Ding. You have gained 2% affinity with the fire element. Your fire element affinity has increased from 2% to 3%. Element affinity. Fire, 3%. Richard, seems like this isn't such a tragic reincarnation after all, he thought. His eyes couldn't help but look around. Although his vision was still blurry because of the night, he was amazed. He and Mrs. Wilson had apparently left an enormous castle that stood atop a rocky hill, below which stretched a vast city, so wide that Richard could not see where it ended. It was an ancient city, yet dazzlingly bright, illuminated by several massive jellyfish floating high above, their glow lighting up different parts of the city. Mrs. Wilson began running while carrying him in her arms, and Richard was astonished at her speed. It was far too fast, like a car at full throttle. She darted into the city, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. With each leap, she cleared 10 houses at once. Richard's vision could barely catch anything but shadows at that speed. Even so, the city was simply too vast. It took a long time before they finally crossed it. On the far side of the city stood walls 50 meters tall, guarded by many soldiers clad in armor. They were tall and imposing, each radiating a terrifying presence that sent chills down Richard's spine. Just like everyone else, Mrs. Wilson passed through the gate. What Richard saw around him were people resembling those of medieval Europe, most wearing ragged clothing, with only a few dressed finely. After leaving the city, Mrs. Wilson ran again through the roadside forest, unlike others who traveled by horse-drawn carriages. Richard couldn't predict how far the orphanage was that Mrs. Wilson intended to reach. He wondered if there wasn't one inside the city itself. As they went farther from the city, they passed through village after village. If not for the system, Richard might have despaired, but fortunately, it offered him some comfort. Ding! You have gained 2% affinity with the earth element. Fire, 3%. Earth, 2%. Once again, the system granted him something, but he felt nothing. He only knew this was something extraordinary, likely related to cultivation abilities or transforming energy into an element. After what felt like hours, they stopped in a remote village. Richard was intrigued by one building larger than the rest. Its design resembled a small castle, though nowhere near as large. It spanned perhaps 300 square meters and had 3 floors. Mrs. Wilson approached the building. Since it was so late at night, no one else could be seen. The village was utterly silent, though the calls of birds echoed endlessly. Talk, talk, talk. Mrs. Wilson knocked on the door of the building. Lisa, come out quickly, she shouted several times until the sound of footsteps echoed from within. Click! The door opened, revealing a woman in her 20s wearing a nun-like uniform. She was beautiful, with long straight brown hair flowing down her back. The young woman was stunned to see the middle-aged lady standing at her door. Aunt, she said. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the baby in Mrs. Wilson's arms, her surprise deepening. Aunt, whose baby is this? She asked. Don't ask whose. Just know that his name is Richard, and take good care of him, replied Mrs. Wilson, surprising Richard, for she had given him the same name he bore in his past life. He wondered if this was fate. Mrs. Wilson then handed him over to Lisa, who received him with utter confusion. Of course, she was used to taking in babies as she ran the orphanage, but this one came from her aunt. Her aunt had never married, and it felt absurd to imagine she had suddenly born a child. Besides, she was the head maid of a great household. I know your orphanage is full of justice, but you must not treat this baby like the others. Make sure he eats the best food and wears the finest clothes. Later, I will also send what he needs, said Mrs. Wilson. Very well. I'll be going now, she added before running off again. Richard, now held by a young woman, felt a strange sense of loss. Even though it was brief, he had already grown used to Mrs. Wilson and felt safer with her. And thus, his new life in this different world began. Chapter 2, 5 years later. 5 years later. Children, if you ever wish to go to the city, you must at least be able to read, so that every matter of yours will be easier to handle. At this moment, all the children of the orphanage, about 20 of them, aged between 5 and 9, were gathered in a room with a chalkboard. Sister Lisa had brought a friend from another village to teach the children how to read. Richard sat among them, the most striking child of all. He had black hair like his mother, though messy, while his skin was pale and his features somewhat delicate. His lips were redder than most, sometimes making people mistake him for a short-haired girl, especially since his body was slender. In this orphanage, he had grown well under the special care of Sister Lisa. His relationship with the other children wasn't bad either. Of course, there were those who were hostile toward him, but he had long since made them submit. Making the others bow down in this orphanage wasn't difficult. It only took a fight. Though he was only an ordinary human, at the very least he had the wits to win every fight. Learning to read the letters of this world, different from those on Earth, was naturally very important, and he listened to the lesson attentively. This opportunity didn't come often, as Sister Lisa had to beg her friend to stay in the village for a week to act as their teacher, since she herself was illiterate. The main reason she begged her friend was because Richard often asked her where he could learn to read. The lesson began with memorizing letters one by one. The teacher was quite strict, making sure each child remembered the characters. But for Richard, all it took was one look, one hearing, and the letters were engraved into his memory. Sister Lisa, hearing that all his answers were correct, was deeply satisfied with his intelligence. The lesson lasted for more than 2 hours, only ending when the teacher herself grew exhausted. "Richard, come with me. I have something for you," Sister Lisa said as she left the classroom. Hearing this, Richard quickly followed. The other children looked at him with envy. They knew he was special to the orphanage, and they couldn't complain. He was kind to them, and those who dared to cross him had long been beaten into obedience. "Sister Lisa, is it a delivery for Mrs. Wilson?" Richard asked as he followed her. Mrs. Wilson, of course, had been keeping watch over his growth. She only came perhaps twice a year at most, but she sent him many things, from delicious food, fine clothes, to various items from the city. Often, he shared these things with the other children, which made them like him even more. Naturally, Mrs. Wilson never mentioned his mother. She never told him his background, clearly intending to keep it hidden, even though she knew the truth. Yes, and this time, what she sent seems to be something rather special, Sister Lisa replied with a smile. Special? Richard was a little surprised to hear that. They entered Sister Lisa's office on the 3rd floor. "Here it is," Sister Lisa said, picking up a small wooden chest from her desk. "What's this?" Richard was startled. The chest was crafted from high-quality wood, carved with floral patterns, and secured with a lock. "You can open it. Here's the key." Sister Lisa handed him a small key. Too curious to wait, Richard quickly unlocked and opened it. Inside was a silver necklace with a pendant shaped like a star, made of light blue gemstone. Amazingly, it radiated a faint, cold blue glow. "My, it's so beautiful." Sister Lisa was instantly captivated. "No, this isn't an ordinary necklace. It's a magic artifact, the cooling pendant," she added. She almost reached for it to examine more closely, but didn't dare. "Richard, this is an expensive magic artifact from the city. If you wear it during the summer, it will keep you cool," Sister Lisa explained. Richard's eyes widened at her words. He immediately took the necklace and put it on. Magic, something he yearned to learn, but had yet to touch. In the village of Purple Rose, there were no magi, and knowledge about them was scarce. From what he had seen, the villagers at best owned a magic artifact bought from the city with all their savings. The effects varied, but most were practical things to help with daily life, like this cooling pendant, or warming pendants, or even lighting artifacts to brighten homes at night. When Richard wore the cooling pendant, he instantly felt a chill, as if surrounded by an air conditioner. "Richard, you must keep this necklace secret. It may seem safe here, but if the villagers discover it, I fear some may try to steal it," Sister Lisa warned. Richard nodded. "Sister, I'll go to my room first," he said. "Go ahead," Sister Lisa said kindly, letting him leave. Richard's room was on the 3rd floor, not far from Sister Lisa's office. It only took a few steps to reach it. In this orphanage, once a child was old enough to sleep alone, they were given their own room. The orphanage was quite large for only 20 children. In truth, it was rare for parents to abandon their babies at such a remote orphanage. By the time a child turned 10, they were allowed to leave and find work. Almost all the orphans chose to work once they reached that age. In this world, it wasn't unusual. Children started working young, and marriages came early. Inside his room, Richard sat before the mirror, staring at the necklace on his neck for a long time before concluding that he still understood nothing about it. Status. Name, Richard. Magic realm, mortal. Ether, 0.001. Ether accumulation, 0. Body, mortal. Element, affinity. Fire, 78%. Earth, 77%. Darkness, 74%. Blood, 73%. Shadow, 71%. Lightning, 70%. Iron, 69%. Wave, 69%. Codex, none. Grimoire, none. Arcane art, none. That was his status after 5 years. From having no elemental affinity at all, he now possessed many, each at remarkably high levels. The system continued to increase his affinities almost daily. Yet, he still didn't know their true use, for he hadn't grown any stronger because of them. His magic realm was still mortal and ether. The energy of this world had never increased. He suspected it was related to Codex, Grimoire, and arcane art. Unfortunately, even now he didn't know what they were, let alone how to obtain them. It seemed the system only raised his affinities, but did not grant him those things. He would have to acquire them on his own. Elements, after all, existed naturally within everyone. It just so happened that most were born with 0% affinity, just like he had been at birth. Chapter 3. Read. Richard carried on with his days in the Violet Rose Village as usual. After a week of study, he had completely mastered the letters of this world, even taking time to meet the teacher privately whenever she was free. On Monday morning, the children were unusually excited. For today, they were having fried chicken for breakfast, thanks to a donation from a villager who had just harvested plenty of chickens. For Richard, chicken was a rare treat. Most of the time, he only ate fish, so he was just as delighted as the others. "Richard, we're going fishing today. Want to come?" asked a blonde-haired boy, second only to him in appearance. The boy was skinny as well, yet his strength was renowned among the children. If not for Richard's clever tricks, he would have surely lost in any fight against him. This boy's name was August, the one who had once been his greatest rival, but who now submitted to him after being thoroughly traumatized in the past. Hearing about fishing, Richard was naturally tempted. It had been his favorite pastime in his previous life. But today he already had plans of his own, plans connected to his newfound ability to read. "You all can go. There's something I need to do." He shook his head. August and the others looked disappointed, but none dared to push him. The reason was simple. Richard was the only one who could tie fishing hooks properly. They always needed his help when their hooks broke. Breakfast ended quickly, the children devouring every last bite with bright faces. Some even longed for more, but unfortunately, there was nothing left. Once the other children had left, Richard stepped out of the orphanage as well. So comfortable," he muttered with a faint smile. The Violet Rose Village was unbearably hot during summer, yet with the cooling necklace around his neck, Richard felt nothing but refreshing coolness. "Mr. Joe, hopefully he's at home," he thought, heading off. Mr. Joe was an old man, known as the villager who traveled to Night Valley City the most. Although illiterate, it was common knowledge that he owned a few books said to be family heirlooms. And that was precisely why Richard had studied reading so diligently, because he wanted to get his hands on those books. At his age, asking too many questions about magic would be suspicious. People would find it strange for a 5-year-old to be so curious about such profound matters. So instead, he needed to gather knowledge discreetly, through books. Mr. Joe's house was small, situated on the edge of the village, though he owned a large vineyard behind it. Unfortunately, he was infamous as both a drunkard and a heavy gambler. His vineyard earnings always vanished into those vices. As Richard approached the house, a heavy stench of alcohol filled his nose. "Mr. Joe! Mr. Joe!" Richard knocked loudly, acting like a normal child. "What the hell?" A harsh voice came from within, and the door swung open violently, revealing a tall yet gaunt old man with a thick beard and bloodshot eyes. "What do you want, Richard?" he glared. "Your books. Do you still have them?" "I want to read them," Richard answered without hesitation. "You can read." Mr. Joe raised his brows in shock. "I can. Sister Lisa brought a teacher for us last week, and I've been learning." Richard nodded. "Huh, don't joke with me. I tried learning for 3 years and still can't read a word. And you expect me to believe you mastered it in a single week? Who are you trying to fool?" "Richard, believe it or not, Mr. Joe. But will you lend me your books? Or better yet, why not just give them to me? They're wasted sitting in a chest." Richard pressed on. "You can read them here if you like." but don't even think about owning them. Those books are priceless, and I'll study them myself once I can read. Mr. Joe snorted. Come in. He waved dismissively. Richard quickly entered, though he immediately regretted it. The house reeked of alcohol and was littered with bottles, looking more like a dump than a home. Still, for the sake of knowledge, he endured. The one-room house had a bed by the window, and from beneath it, Mr. Joe dragged out a large, old wooden chest that was still sturdy despite its age. Bang! He flung it open, releasing a cloud of dust into the air. Inside lay many odd items, including rust-resistant scraps of metal and strange black rings. But what caught Richard's eyes most were 3 books at the very bottom, 2 thick and 1 thin. The thick books shared the same cover design, a map of the continent surrounded by islands, likely Volume 1 and 2. But Richard's attention was drawn to the thin book. Its cover bore the image of a roaring dragon beneath the sun. Pa! 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 Mr. Joe pulled the books out and dropped them in front of him. Without hesitation, Richard snatched the thin one, his instincts telling him it held the knowledge he sought. He opened the first page, and his eyes widened. Printed in bold, large letters were 4 words. Codex of the Dragon Emperor. Codex? Could this be a codex? His heart raced. This was clearly one of the core components for learning magic. He flipped to the second page, finding dense text written in tiny letters, each page seemingly crammed with over 1,000 words. But soon he realized something strange. Though he could recognize the letters, the meaning eluded him. It was a different language. What is this? Yet, as he continued reading, another discovery struck him. Every single word he read etched itself into his mind as though carved in stone. He couldn't forget a single one. What's happening? Excited, he read faster and faster. Still, the effect continued. Every word branded into his memory, impossible to erase. By the time he had reached 100 words, he could still recall the very first line as though it had been burned into his brain. This mysterious phenomenon made his heart pound with anticipation. Surely, this was no ordinary book. Page after page, he read relentlessly, despite not understanding the language. Each word seemed to hide secrets waiting to be unraveled. And when he reached the final page, the 10th, something extraordinary happened. Ding! You have obtained Codex of the Dragon Emperor. Codex. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, 0%. Innate arcane arts from the Codex of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon's roar locked. Dragon's wings locked. Dragon transformation locked. Ding! Your mastery over Codex of the Dragon Emperor has increased from 0%, 1%. Ding! Mastery increased from 1%, 2%. Ding! Mastery increased from 2%, 3%. Codex. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, 3%. Chapter 4. Story. Richard had always wondered what a codex, a grimoire, and arcane art truly were. Even though he had obtained a codex, that didn't mean he immediately understood it. Yet the moment the system boosted his mastery of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor to 3%, a sudden realization dawned on him. A codex, he discovered, was a method for absorbing ether, the essence of magic, the very source of sorcerer's power. Master at least 10% of it, and only then could one begin absorbing ether. There were countless codices in the world, but they fell into 2 main categories. The first was the common category, which itself was divided into varying levels of strength and quality. The higher the grade, the more powerful the ether one could draw, though the difficulty of training would also rise sharply. As for ether itself, it existed in 4 tiers. Tier 1 shone white, Tier 2 was light blue, Tier 3 burned violet, and Tier 4 gleamed like gold. Each rank surpassed the one before it, but Tier 4 was so rare it was spoken of only in myths. No one in living memory had ever witnessed it. The second category of codices was far rarer still. These not only allowed one to absorb Tier 3 ether, but also contained unique innate arcane arts, powerful techniques etched directly into their structure. The Codex of the Dragon Emperor, for example, it held 3 innate arcane arts. Dragon's Roar, unlocked at 30% mastery of the Codex. Dragon's wings, unlocked at 50%. Dragon transformation, unlocked only at 100%. A codex tied to dragons? That could only mean greatness. Even in this world, dragons were regarded as living legends. How could a dusty old book sitting in Mr. Joe's chest be something that granted the power to become a dragon? Richard's gaze slid toward the old drunk, suspicion flickering. Perhaps his ancestor had once been someone extraordinary. What are you staring at? Don't pretend you're actually reading, the old man grumbled, glaring at him. Richard didn't bother answering. He couldn't think of words that would explain. So now I understand what a codex is, but what about a grimoire? An elemental affinity? Arcane arts, at least, were no longer a mystery. They were skills, simple as that. Ding! Your mastery of Codex of a Dragon Emperor has increased from 3% to 4%. Your mastery of Codex of the Dragon Emperor has increased from 4% to 5%. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, 5%. It rose again. Richard's eyes widened. None of his elemental affinities had ever risen 5 times in a single day. Yet since obtaining this codex, his mastery was soaring. This is good. If it reaches 10% soon, my body will finally be able to absorb ether. He was certain the system would assist him in the process, but only once it became possible. For now, it was simply beyond his body's limits. Without at least 10% mastery, absorbing ether was impossible. Otherwise, his ether, or even his cultivation realm, would have increased long ago. Perhaps the other books will tell me more. Richard picked up one of the thick tomes and flipped to the first page. Tale of the Dragon Knight. He had suspected this one was a story, but curiosity pushed him to read anyway. On the second page, an illustration greeted him. A towering man clad in dragon-scale armor, standing amid a mountain of slain monsters. Black dragon wings stretched wide across his back. On the third page, the story began, a boy from a remote village who encountered a dragon and learned magic from it. On Earth, such a tale would be pure fiction. But here, in this world brimming with superhuman power, Richard couldn't dismiss it so easily. The boy learned from the dragon not just out of luck, but because of his talent. His affinity for the elements of destruction, lightning, and darkness reached an astonishing 90%, allowing him to channel his ether into these elements in their purest form. At last, Richard grasped the true meaning of elemental affinity. It was the innate ability to convert ether into a chosen element, and the higher the affinity, the stronger that element became. The more affinities one possessed, the broader their arsenal of power. The tale continued, describing how the boy used these 3 elements to forge one of the strongest grimoires in history. Grimoires, Richard learned, were sacred tomes of magic created by magi themselves. They were for the higher ranks, for those who could advance only through their own path. Low-ranked magi had no need of such things. It was impossible for them to create one anyway. For them, arcane arts were sufficient as battle techniques. The more arcane arts they mastered, the greater their chances of one day forging their own grimoire, since arcane arts served as their foundation and inspiration. Richard read a little more, absorbing both the tale and the fragments of knowledge within. He was satisfied, though curiosity lingered about the Dragon Knight's adventures. This was no ordinary story. It was history disguised as myth, and it revealed much about how the world truly worked. Meanwhile, Mr. Joe had already grown bored and was drinking again, muttering to himself as Richard remained silently engrossed. Ding! You have gained 2% affinity with the cloud element. Richard blinked. A new element, again. It had happened so many times before that he no longer felt excited. Elemental affinities. Fire, 80%. Earth, 79%. Darkness, 74%. Blood, 73%. Shadow, 71%. Lightning, 70%. Iron, 69%. Wave, 69%. Cloud, 2%. Chapter 5, Absorb the Ether. Although both volumes of the Tale of the Dragon Knight were quite thick, Richard, who had plenty of experience reading back on Earth, didn't take too long to finish them. By the time he reached the final page, it was already late afternoon. He had even skipped lunch without noticing, and had a regret that both books were incomplete, at best only reaching the middle of the story. Mr. Joe had long since fallen asleep, feet propped up on the windowsill. Richard couldn't be bothered to wake him. He carefully placed the books back into the chest and quietly left the old man's house. Back at the orphanage, he immediately shut himself away in his room. Codex of the Dragon Emperor. This was something he could cultivate on his own without relying on the system. Training it didn't require special gestures, only meditation to comprehend its mysteries. The more he understood, the greater his mastery of the Codex. But the moment he tried, he quickly realized just how difficult it was. A sharp dizziness struck him after only a short while. So it really isn't easy to gain magical power, he thought. Is it because my soul is only that of a mortal? The soul wasn't something one could train directly, yet clearly affected his ability to comprehend both Codex and arcane arts. After several failed attempts and increasing headaches, Richard gave up. For now, he would rely on the system to slowly raise his mastery of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor. He had to admit it, he didn't possess much innate talent in this path. Days passed. Each day, the system faithfully raised his Codex mastery by 1%, along with his affinity for the cloud element. Richard spent the time fishing, letting the hours slip away quietly. 5 days later, as he sat by the edge of a deep lake with a bamboo fishing rod in hand, the notification he had been waiting for finally arrived, alongside another increase in his cloud affinity. Your affinity with the cloud element has increased from 6% to 7%. Your mastery of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor has increased from 9% to 10%. Element affinity. Cloud, 7%. Codex. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, 10%. I can feel it. Richard couldn't stop himself from speaking aloud. With his Codex mastery finally reaching 10%, he sensed something unseen all around him, like air he could breathe. Without a doubt, it was ether. Richard, what's wrong? What do you feel? Asked August from nearby. But Richard didn't answer. He was focused entirely inward. With his mind, he could try to absorb ether, even Tier 3 ether. Only it's not an easy thing. He needed to push his mind hard to draw the ether into his body. 10% mastery was just the bare minimum. True ease would only come with higher mastery. Even so, ding, your ether has increased from 0, 1. Your ether has increased from 1, 2. Your ether has increased from 2, 3. Your ether has increased from 9, 10. Just as Richard had expected, the system could now expand his reserves once his body was capable of absorption. Ether, 10/1000 Tier 3 plus 10. Ether accumulation, 10 Tier 3. When his ether data shifted, Richard could truly feel something stirring within his body, a mysterious force that now belonged entirely to him. Just by having that strange power dwelling inside him, he could faintly sense his physical strength increasing. Richard quietly stepped back until his body was beside a tree, making sure the other children would not notice him. Is this? He stared at his palm, where a small violet sphere appeared. It was one of the ether within his body. As he gazed at it, he realized it could transform into any element that resonated with his affinity. When he thought of fire, the ether instantly flared into a flame the size of his fist, streaked with violet lines. It was far larger than the ether had been, yet the searing heat did not harm him, though he could clearly feel how intense it was. The flame lasted only a moment before vanishing. It could not endure, for a single ether was far too little to sustain such a blaze. That ether was lost, but only seconds later, a new one emerged within his body. This was because his body already held a foundation for storing ether. Whenever it diminished, fresh ether would flow into him with ease, without the need for conscious absorption. Absorbing ether, in truth, was the effort of expanding his body's capacity to hold it. Yet even though he now possessed 10 ether, he realized he could control only 1. The other 9 were far too difficult for him to command. He understood this was natural, for without an ether will, he could only wield about 10% of the ether within him. The system will probably slow down after today. Reaching 1,000 may take a long time, but it's fine. I'm still young. Of course, I should at least also make my own efforts in this regard, even if it's difficult, he thought. Splash! Splash! Suddenly, his fishing line jerked tight, bamboo rod bending sharply. Richard shot to his feet, hauling back with all his strength. A massive silver-white fish burst from the lake, nearly the size of his own body, causing a stir among the other children. "Richard, it's huge!" cried August, rushing over. He abandoned his own rod, helping Richard drag the thrashing catch further inland just as it slipped free of the hook. "This is enough to feed all of us," one boy said excitedly. "Yeah, let's have Sister Lisa roast it for dinner. And we can sell the smaller ones for fresh bread tomorrow." Laughter and cheers filled the lakeside. Richard smiled faintly, satisfaction warming him more than the violet flames had. Chapter 6, Test. Tonight, the children at the orphanage ate bread and roasted fish, the meat so abundant that each of them received a generous portion. Sister Lisa looked pleased as well, for if she hadn't gone out searching, it would have been difficult to secure enough food for everyone. Though it was said that this orphanage was funded by a noble family, the money that arrived was never enough. Sometimes, wicked hands would cut into the funds along the way, so that by the time it reached the orphanage, only scraps remained. Sister Lisa never dared to protest. "Children, tomorrow you mustn't wander anywhere. A guest will be arriving," Sister Lisa announced once everyone had finished their meal. The children were surprised. "Who's coming, Sister Lisa?" one of them asked curiously. Though rare, sometimes visitors from outside did appear, wealthy folk with kind hearts who donated clothes or food. Naturally, the children hoped it would be someone like that. Sister Lisa only smiled. "You'll find out tomorrow." She gave no further explanation, but her smile only deepened the children's curiosity. Richard, however, didn't think much of it. After dinner, he returned to his room. Sitting on his bed, he once again felt his body. What he longed for was more ether, so he could not help but attempt to absorb it once again. If he didn't persist, he would never become stronger at the pace he desired. To him, absorbing even 1 or 2 ether in a day would already be worthwhile. So he concentrated, pushing his mind and body to draw it in. After an hour of effort, he succeeded once more. Ether, 11 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 1. Ether accumulation, 11, Tier 3. Richard, who had been sitting upright, immediately collapsed onto his bed from exhaustion. He was tired but satisfied. That small success naturally lifted his spirits. He sat up again, trying once more to absorb ether. After another hour, he succeeded again. Ether, 12 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 1. Ether accumulation, 12, Tier 3. "I'll try again tomorrow." His body now heavy with fatigue, Richard lay down and quickly drifted into deep sleep. Even as he slept, his ether rose. "Your ether has increased from 12 to 13. Your ether has increased from 13 to 14. Ether, 14 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 2. Ether accumulation, 14, Tier 3. In the morning, Richard awoke to the system's notification. He could not have been more pleased. "Children, wash up and put on your best clothes." Sister Lisa's voice suddenly rang out. At times, she truly could shout. Her voice was gentle, yet her call carried through the entire orphanage. Why is Sister Lisa so excited? Could this guest be someone special? Richard wondered, beginning to feel a little curious himself. He stepped out of his room and went to the large pond behind the orphanage. It was the usual bathing place for those who didn't want to queue for the bathroom. Most of the boys used it, plunging straight in and even practicing how to swim. The water was shallow, but the bottom was layered with small stones, so it never grew murky. Of course, Sister Lisa wouldn't let them linger. After a quick bath, she urged them to eat breakfast, then gather at the front of the orphanage. Every child had put on their best clothes, though their best were nothing more than worn, patched robes. "Are they really arriving this early?" August muttered. "They reached the neighboring village yesterday evening and stayed there. Now they're on their way here. Since they travel swiftly, They should arrive in no time, Sister Lisa explained. The children only looked at each other in puzzlement. At the same time, the villagers too had come out, lining up in front of their homes. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Before long, Richard and the others heard the sound of hooves in the distance. The rhythm grew louder and heavier, as though a whole company of horses was approaching. In the end, there were only 3 horses, enormous white steeds, their backs rising almost 2 meters high. Each horse bore a man in his 30s, with fierce-looking faces. They wore great silver armor that covered their entire bodies, though their helmets hung at their sides, next to the swords sheathed at their waists. Just their presence made Richard feel a pressure, as though the very air had grown heavier. "They've arrived, the Sky Armor Knights," Sister Lisa murmured. "Sister, what are Sky Armor Knights? Aren't they just knights like any other?" a child asked in confusion. The name was new to most of them, though Richard already knew from the book tales of the Dragon Knights. The Sky Armor Knights were not ordinary knights. They were warriors who trained to command the mysterious sky armor, armaments said to rival the power of magi. Of course, there were many tiers of sky armor, beginning at Tier 1 and beyond. One had to learn to control it step by step, from the lowest tier upward. For those without the talent for magic, this path offered an alternative road to great power. Yet it too demanded rare gifts, a strong natural physique above all. Only those born with such bodies could hope to become Sky Armor Knights. Richard didn't know the exact training methods, but naturally, he was curious now that such men had appeared before his eyes. The knights rode straight to the orphanage. Lisa, the man in the middle, greeted her warmly, despite his grim expression. "Brother Carlos, it's been so long since your last visit," Sister Lisa replied, beaming. The man called Carlos dismounted, towering so tall that Richard and the children had to tilt their heads back to see his face. "Brother Carlos, would you examine the children? See if any among them have the talent to become Sky Armor Knights," Sister Lisa asked eagerly. "Very well." Carlos nodded. He drew a short silver rod from his horse and thrust it into the ground. "We'll find out if there is any talent here. In our experience, if one truly possesses the gift, they can already command a fragment of sky armor, like this rod. Lisa, since you were once a Sky Armor Knight yourself, you should explain the method to them." "What?" Sister Lisa was a knight. The children gasped in shock. "No wonder she's so fierce when she shouts," some whispered. Sister Lisa looked proud, smiling as she said, "Yes, children, listen carefully. If you have this talent, your fate will change forever. If you join the Sky Armor Legion, not only will you eat well, you may even marry a beautiful woman when you grow up. In short, you'll never have to toil again." Her words lit fire in their hearts. But then she added, "Do not get too excited. The last time we tested, not a single one succeeded." The children fell silent. "Do you think it's that easy? Only the special few can do this." "Now let's begin. The method is simple. Stand before the rod. Imagine it as a part of yourself. Then try to move it with your mind as though it were your own hand." "Let me try first." One of the bigger boys stepped forward eagerly. Sister Lisa gestured for him to proceed. He stood before the rod, eyes unblinking in concentration. The others watched in anticipation, but nothing happened. "You failed." Sister Lisa quickly pulled him aside. "Next." She pointed at another boy, smaller this time. Nervously, he tried, and failed. One by one they attempted, but the results were all the same. Sister Lisa could not hide her disappointment. At last, Richard's turn came. He wasn't the last, for several were still waiting and whispering among themselves. Richard wasn't confident, but he stepped forward and did as instructed. He thought he would know at once if he succeeded, but the truth was, it felt like nothing at all. He couldn't sense any connection to the rod, nor did it move. But unlike the others, he wasn't discouraged. Calmly, he stepped back. Next was August, brimming with excitement. Richard couldn't help but watch. He knew well how strong August was physically. Without the mind of an adult inside him, Richard himself would never have bested him in a fight. The result shocked everyone. The moment August stood before the silver rod, it lifted off the ground and floated straight toward him. Even the Sky Armor Knights rubbed their eyes, unable to believe it. "Is this real?" one whispered. "High-level talent," another answered. "We've passed through so many villages without finding a single gifted one, and now such a talent appears. The commander will reward us handsomely." "My God!" Sister Lisa almost screamed. "Did I succeed?" August asked casually, as if it were nothing. "Boy," Carlos strode over, lifting him with one massive hand. "Boy, will you come with us?" August hesitated, then asked, "Will you really give me delicious food every day?" "Of course, without question," Carlos replied quickly. Like any child, August was swayed at once by the promise of food. "All right then, I'll go with you," he said, glancing at Sister Lisa, who gave him a look of approval to follow his choice. Chapter 7. Someone. That very day, August left the orphanage, swearing he would achieve great success and promising the others that he would return to help them in the future. Richard did not take his words seriously, believing that once the boy grew older, he would most likely forget his past. Life at the orphanage went on as usual for Richard. He continued to absorb ether almost every day in his spare time. Without realizing it, 2 years had passed, and he was now 7 years old. Status: Name: Richard. Magic Realm: Mortal. Ether: 851 thousandths, Tier 3. Ether Accumulation: 850, Tier 3. Soul: Mortal. Element: Affinity. Fire: 90%. Earth: 90%. Darkness: 90%. Blood: 90%. Shadow: 90%. Thunder: 90%. Iron: 90%. Wave: 79%. Cloud: 57%. Codex: Codex of the Dragon Emperor: 23%. Innate Arcane Art from the Codex of Dragon Emperor. Dragon's Roar locked. Dragon's Wings locked. Dragon Transformation locked. Grimoire none. Arcane Art none. His progress over the past 2 years was not as great as he had hoped, for he had initially believed his ether would have reached 1,000 by now. Unfortunately, the system had divided its enhancements. Instead of focusing solely on his ether, it frequently increased his elemental affinities. Nearly all of them had now reached 90%. Richard was uncertain why the system ceased its enhancements once an element reached 90%. Even so, according to the Tales of the Dragon Knight, 90% was already considered the pinnacle. Every element he conjured was exceptionally pure, the very peak of its kind. In his room, Richard sat with open eyes after hours of meditation, having absorbed more ether. Now, with 850 ether within him, the difference was naturally immense compared to when he had possessed only 14. Yet he alone knew how strong he truly was, even though he could only control 85 of his 850 ether. His anticipation swelled at the thought of reaching the 1,000 mark. That was the key requirement to advance into the realm of ether will, where his body would forge its own will, granting him full control over every particle of ether. At that point, his strength would increase tenfold. "I won't have to worry anymore about venturing beyond these walls," he thought. For all this time, he had never once left the village. At first, he was content. But as he grew older, his curiosity about the world beyond only deepened, leaving him restless. Phew! He exhaled softly, rose to his feet, and stepped out of his room. For the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time confined indoors. At times, he even skipped lunch or dinner. No one truly knew what was wrong with him. Yet whenever he emerged, he always appeared cheerful, so none could claim he was troubled. Today, however, Richard decided he would go fishing to ease his weary mind. Constant training had left him mentally exhausted. With the strength he now possessed, he was confident enough to venture farther than the village outskirts, toward the upper reaches of the river, which bordered a vast forest. Few villagers dared to tread that way, and there were no fixed paths. Often, he had to cut through tall grass or hack away low branches before he could move forward. At last, he stopped beside a tree only 10 meters tall, but with a trunk so thick it dwarfed the boy. Not far from the tree, great splashes rose in the water, making him suspect that large fish swam there in abundance. Settling down comfortably, Richard felt no discomfort from the heat, for he still wore his cooling necklace, which remained in perfect condition even after all these years. Casting his bait into the river, he leaned back, content. For him, even waiting was a form of entertainment, never boring. But not long after tossing in a line, his eyes widened in shock. A figure was drifting downriver, carried by the current. Never before had he seen such a thing. He fixed his gaze, realizing it was a middle-aged man with curly black hair. The man's body was tall and robust, his face strikingly handsome. He wore a black surcoat of fine fabric and large leather boots that gleamed in the sunlight. Richard needed no guesses to understand. This was no ordinary man. He clearly belonged to a background of power. He seems unconscious, but he's definitely still alive, Richard thought, noticing the steady rise and fall of his chest. Indeed, the man's breathing was calm, as if he were merely asleep. Richard hesitated, uncertain whether he should dive into the river. But after a brief moment of thought, he leapt in. There was no other way to pull the man to shore. Fortunately, the river was not too wide, though its current was fierce. Richard swam with ease, seized the man's clothing, and dragged him to the bank. It was not exhausting for him. Yet once on land, Richard was unsure how to awaken him. "Sir," he called softly, but there was no response. The man was truly unconscious. Richard wondered how long it would be before he woke. It was impossible to carry him back to the village. Perhaps he'll wake within a few hours. If not, I'll simply leave him here, Richard thought, before returning to his fishing. He planned to stay until late afternoon anyway. He could wait. Here, he was free to do whatever he wished. When hunger came, he only needed to roast the fish he caught. What does that smell? Delicious. The sudden voice startled him greatly. His head snapped toward the middle-aged man, who was still lying on the ground. His nose twitched, his lips parted, though his eyes remained closed. "Sir," Richard called again, wondering if he was awake. The roasted fish's aroma must have stirred him. But when a man gave no reply, Richard frowned. "What if I try this?" An idea struck him. He picked up a cooked piece of fish and held it beneath the man's nose. At once, the man inhaled sharply. "So hungry!" His mouth opened as he spoke unconsciously, attempting to bite the meat, but Richard pulled it away. "Stop!" The man suddenly grabbed Richard's hand. At once, Richard felt his entire body lock in place, unable to move under the man's grip. Then, the man's eyes opened. Surprise flickered in them. He released Richard's hand, seized the fish instead, and devoured it. "Not bad," he said, glancing at the roasted fish. Then, in a commanding tone, "Boy, roast more. One won't be enough. I need several." "Yes, sir," Richard agreed with a smile. He had already concluded this man was no ordinary wanderer. Offering him food was no burden. Richard was certain the favor would one day be repaid. He began cutting and roasting more fish. But then he noticed something strange. The man was staring at him, serious, unblinking. "What is it, sir?" Richard asked, uneasy under his gaze. "You." The man's tone carried both curiosity and weight. "What is your name? You seem to be in my bloodline. I can feel my blood flowing in you. By my reckoning, you must be the great-grandson of my grandson." Richard, while he was still stunned, the man's expression shifted from shock to sorrow. "It seems my failure to seize the world magic ether doomed the Moonshadow clan. Once glorious in the land of human, my clan must have been destroyed by my enemies. Now my descendants are reduced to living in these remote forests." He sighed deeply, regret clouding his handsome face. "I wonder, are there any others besides you who still survive?" Chapter 8. Ancestor. Richard was not sure what to say when he heard the man's words. His ancestor? Since the man said he was his grandson's grandson, his words should be acceptable. After all, he seemed extremely powerful. It was just that. How many generations were there between him and Richard? How could he still be alive and still appear as a middle-aged man? Unless his power was truly limitless, allowing him to live for such a long time. It was no secret that stronger magi possessed far longer lifespans. "Boy, what is your name?" "Once I recover, "The two of us will rebuild the Moonshadow clan," said the man while placing his hand on Richard's shoulder. "My name is Richard, but sir, you might be mistaken. Your clan should still exist. I just happened to be abandoned as a baby," Richard replied. Of course, Richard knew that the Moonshadow clan was his mother's clan. He had once inquired about this by asking Sister Lisa where Mrs. Wilson worked, and Lisa told him that she served as a maid in the Moonshadow clan. Hearing his reply, the man was stunned. "Who abandoned you?" he asked, looking deeply shocked by this news. "Forgive me, sir, but I believe that is an unimportant story. May I know your name?" Naturally, Richard had no intention of telling him that his own mother abandoned him because he had no affinity with any element. Right now, he was only curious about this ancestor's identity, hoping to gain great benefits from him. When Richard refused to explain, the man seemed to understand that he had a past he wished to forget. Sigh, how the world has changed. In the past, the Moonshadow clan was filled with unity. The strong always protected the weak. It seems that since I disappeared, the clan has changed too much. I doubt any of my brothers are still alive, he muttered as if speaking to himself. After that, he turned his gaze back to Richard and continued, "Richard, remember my name. I am Aldrich Moonshadow. Since you are my grandson's grandson, you may call me grandfather. I am not accustomed to being called ancestor." Grandfather. Richard didn't care about the awkwardness and addressed him directly as grandfather to grow closer to him. If he had been an adult, it might have been a little difficult since the man looked only in his 40s. But he was still 7 years old, so it felt quite natural. And the man looked pleased at being called so. Fate is truly wondrous. I fell into the sea of calamity and lost consciousness for countless years. Unexpectedly, I drifted back to my homeland, the land of human, and after awakening, I met my descendant, he said, stroking his chin. "What do you plan to do, sir, grandfather?" Richard asked, almost calling him sir again. "I must recover my strength, recreate my destroyed grimoire. This will take a long time, so I will remain here and build a hut. After all, there is no way I can return home in this state," Aldrich replied. "But Richard, have you already been training in magic? I can sense that you already possess ether, even Tier 3 ether," he added, observing Richard more closely. His remaining power was very little, still enough to suppress Richard, but only barely capable of sensing his strength. Yes, I learned to read and then studied magic," Richard answered. "You learned on your own?" The man seemed disbelieving of what he had just heard, but Richard simply nodded calmly. "How did you manage that? After all, codices for studying magic are not easy to obtain," he pressed. "I found one in a villager's book." Richard felt like he was spouting nonsense, but it was the truth. He simply didn't mention that he had been aided by the system. Of course, he knew he could only pretend to be an extremely rare genius. Unbelievable! My grandson's grandson is actually a genius at this level. If you continue to grow, you might even obtain world magic ether in this era, he muttered softly. This was the second time Richard had heard him mention world magic ether, yet he still had no idea what it was. It sounded like the power of the entire world itself. Unfortunately, the Tales of the Dragon Knight never told the story of world magic ether. "Grandfather, what is world magic ether?" Richard couldn't help but ask. "In short, it is something that makes all the races of the world wage war," Aldrich replied with a chuckle. "By the way, Richard, you have great talent, but I want to know whether you have ambition. I mean, the desire to explore the world, to witness wondrous things, to battle the strongest foes, or to marry the most beautiful woman." Richard cleared his throat awkwardly upon hearing his words. It seemed he assumed Richard didn't know what ambition was, so he explained it in such detail. How could Richard not want those things? "Grandfather, I believe I do have such desires," he replied innocently. "Haha, I knew it. You are my descendant, so how could you not share my ambition? What a pity that back then I lost my greatest foe, who also happened to be the most beautiful woman of that era. I still remember how she looked at me with disgust when I tried to woo her at our first meeting." Richard, after chatting and feeding the man, Richard helped him build the hut. He was unwilling to accompany him to the village, preferring solitude in the forest until he could regain his true power. The best part was that he promised to give Richard all the codices and arcane arts he possessed. However, because he only had a sliver of power left, he could not transmit all those codices and arcane arts. He asked Richard to bring paper and ink so that he could write them down tomorrow. Richard returned to the village first as evening approached, worried that if he didn't return by nightfall, Sister Lisa would start looking for him. Of course, he brought back some fish, which made the other children happy since they could eat well again that night. Chapter 9. Another. Miss Lisa. Richard called out to the woman just as she was about to enter her room. She looked a little startled. Is something the matter, Richard? She asked in confusion. It wasn't usual for Richard to suddenly call out to her like this. I'd like to ask for some blank books and ink, Richard replied in a rather soft voice. If it were just an ordinary request, it would be easy, since Miss Lisa almost treated him like her superior due to being entrusted to her care by Mrs. Wilson. But blank books and ink were rare items in this village where only a handful of people could even read. As for writing, there was no one at all. In fact, Richard himself had only learned to read, not to write. If he were told to write, who knew how messy his handwriting would be without practice? Naturally, Miss Lisa was even more surprised. Blank books and ink? What do you need them for? She asked curiously. Richard found it difficult to answer this question. He forced a smile and softly said, I need them for my talent development. Talent. Miss Lisa was only left bewildered by that. Yes. Richard nodded with an expression that seemed to say he couldn't explain it right now. There was no need to go into detail, since he knew Miss Lisa would not reject his request anyway. Very well. The woman eventually accepted. There's someone selling blank books in a neighboring village. I'll ask someone heading there to buy a few for you. You may have to wait until tomorrow noon. As for the ink, we don't need to buy it. I'll make it for you later. I once learned how to craft it during my time with the Sky Armor Legion, she said. Thank you, miss. Richard expressed his gratitude and quickly returned to his room. Tonight, he just wanted to sleep. He would not train. Still, it was good enough. The system gave him 2 ether increases. Your ether has increased from 850 to 851. Your ether has increased from 851 to 852. Ether, 852 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 2. Ether accumulation, 852, Tier 3. Your mastery of Codex of Dragon Emperor has increased from 23% to 24%. Codex of Dragon Emperor, 24%. Unexpectedly, even the system granted him progress with the Codex of Dragon Emperor. Such occurrences have been extremely rare in these past 2 years. That was why it was only at 24% until now. It hadn't even reached the 30% minimum required to unlock the Codex's first innate arcane art, Dragon's Roar. As for practicing it on his own to improve mastery, he already deemed it impossible. He hadn't even managed to reach 1% from 0%, let alone progress further, which was exponentially more difficult. That night, he slept soundly, even dreaming of defeating the strongest enemy and marrying the most beautiful woman. The dream was vivid enough to leave him smiling foolishly upon waking. Yet, he couldn't remember clearly what that strongest enemy or most beautiful woman actually looked like. His plan was to visit his ancestor again after receiving the books and ink he needed. Since he had slept well, after breakfast he decided to try absorbing ether with all his strength. The result was quite impressive. He managed to absorb 2 more ether. Ether, 854 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 2. Ether accumulation, 854, Tier 3. Knock, knock, knock. Richard, here are the books and ink you asked for. The knock on his door and Miss Lisa's voice echoed outside some time after his training. He had put aside his lunch, choosing instead to lie down to calm his body. Hearing her voice, he immediately stood and opened the door. Miss Lisa was carrying 3 books and a small bottle filled with ink. However, her gaze first wandered into his room with curiosity before landing on him. She seemed very eager to know what he was up to. Unfortunately for her, there were no strange signs inside his room. If it had been another child, she would surely have interrogated them. But since she had always regarded him as unusual from the beginning, she dared not act rashly toward him. Here you go. She handed over the books and ink, which Richard accepted with thanks once again. Naturally, Richard chose to keep to himself in his room for a while. After half an hour, he finally left. He ran with high spirits. When he arrived at his ancestor's place, he couldn't help but be stunned. The small hut they had built yesterday suddenly had a huge veranda surrounding it. There was even a long wooden bench on the veranda where his ancestor was lying down, seemingly taking a nap. He truly cannot be underestimated, Richard thought. Apparently, his ancestor wasn't sleeping too deeply as he woke the moment Richard approached. "Richard, you've finally returned," he said, immediately sitting upright with a straight back. "Grandfather, I brought some blank books and ink," Richard said. The old man nodded and replied, "Give them to me." Compared to Richard, he looked just as excited. Perhaps he had high hopes that Richard could inherit his unfulfilled ambitions. "I'll need to focus, so you must stay quiet for now. How about you go fishing and roast a catch so I can eat after writing?" he suggested. "Of course." Richard chuckled. He quickly went to the riverbank and began fishing, occasionally glancing at the old man, who seemed to be writing rather quickly. The river was indeed full of fish. He almost never had to wait long before his bait was taken, and the fish were always large. However, what surprised him was when he noticed someone drifting in the river after some time fishing. This time, it was an old woman who seemed far too aged, her skin nearly turning to earth, her dim red hair disheveled, and a black wooden staff shaped like a serpent clutched in her hand. Richard wasn't even sure whether she was still alive or not, as she didn't seem to be breathing anymore. What was more shocking, she wore a red gown that looked luxurious, yet hung far too loosely on her frail body. "Grandfather!" Richard shouted, startling Aldrich. "What is it?" he asked. But Richard didn't need to explain. The old man quickly realized what had alarmed him when his own eyes fell upon the drifting old woman. He swiftly rose and walked toward Richard. "Grandfather, should we help her?" Richard asked, while Aldrich narrowed his eyes as he observed the old woman. "Is she the spirit queen of flames?" he muttered under his breath. His expression grew more serious, but after a while, he sighed in relief. "Fortunately, she seems to be at the brink of death and has no chance of waking or recovering on her own without help," he said before nodding at Richard. "We can save her, but we must not awaken her. She's dangerous, but her body is an incredible treasure. I never expected her to have fallen as well. But how could she appear here after me? This can't be coincidence. Richard, we need to explore the river upstream later. I doubt either she or I drifted here from the sea." Chapter 10. Arcane Arts. Richard nodded, realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Coincidences could happen once, but twice? Who wouldn't be suspicious? Of course, exploring the river upstream wouldn't be easy. The deeper into the forest, the larger and denser the trees became. Richard jumped into the river first, pulling the old woman ashore. Her body was as light as a feather, as though she no longer had any flesh, only bones wrapped in skin that seemed ready to turn into dust. It was difficult for Richard to believe someone could grow this old in appearance. "As I thought, she really is the Spirit Fire Queen. What a pity she has lost all of her vitality," Aldrich muttered as he observed her closely. "Who is the Spirit Fire Queen, Grandpa?" Richard asked. "One of my rivals. She was just as strong as I was. Back then, she was also the second most beautiful woman," Aldrich replied. "Second most beautiful?" Richard's expression twisted with disbelief. To him, this old woman looked like a poorly crafted mud puppet. No matter how much he tried to imagine, he simply could not picture her as a beauty. "Fortunately, my condition never reached this stage," Aldrich said again. "But is she really alive?" Richard asked. He wasn't entirely sure. She showed no signs of breathing, and her body was cold to the touch, though not stiff. "She's still alive." Aldrich nodded. He lifted the woman and set her down against a tree, binding her with roots. "Leave her here for now. Even if she were to die in this state, her body would never decay," Aldrich explained. Richard was half convinced, half skeptical, but it wasn't something he could comment on. "I haven't finished writing yet, so you'll still need to wait," Aldrich added. I'll keep fishing then, Richard replied. He returned to the river, though his gaze often drifted toward the upstream waters, wondering if more bodies would float down. After what felt like hours, Aldrich called out to him. Richard, come. I'm finished. Richard immediately dropped his rod and hurried back to the hut's terrace. By then, Aldrich had arranged the 3 books neatly in front of him. I've recorded 1 codex and 2 of my finest arcane arts. I believe they'll suit you well, since you're my descendant, and our elemental affinities should be similar. In magic, the more arts you master, the stronger you become, provided they are of different types. But balance is key, which is why I'm only giving you these 3. The others are of lesser quality. If you train these to their peak, they'll be enough to establish yourself firmly in this world. What matters is that, if you acquire new codices or arcane arts later on, you must ensure they're of equal or greater quality, Aldrich explained. Richard nodded repeatedly, taking the 3 books, each already titled. Will I remember every word I read? He asked. Of course. All codices and arcane arts are written in a mysterious language that forces you to understand them. Once you've read them, you'll never forget, Aldrich answered. So that's why Richard finally understood why he remembered every word of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor. His eyes fell on the titles of the 3 books. Codex of Moonshadow, 100 Shadow Monster Arcane Art, Lightning of Darkness Arcane Art. If I add these, the system should give me even more enhancements, he thought. He had noticed this pattern ever since obtaining the Codex of the Dragon Emperor. The system had granted him increases more frequently, on average 2 points per day. Before then, there were often days when no increase occurred at all. Clearly, the system wasn't trying to slow his progress. If the growth rate remained the same while the number of things to master increased, his development would have inevitably become slower. Richard opened the Codex of Moonshadow. The first page contained a description. Codex of Moonshadow, a codex that allows you to absorb Tier 3 ether. It possesses 1 innate arcane art, Moonshadow Armor, which becomes usable once you master 50% of this codex. The more you master it, the higher your affinity with shadow will grow, potentially exceeding 90%. Richard blinked in surprise, then turned to Aldrich. Grandpa, what happens if someone's elemental affinity exceeds 90%? 90% meant an element had reached extreme purity, but beyond that, even the system had stopped increasing his elemental affinity once it reached 90%. It will be truly extraordinary, Aldrich said with a faint smile. But it's exceedingly rare. Those who achieve it are already far too powerful to flaunt the hidden strength they've gained. Unfortunately, I never reached that level myself, so I don't know. Richard, did you never master this Codex of Moonshadow to 100%? He asked. How could it be that easy with a codex capable of absorbing Tier 3 ether? If I had reached that stage, I doubt I would have failed, Aldrich admitted. Richard chuckled at that. Still, instead of diving into the main contents, he first skimmed the descriptions of the other 2 books. 100 Shadow Monster Arcane Art. For every 1% mastery, you gain the ability to summon 1 independent shadow monster. Lightning of Darkness Arcane Art. An arcane art that fuses lightning and darkness, producing devastating destructive power. It can perfectly combine with your shadow powers, granting them the destructive force of both lightning and darkness. For every 10% mastery, your lightning and darkness will gain 1 additional explosion. At 100% mastery, your attacks will explode 11 times. Reading those, Richard could only marvel. Afterward, he began reading through all 3 books in detail. Though he read quickly, it still took quite some time. You have obtained Codex of Moonshadow. You have obtained 100 Shadow Monster Arcane Art. You have obtained Lightning of Darkness Arcane Art. Your mastery of Codex of Moonshadow has increased from 0% to 3%. Your mastery of 100 Shadow Monster has increased from 0% to 3%. Your mastery of Lightning of Darkness has increased from 0% to 3%. Codex of Dragon Emperor, 24%. Codex of Moonshadow, 3%. Innate Arcane Art from Codex of Dragon Emperor. Dragon's roar locked. Dragon's wings locked. Dragon transformation locked. Innate arcane art from Codex of Moonshadow. Moonshadow armor locked. Grimoire none. Arcane arts. 100 shadow monster 3%. Lightning of darkness 3%. Chapter 11. Meet Mrs. Wilson again. Chapter 11. Meet Mrs. Wilson again. Richard gave a faint smile at the progress he gained after reading the 3 books. At the very least, it was a sign that the system would not slow down his advancement. What do you think? Was it as difficult as you expected? Aldrich asked. Richard wanted to say that it was far too difficult, but if his ancestor knew that he had already mastered 3% of each, who knew whether he would laugh or cry? He calmly replied, I'll just practice slowly. If I succeed, then I can say it was easy. Haha. Aldrich laughed at his words. No need to start training now. Let's roast some fish first. I'm starting to feel hungry, he said. All right. Richard agreed with a smile, as he was beginning to feel hungry as well. They roasted fish by the riverside while observing the river upstream, wondering if anyone else would be swept down. Aldrich even looked much more serious as he observed, as if lost in his own thoughts. Richard thought he might have some guesses that he chose not to voice. By the way, grandfather, can the soul be strengthened? Richard asked. Oh, why do you ask that? You must have a remarkable soul to be able to train at your age, Aldrich replied. Richard almost rolled his eyes at that answer. He had some knowledge about souls, that there are many types of them. Each type of soul had its own advantages, especially when it came to studying codexes and arcane arts. Unfortunately, he did not yet understand how to evolve his soul from a mortal soul into a specialized one. Apparently, his ancestor assumed he possessed a powerful soul. Unsure how to continue, Richard simply pretended he had never asked the question. From time to time, Richard glanced at the old woman referred to as the Queen of Fire Spirits. Of course, even between his ancestor and that woman, there was still at least a day's distance. It was unlikely the river would bring another surprise so soon. After dining with his ancestor, Richard returned to the orphanage carrying several fish. He didn't join dinner, instead going straight to his room. But after the meal ended, there was a knock at his door. When he opened it, he found Sister Lisa standing there. Richard, there's good news, the woman said. What is it, sister? Richard asked, surprised. Tomorrow, Mrs. Wilson will be coming, Sister Lisa replied. Really? Upon hearing this, Richard couldn't hide his excitement. The best part about Mrs. Wilson's visit was that he could ask her for something. It had been a long time since her last visit, more than 2 years. Sometimes Richard even wondered if she would never come again. I'm telling you this so you won't go wandering off. Best not to head into the forest too often. It would be trouble if you ran into a beast, Sister Lisa said. I definitely won't go anywhere, Richard replied with a smile. Sister Lisa nodded before leaving. In his room, filled with excitement, Richard immediately sat cross-legged on his bed and began training, absorbing ether. Amazingly, though faintly, he could feel his ability to absorb ether was slightly stronger than before. This seemed to be the effect of having additional codexes, each of which he had already mastered to 3%. If he managed to raise them to 20% or more, his ability to absorb ether might double. Ding! In the middle of his training, he received 3 consecutive notifications. Your mastery of Codex of Moonshadow has increased from 3% to 4%. Your mastery of 100 Shadow Monster has increased from 3% to 4%. Your mastery of Lighting of Darkness has increased from 3% to 4%. Codex. Codex of Dragon Emperor, 24%. Codex of Moonshadow, 4%. Arcane Art. 100 Shadow Monster, 4%. Lighting of Darkness, 4%. The system had given him another increase, even if it was only 1% for each attribute. He was still satisfied. After several hours of training and successfully absorbing 2 ether, he finally decided to sleep. Ether, 856 1,000ths, Tier 3 plus 2. Ether accumulation, 856, Tier 3. The next morning, Richard woke up refreshed. He didn't linger in bed and went straight to wash up. That morning, The children were given bread and eggs for breakfast, which was considered quite good. Interestingly, Sister Lisa's friend, the reading teacher, came again to teach. It seems Sister Lisa had paid her to come so the other children could learn to read like Richard. Of course, Richard didn't join the lessons anymore. Around 9 o'clock, he followed Sister Lisa outside the village to wait for Mrs. Wilson. When traveling to this village, Mrs. Wilson always relied on her power to run swiftly, faster than any horse. She should have set out while the sky was still dark. In truth, Richard knew that even with the fastest horse, the journey from this village to Night Valley City would take more than a day. It was very far. The villagers usually only traveled to Appletown, a small town just 4 hours away from the village. Richard and Sister Lisa waited there. They saw no signs of anyone approaching. But suddenly, from the side, came the sound of footsteps. Both of them instinctively turned their heads and saw a middle-aged woman with black hair wearing a simple dress. She wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but she carried an air that easily earned people's trust. "Have you been waiting long?" the woman asked with a gentle smile. "Mrs. Wilson." Richard instantly became excited upon seeing her. 7 years had passed since she brought him to this village, and though he saw her occasionally, Richard could confirm that her appearance hadn't aged a bit. This proved that her power was indeed extraordinary. And Sister Lisa also greeted Mrs. Wilson, though the latter didn't pay her much attention. "Richard, you've grown so much." She focused on Richard, approaching him and stroking his head. Looking at him again, she seemed amazed. "Mrs. Wilson, why haven't you come again?" Richard asked. At this, the woman shook her head and replied, "I just haven't had the time. There's too much work in the city. But this time, I came bringing a great gift for you." "Oh." Richard became curious when she mentioned a great gift. "It's rather large, so I couldn't carry it myself. But I hired a group of people to deliver it to this village. They set out yesterday and should arrive this evening." Mrs. Wilson explained. "By the way, let's find somewhere to sit. There's something I'd like to discuss with you," she added. Richard nodded, and Sister Lisa led them to a wooden house, her private home in the village. The house was uninhabited since she lived at the orphanage, but she sometimes cleaned it so it was always tidy. It stood on the edge of the village, separate from the others, but fairly large. It even had a terrace filled with vegetables and 4 wooden chairs. "And I'll make some drinks." Sister Lisa went inside after inviting Richard and Mrs. Wilson to sit. Mrs. Wilson didn't speak right away, waiting for Sister Lisa to prepare the drinks first. Warm tea, which Mrs. Wilson immediately drank. She seemed thirsty after a non-stop journey. "Richard, I heard you can already read. But tell me, would you be interested in going to school?" the woman suddenly asked, surprising both Richard and Sister Lisa. "Mrs. Wilson, do you mean to send me to school?" Richard asked, his mind racing. This was something he had once hoped for, because in school, he would have access to many things. After all, schools were very rare in this world. Sometimes a whole city had only one. But they taught many things, not only reading and writing, but also magic, and even training to become a Sky Armor Knight. The problem was his interest in school had greatly diminished since meeting his ancestor. Instead of going to school, he could visit his ancestor's cabin and learn anything from him. More importantly, he couldn't leave his ancestor alone. "I have a friend who is a teacher at the school in Appletown. If you're interested, I can ask him to admit you. Perhaps you can grow even better there." In this world, without school, it's very difficult to train one's abilities. "I myself once studied in school," Mrs. Wilson said, while Richard searched for the right words to politely refuse her offer. Chapter 12. Surprised. Chapter 12. Surprised. Richard thought for a long time, making it seem as though he was hesitant about going to school. This left Mrs. Wilson puzzled, for in her eyes Richard was always the kind of child filled with curiosity about the world. At first, she thought he would be overjoyed. "Richard, don't you want to?" Mrs. Wilson asked. "Mrs. Wilson, it's not that I don't want to, but I feel that a school full of children from all sorts of backgrounds is simply too crowded for me. I don't think I'd fit in." Richard answered calmly. "Of course, I want to learn, but I prefer studying on my own or finding a personal teacher. And as it happens, I already have one now who's been teaching me many things." What? Sister Lisa was shocked to hear his words. Richard, who have you been learning from? She asked, her expression filled with confusion. They lived in the same building, yet she had no idea about this. Mrs. Wilson's reaction was calmer, though her gaze lingered on Richard with a look of curiosity. I can't speak about my teacher, but he's even been teaching me magic, Richard said. As he spoke, he raised one hand, summoning a faint glow of ether above his palm, ether of a distinct violet hue. Sister Lisa's eyes widened in disbelief, while Mrs. Wilson seemed to struggle to maintain her composure. Richard thought it was fine for them to know he was already training in magic. The important thing was that they didn't know the details. They could simply assume he had a remarkable teacher, powerful enough to guide him in magic at such a young age. Of course, he trusted them. Sister Lisa was only a villager here, while Mrs. Wilson had always cared for him deeply. Though he wasn't her son, he was the son of her master. She treated him as if he were her very own child. Mrs. Wilson finally smiled after her initial surprise. It seems you are destined for greatness, Richard. With this, I don't need to worry too much about your progress. Richard gave an embarrassed laugh at her words. Everything he did, after all, was for the sake of ensuring he had a bright future. After that, their conversation drifted on. Richard didn't ask about magic, instead filling the time with questions about the outside world. And he had to admit, the world beyond this village was full of fascinating things. By late afternoon, a group of strangers suddenly appeared. That's them, Mrs. Wilson said. Richard was amazed as he saw what they carried atop their wagon. A tall, fiery black horse, still young, yet already massive in stature. Mrs. Wilson, is that the one you meant? Richard asked, and Mrs. Wilson nodded. I know you want to explore, so I bought this horse for you. It's called a red-black horse, known for its incredible speed and a body far sturdier than ordinary horses. Records say these horses never fail to carry their masters to safety from beasts or bandits, Mrs. Wilson explained. She rose and led Richard over to the men, who treated her with great respect. It was clear she held a high status. Though only a headmaid, she did not serve just any family. They handed the horse over to Mrs. Wilson before departing. The horse looked remarkably tame. Its face even carried an expression that seemed almost willing to obey whoever became its master. Mrs. Wilson pulled its reins gently before placing them in Richard's hands. Have you ever ridden a horse before? She asked. Yes, Sister Lisa's old horse, Richard replied. Sister Lisa did own a horse, though it was already old. Sometimes, in good spirits, she would even teach the children how to ride. In fact, for ordinary folk in this world, horsemanship was an even more vital skill than reading. For Sister Lisa, who was willing to pay a reading teacher, it was only natural that she would also teach the children to ride. She flushed slightly when Richard mentioned her horse was old, but couldn't refute him. It was the truth. Since you already have experience, you can start riding this one. She's gentle and intelligent. If you give her a name, she'll grow fond of you, Mrs. Wilson said. Eager, Richard mounted the horse with natural agility. His light frame made it easy to climb on her back, even without magical strength, despite her height. Snort! Snort! The horse blew air through her nostrils, a horse's way of showing delight. Mrs. Wilson, thank you, Richard said, brimming with happiness. Owning this horse meant he could one day travel far on his own. Though still a child, it didn't matter. He was already 7 years old, while most common children began working by 10. What will you name her? Mrs. Wilson asked, clearly curious. Is she female? Richard first asked to be sure. He had a hunch, but without checking, he couldn't be certain. Yes, Mrs. Wilson confirmed with a nod. Then her name will be Athena, Richard declared. Athena? Mrs. Wilson and Sister Lisa echoed, confused. The name was foreign to them, yet it carried the strength of a warrior woman. Snort! Snort! The mare snorted again, seemingly delighted with the name, showing her approval. Mrs. Wilson finally smiled in satisfaction. Richard, it's time for me to leave. If I'm able to come again, I'll be sure to bring an even more valuable gift, she said. Hearing she was leaving, Richard quickly dismounted. Mrs. Wilson, when will you return? he asked. It's hard to say, Mrs. Wilson sighed. Well then, don't worry too much. We'll meet again, she added with a smile. And with that, she walked away, her pace quickening until her figure disappeared before Richard even realized it. Chapter 13. Something Incredible. Chapter 13. Something Incredible. In fact, Mrs. Wilson did not leave immediately. She walked away, then quietly returned, hiding at a distance far enough not to be noticed, but close enough to observe Richard clearly. Her expression was filled with confusion as she watched him. Young Master Richard, how could he possibly practice magic when he has no affinity with any element, and his soul is only a mortal soul? By theory, practicing magic should be impossible for him. Yet, he already possesses Tier 3 ether at such a young age. Even among the Moonshadow clan, aside from the ancestor who once competed for the world magic ether in the previous era, only Madame Rebecca ever attained Tier 3 ether. Of course, in her heart, she regarded Richard as her young master. Addressing him by name was nothing more than pretense to keep him from knowing the truth of his background. Unless I was mistaken when I detected his soul and elemental affinity back then. Impossible. I used the finest detection artifact owned by the Moonshadow clan. Could this be because of his teacher? But what kind of person could train a child who, by theory, should never be able to touch magic? And why would such a figure bother to help young Master Richard? I find that possibility hard to believe. Mrs. Wilson cycled through many speculations, but doubt always clouded her reasoning. In the end, she grew more inclined to believe that she had been the one mistaken when assessing Richard's talent, despite having relied on the best artifact available. What if Madame learns of this? Mrs. Wilson imagined the day Rebecca might take Richard back as her son, raising him properly, and the two becoming a brilliant mother and child pair. But the moment that thought arose, Mrs. Wilson shook her head. She knew Rebecca's temperament too well. It is better this way. Madame would never lower her pride to regret her decision. Worse, she might become enraged upon learning the son she discarded turned out to be so gifted. If that woman grew angry, Mrs. Wilson dared not imagine what she would do. Rebecca was merciless to anyone, and over the past 7 years, she had only grown harsher. After much thought, Mrs. Wilson finally chose to leave, resisting the urge to pry further into Richard's mysterious teacher. She feared that digging too deeply would only bring trouble upon herself. Richard returned to the orphanage with Sister Lisa, leading his horse, Athena, who immediately drew the attention of the villagers. Now, no other horse could rival the black-red steed. Naturally, the villagers speculated about where Richard had acquired such a mount. Everyone knew he was the boy under Mrs. Wilson's care, and she always paid close attention to his growth. When it came to Mrs. Wilson, the villagers understood well. No one was to interfere with Richard. Richard left his horse beside the orphanage, in an area always thick with fresh grass. Athena seemed quite content there. The other children quickly turned the horse into their spectacle. Unfortunately, Richard had not gone fishing that day, so there was no grand feast like the night before. That night, Richard did not train. He fell asleep earlier than usual. Of course, he still received improvement from the system, and quite a few. Your ether has increased from 856 to 857. Your ether has increased from 857 to 858. Ether, 858 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 2. Ether accumulation, 858 Tier 3. Your mastery of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor has increased from 24% to 25%. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, 25%. Your affinity with the cloud element has increased from 57% to 58%. Cloud, 58%. The next morning, Richard awoke and immediately began his day, bathing and eating breakfast early. He then went to check on Athena, who had already eaten and was drinking from a small ditch. Upon seeing him, the horse immediately took a ready stance, eager to begin their journey. Richard climbed on her back and directed her toward the forest. Yesterday, he had not visited his ancestor, and he worried that the old man might not have eaten. As Athena began to run, Richard finally understood what speed truly meant. The horse was unbelievably fast, so fast he struggled to take in his surroundings. Yet, she possessed an extraordinary advantage, her balance. Despite the pace, Richard was not badly jolted around. All he had to brace himself against was the rush of wind from the front. The horse also showed intelligence, choosing open paths to ensure her rider was never struck by branches. Before long, Richard noticed they had reached his ancestor's hut. He quickly tapped Athena, signaling her to slow down. As she eased her pace, Richard saw that the hut had grown larger once again, his ancestor hard at work expanding it further. He also noticed the fire spirit queen, still unconscious and tied to a tree. When Aldrich saw Richard arrive riding a horse, his brows rose in surprise. Then he shouted, "Boy, why didn't you come yesterday? Do you know that I found something incredible washed down by the river? Quick, come and see. This could cut in half the time you need to reach the realm of Etherwill." What? Richard was utterly stunned by his ancestor's words. Something that could cut his time to reach the realm of Etherwill in half? What could it be? He was already close to that realm. If his progress could be hastened, could it mean he might achieve it very soon? Richard leapt down from his horse and ran straight toward his ancestor. "Grandfather, what is it?" he asked, excitement lacing his voice. Chapter 14, Bottle. Chapter 14, Bottle. At this point, Richard grew increasingly aware that the river's source was truly extraordinary. He even suspected that many things had already been carried downstream before he ever began fishing there. If that was the case, those things might have already dissolved into the great river at its lower reaches. "Wait here," Aldrich said. He entered his hut after saying that. Only a few seconds passed before he emerged again. "Take this." He tossed something toward Richard, landing in his hands before he even had time to see what it was. Looking down, he saw it was a bottle, seemingly crafted from crystal, so clear it was almost invisible. "What is this?" Richard asked, confused. He could sense something unusual about the bottle, but with his current strength, it was difficult to discern what it was. "Ether bottle," Aldrich replied. "Place it before you when you absorb ether, and it will absorb the same type as you. It can hold up to 100 ether, condensing them into liquid. Once collected, you can drink it, and your body will absorb the ether. Of course, the liquid ether can also be sold. Its price is quite high." "Really?" Richard couldn't help but marvel at the bottle's ability. He examined it more closely. "Try absorbing ether now," Aldrich urged. Richard nodded. Sitting down, he placed the bottle before him and began his practice. For him, absorbing a single ether currently took more than 2 hours. He was used to it by now, so he remained patient even though he was in his room. His ancestor didn't disturb him. "Ether, 859 1,000ths, Tier 3, +1. Ether accumulation, 859, Tier 3. Richard quickly opened his eyes when he saw the notification that his ether had increased. Then he turned his gaze to the ether bottle. Sure enough, he saw a faint trace of purple liquid inside, so little that it was nearly invisible. He had to bring the bottle right up to his eyes to see it clearly. "Grandfather, can I drink it now?" Richard asked. "Of course you can, but it's too little," Aldrich replied. "I just want to try it first," Richard said. He then drank the liquid inside the bottle. It was barely anything, yet he still tasted it on his tongue. Because it was so little, he couldn't even swallow it. It simply slid down along with his saliva. Moments later, he felt something stir in his body. Then it suddenly burst forth, spreading throughout his limbs. Ether, 861,000ths, Tier 3, +1. Ether accumulation, 860, Tier 3. It really increased. Richard was astonished. At this rate, his training could become twice as fast, even without considering the system's assistance. This is a highly valuable treasure. You must guard it carefully, or you'll be robbed without even realizing it. When it comes to magi, even those with kind dispositions, they will not hesitate to rob others if given the chance, since robbery isn't considered a crime among them, Aldrich warned. Richard fell silent, though he had indeed heard of such things from the tales of the Dragon Knights. Among magi, The standards of crime were not the same as with ordinary humans. But grandfather, did this bottle really get carried here by the river's current? Richard couldn't help but press the matter, eager to explore the river's source. Didn't I already tell you? But boy, be patient. For the record, even though my power is in ruins now and must be rebuilt, I am still far stronger than Magi at the realm of ether will. And yet, I haven't dared act. Aldrich easily guessed Richard's intent. Besides, when would it be your turn to claim such a treasure? Do you think I, your ancestor, wouldn't desire it myself? Richard, he was dumbfounded. Though Aldrich's tone sounded joking, Richard sensed he was deadly serious. If something truly priceless lay at the river's source, of course his ancestor would want it for himself. This was nothing like the ether bottle, which held no real use for Aldrich. Grandfather, in that case, it seems we'll have to compete for it, Richard said. What? Boy, you dare compete with your ancestor? Aldrich, who had thought Richard would drop the matter, was left speechless. I also want the best things, Richard replied calmly. It seems your ambition is greater than I thought, boy, Aldrich said. He wasn't actually angry. If anything, he grew more intrigued by this descendant of his. It is an ambition, but one who desires the sky will never surrender to anyone bound to the earth, Richard said, quoting a line he had once read in the tales of the Dragon Knights. Aldrich was slightly taken aback hearing that. Then he burst into laughter. I hope you're not all talk, boy, but I still want it for myself, so don't think I'll hand it over to you willingly, he said. Hee. Richard laughed as well. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rush to the river source now. After all, even his far stronger ancestor hadn't dared to act yet. So surely, it must be dangerous. He picked up his bamboo fishing rod, left on the ground nearby, and walked to the riverbank. This time, however, he wasn't planning to fish. He wanted to absorb ether again. He chose to do so by the river, hoping something else might still be carried downstream. Even while absorbing ether, he occasionally opened his eyes to scan the current. His ancestor, naturally, didn't disturb him, continuing instead to work on the expansion of his hut. By evening, after a full day of absorption, Richard managed to gain 2 more ether, in addition to 2 within the ether bottle, which he drank immediately rather than store. He preferred having ether within his body rather than in the bottle. Ether, 864 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 4. Ether accumulation, 864, Tier 3. Chapter 15, Male. Chapter 15, Male. Richard returned to the village on his horse, galloping at incredible speed. He arrived before nightfall and spotted Mr. Joe standing in front of the orphanage, speaking with Sister Lisa. In all his 7 years of life, Richard had never once seen the drunken old man visit the orphanage, so the sight came as quite a surprise. When Mr. Joe noticed him approaching, he immediately ran toward him. "Richard, Richard!" he shouted, making it clear that he had come specifically for him. Richard dismounted and asked, "What is it?" Since Richard had begun reading his books 2 years ago, he had interacted with Mr. Joe more often, sometimes even helping him with small tasks. But never before had the old man sought him out like this. "Come with me." The old man suddenly grabbed Richard's hand and pulled him away from the orphanage in a hurry, stopping only once they had reached a place where no one else was around. Richard grew even more confused. He had already asked, so he didn't press further. He simply waited for the old man to speak. But instead, Mr. Joe raised the wine jug he always carried and took a long drink, which made Richard scowl in irritation. "Ah!" The old man sighed with relief after drinking. "Old man, just tell me already," Richard said, unable to hold back. As he spoke, Mr. Joe pulled something out of his robe pocket. It turned out to be a folded piece of paper. "Help me read this," he said. Hearing that, Richard rolled his eyes. "I thought it was something serious, and it turns out you just want me to read," he muttered with a pout, snatching the paper from his hand. But the moment his eyes scanned the words on the page, he had to fight to keep his expression from changing too much. When he glanced at Mr. Joe's face now, he found it full of hope and curiosity. Yet the contents of the letter read, "Damn old Joe, stop sending me your rotten grapes. I may like grapes, but I will never eat any from your filthy vineyard. Damn you." You're already old, yet you still chase after me. Do you know that I feel like I've been chased by dogs my whole life? Damn you. Why are you still alive when I always expected you to die badly? What does it say? Mr. Joe asked, seeing that Richard had finished reading. At that question, Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Recently, he had learned that Mr. Joe had once loved a woman in his youth and still loved her even now, despite both of them being old. Coincidentally, the woman had never married. Mr. Joe had continued pursuing her, sending grapes from his vineyard to her every harvest. In fact, the very reason he grew grapes at all was for her. She was also the reason he had become both a drunkard and a heavy gambler. Yet all this time, the woman had never once responded. She had always ignored him. Today, it seemed, was the first time she had ever written back. If Richard were to tell him the letter's true contents, he feared Mr. Joe might throw himself into the river. So he forced a smile to hide his true expression. Mr. Joe, it's a note of gratitude for always sending grapes to the sender, he said, lying through his teeth. Mr. Joe instantly looked thrilled. Even the effect of the wine seemed to vanish at once. What else? He pressed, making Richard feel an ache in his chest. He had to lie again. The sender seems to hope she can keep enjoying your grapes until the end of her life. Ha ha! Mr. Joe burst into roaring laughter. Richard, quick! Get your horse and take me to Appletown. If you do, I'll pay you and give you the most precious book of my ancestors, kept safe in Appletown. Richard, in the end, things spiraled out of control. Still, Richard agreed to Mr. Joe's request to escort him to Appletown, if only because he was deeply curious about the priceless book he had promised. He had already been full of plans to leave the village one day, and now, suddenly, he was about to do so in the dead of night. Of course, he asked Sister Lisa for permission. Though she disagreed at first, Richard insisted, and she eventually gave in. She dared to let him go because she trusted in his horse's ability and believed in him, especially since he already possessed magical strength. One horse, one 7-year-old boy, and one old man carrying a sack of grapes. Richard sat in front while Mr. Joe sat behind him, holding a torch fueled by special oil so that its flame would not go out under any condition, save when the oil itself ran dry. Mr. Joe explained that all they needed to do was follow the road outside the village and take a right turn at every fork. Athena, clever as ever, hardly needed any instruction. She knew exactly where to go. Even with an extra passenger, her speed did not falter. In fact, she ran even faster now that she had the open road before her. Chapter 16, Appletown. Chapter 16, Appletown. Though countless stars filled the sky, the night in a land without lamps was still far too dark. Richard could see only a few meters ahead by the light of Mr. Joe's torch. Beyond that, everything was swallowed in pitch blackness. He was barely aware of what lay to either side of him. Fortunately, Athena seemed to possess excellent night vision. She continued running without trouble. Yet from time to time, Richard heard the deep roars of wild beasts reverberating through the air. Clearly, dangerous creatures prowled the darkness. Mr. Joe, how much longer before we reach Appletown? Richard asked. At this pace, it shouldn't even take an hour, the old man replied. Oh, look, Red Wheat Village is already in sight. He suddenly pointed to their right. Richard followed his finger and indeed saw a village faintly illuminated by the torches lining its homes. Compared to Purple Rose Village, this one was about 5 times larger, lying lower on the slope below them. Not far ahead was a right-hand turn that led down toward it. Once they descended that path, Red Wheat Village quickly came into view. With Athena's speed, they reached the village entrance in no time. Being much larger than Purple Rose, the village had shops lining its main street. Richard even spotted 3 taverns still open, packed with what looked like adventurers. Richard urged Athena to slow down. He had no intention of stopping, but if she dashed through at full speed, he worried the gust of wind might snuff out the torches in front of people's homes. After all, those torches used only ordinary oil. Richard naturally didn't want to stir up trouble with the villagers. As they passed the taverns, he glanced inside. Most of the patrons were burly men with intimidating physiques. Yet they laughed loudly drinking and carousing with barmaids who didn't seem to mind being held. Naturally, Richard drew attention. The adventurers and barmaids grew curious about the boy riding a massive horse at night with an old man seated behind him. More than a few found the sight intriguing, if not baffling. Richard nodded politely to some of them with a smile. Once they left the village behind, he urged Athena to pick up speed again. Around Red Wheat Village, many other settlements could be seen, all connected by branching roads. But they didn't need to pass through those to reach Appletown. The road was no longer deserted either. Occasionally, Richard spotted other travelers on horseback or in horse-drawn carts. None of their steeds could match Athena's speed. The path continued to slope downward, and Richard realized that the villages were actually built atop a mountain, Purple Rose Village being one of the highest. As they descended farther, the villages they had passed now stood clearly above them. After some time, Richard began to see signs of greater activity up ahead, proof that they were nearing Appletown. Faintly, he saw a wall about 15 meters high stretching in a circle before them. Richard needed no explanation. This had to be Appletown. Though not as massive as Night Valley City, whose walls reached 50 meters, Appletown was still far larger than he had imagined. Before long, they reached its gate. Half of it stood open while the other half was shut. About 5 silver-armored soldiers stood guard, sky armor knights, accompanied by other guards inspecting each arrival. It seemed entry into the town required a fee. Mr. Joe already had payment ready. Richard saw a handful of copper coins in his palm. When their turn came, Richard dismounted, leading Athena forward, since everyone else had also dismounted. He didn't need to say a word. Mr. Joe handled the transaction. They were quickly inspected. Finding nothing unusual, the guards let them through. Passing under the gate, Richard finally saw Appletown in all its splendor, far greater than he had pictured. Nearly every house was made of stone or concrete, painted in bright colors, and stood 2 or 3 stories tall. He even saw many massive buildings whose purposes he couldn't guess. Even at night, the town was well lit, its streets alive with activity. Mr. Joe looked delighted, and suddenly stepped forward in the direction of a street. But before he could go, Richard caught his hand. "Mr. Joe, where are you going?" Richard asked, knowing the old man's impatience. "I'll give you the book later," Mr. Joe replied. "No, I want the book now," Richard said firmly. He tightened his grip. Though only 7 years old, Richard's strength, and his 10% access to ether, was more than enough against an old man. Mr. Joe couldn't break free. Richard wasn't foolish enough to let him meet his beloved first. If that happened, Richard was sure the truth would come out, and then Mr. Joe would never hand over the book. "Come on." Richard tugged him toward Athena, earning strange looks from passers-by at the sight of a child dragging an old man around. Forced into it, Mr. Joe didn't dare resist, though his face was full of unease. Fine. Go to the library," he said at last. "Library?" Richard was startled. "You keep the book in a library?" he asked with a frown. "Not exactly. It's at my house, and my house is behind the library," the old man explained. Hearing that, Richard exhaled in relief. If it had been in a public library, he feared it might have already been taken. It seemed Mr. Joe's family background had once been fairly decent. He even owned a house in Appletown, and perhaps one in Night Valley City too, given how often he traveled there. "Where's the library?" Richard asked again. "Straight ahead," Mr. Joe answered. Athena moved at a walk, following the direction Mr. Joe pointed. Along the way, Richard couldn't help but take in his surroundings with curiosity. Appletown gave him sights far beyond what he had expected. He even spotted many beautiful women in fine dresses. When his eyes lingered on them briefly, some of them winked back at him with charming smiles. Richard grew restless, thinking, there must be no age laws in this world. Chapter 17, Soul. Chapter 17, Soul. Not long after, Mr. Joe patted his back and said, "That's the library. Take the path beside it." The old man pointed toward a circular building that rose 5 stories high. Richard saw its door was open, though only a few people went in or out. He was tempted to enter the library to expand his knowledge, but right now Mr. Joe's book mattered more. Turning down the path beside the library, Richard found many old but fairly large houses. "There, that's my house." Mr. Joe pointed at one whose yard was overgrown with weeds, completely unkempt. Richard stopped in front of it, dismounted Athena, and the horse immediately began munching on the wild grass. Though poorly maintained, Richard had to admit the house was quite nice, far better than any in Purple Rose Village. "Mr. Joe, why don't you live here?" Richard asked. "It's easier in the village, farming. I can earn plenty without having to do hard labor in this city," the old man replied, holding his torch as he pushed through the weeds. In his hand was a large key, fitting for the oversized padlock on the door. Mr. Joe unlocked it with ease, then pushed the door open. Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, a swarm of bats burst out of the house, several smacking into Mr. Joe's face. Luckily, Richard ducked in reflex, though a few brushed past his hair. "Damn it!" Mr. Joe cursed angrily, thrusting his torch inside, lighting up the living room. Richard saw a sofa, a table, and cabinets filled with various tools. Mr. Joe tossed a sack of wine onto the sofa, motioning for Richard to come in. Then he entered one of the rooms, leaving Richard alone in the darkened living room. Richard didn't mind waiting. He stood beside the sofa, trying to sense the ether around him, wondering if it felt the same here as in the village. What? He was startled to find the city's ether was denser, enough that he estimated training speed here would be about 15% faster. This surprised him, since he had thought the natural countryside would have richer ether than a city. "Richard, come here." Mr. Joe's voice suddenly called from the room. Richard quickly ran in, spotting an old bed that still looked comfortable. Mr. Joe sat on it, holding a thin, ancient-looking book. Its cover was pitch black, so dark it resembled a night without light. But upon closer look, Richard noticed a symbol etched into the cover. Also pure black, barely visible, its form difficult to decipher. Richard instantly felt sure this was no ordinary book. He took it from Mr. Joe's hands without a word. "Stay here and hold the torch," Mr. Joe said. Then he dashed out of the room in a hurry. Richard stared after him, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. Honestly, he'd prefer the old man come back furious rather than leap into a river somewhere. Shaking his head, Richard focused on the black book in his hands. He opened it casually, finding its title, Black Heart Soul. The final word made his expression shift from curiosity to disbelief. He had expected a codex or arcane art, but it was neither, perhaps something even more valuable. Dragon Knights possessed the Black Heart Soul, a secret they relied on both in training and in hidden power. Since the book bore that title, Richard immediately guessed it might contain the method to acquire such a soul. Mr. Joe had something that belonged to the Dragon Knights. Could he really be one of their descendants? Richard wondered. Ding! Your mastery of 100 Shadow Monster has increased from 4% to 8%. Arcane Art, 100 Shadow Monster, 8%. Lighting of Darkness, 4%. Richard received a system notification even as he pondered Mr. Joe. This time, all of the progress had gone to 100 Shadow Monster. He barely paid attention, though. His thoughts remained fixed on the book. Flipping to the next page, he found an illustration of a black heart that seemed to radiate a strange aura. Beneath, it was a short description. Black Heart Soul, a soul that transforms your heart into a vessel for hidden power. A power you must feed with rage and grudges born of battle and slaughter. For you alone who revel in carnage. Richard frowned deeply at the last line. For you who revel in carnage. It made him question whether this was really meant for him. Maybe I don't need to think too hard about it. What matters is gaining the Black Heart Soul itself. That alone will raise my talent drastically. Perhaps the system will boost its growth further, even without me resorting to slaughter. For someone who had never killed, only fought childish scuffles, massacre was far beyond his experience. He couldn't say what kind of person he would become in this harsh world. Would he remain a kind-hearted angel, or turn into a cruel demon? It was impossible to predict. Bang! Suddenly, the door slammed open. Richard, you little brat, how dare you trick me? Mr. Joe's furious voice thundered, making Richard's back stiffen. Damn, how did he return so fast? Is that woman's house really so close? Richard thought in disbelief. Moments later, Mr. Joe appeared at the doorway, clutching a long iron rod. "You brat! Damn you!" he roared, charging and swinging it toward Richard. "Old man, don't go crazy." Richard snapped back, leaping aside to dodge. Chapter 18, Library. Chapter 18, Library. Richard tried to calm the old man down, but he was truly furious, chasing him relentlessly. In the end, Richard had no choice but to use light force, knocking him down and tying him up with a rope he found under the bed. He even shoved a rag into Mr. Joe's mouth to stop the shouting. "Old man Joe, I didn't trick you because I wanted to, but because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. Who could have guessed you'd actually show up?" Richard explained. Of course, those words alone weren't enough to pacify Mr. Joe. The old man still glared daggers at him. Richard couldn't be bothered to explain further. He grabbed the torch and went back to the living room, leaving Mr. Joe in the dark. He figured the old man needed one night to cool off. To his surprise, the living room floor was covered in spilled grapes from Mr. Joe's sack. It seemed the old man had returned with his wine grapes, only to scatter them across the floor. Richard picked one up and ate it, finding it refreshingly sweet. Mr. Joe's grapes really are top quality. No wonder he keeps making so much money. Too bad the woman of his dreams doesn't want to swallow even a single grape of his, Richard thought. Placing the torch nearby for light, he began reading the Black Book. It detailed the process of transforming his soul into a black heart soul. The text was written in plain language, so Richard had no trouble understanding it, though of course he couldn't memorize every word. The method wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. It didn't require gathering rare ingredients. It was more of a mental act to alter one's soul, though it did require a few materials, not overly rare, but obtaining them might demand some cruel actions. The primary condition, however, was having a 90% affinity with the darkness element, which Richard indeed possessed. If one had that, the next step was a rather intricate ritual. Richard mulled it over in his mind as he absent-mindedly munched on grapes from the floor. Then, he remembered the library just across the street. "I need to learn more," he told himself before leaving. He hung the torch on the wall to keep the room lit. He left his horse, Athena, in Mr. Joe's yard and walked to the library, which seemed to remain open no matter the hour. Perhaps the people of this world believe that book lovers never stole and thieves never stole books. Upon entering, Richard saw more people than he expected. The light inside wasn't too bright, but enough for peaceful reading. Men and women, young and old alike, were seated in corners with books in hand. As a 7-year-old boy, Richard naturally drew curious glances. His eyes wandered upward, marveling at the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, all clearly visible from below because each level was made of glass. Even on Earth, he had never seen such a thing, and the sheer number of books here far exceeded what he imagined. Some looked ancient beyond measure. "Little brother, can you already read? Or can you, but not fluently? If you don't want to struggle, why not just ask me what you want to know, and I'll tell you." A pleasant female voice suddenly spoke beside him. Richard almost stumbled as he turned, startled to find a woman who seemed to appear out of nowhere. But once the surprise faded, another struck him. She was young, perhaps 20, with long, glossy pink hair, so smooth it seemed even insects would slide off. Her skin was white as snow with a faint redness, wearing a white leisure dress that was simple but did not look simple as it was made of silk. On each ear dangled long golden earrings, with small moon and star-shaped diamonds at their tips. Richard couldn't help but be slightly captivated by her beauty. At the same time, he remained wary. This woman was clearly no ordinary human. "Are you sure you can answer everything I ask?" Richard replied innocently. "Everyone who frequents this library knows that since childhood, I've read here almost every day. If your questions have answers in these books, I'll likely know them, saving you the trouble of picking a book and starting from scratch." "Really?" Richard's expression was skeptical. "You don't need to doubt me. Many people have already paid me for this work." "Richard, I thought you were a volunteer, helping people for free, he said, not hiding his disappointment. A few bystanders chuckled at his words. A scruffy-looking youth even added, "Kid, you must be from the countryside. But here, you pay even just to take a piss." Laughter grew louder around them. "I don't have any money," Richard said irritably, turning to leave. "Don't worry, I don't only accept money. You can pay with other things, anything of value. Since you're from a village, you might have vegetables or something similar. Of course, they need to be fresh, something easy to sell," the pink-haired woman answered earnestly. Richard was taken aback. He turned back to her and asked, "What about grapes?" "Those will do," she nodded. "Wait here." Richard bolted back to Mr. Joe's house, returning in less than a minute. He gathered the grapes scattered on the floor, stuffing them back into the sack. Though he only managed to fill half of it, he figured that would be enough. After all, grapes weren't rare, especially high-quality ones like these. Chapter 19. Olivia. Chapter 19. Olivia. Richard returned to the library carrying the sack, a sight he himself could hardly put into words. Fortunately, he had mentioned grapes earlier, so most people already knew what he was bringing. "Please take a look," he said, revealing the contents of the sack to the pink-haired woman. She picked out a single grape. Its purple, glossy hue immediately reflected in her eyes, the same color as her shimmering hair. Click! She placed it between her rosy lips, lips shaped faintly like a heart. An expression of delight spread across her face as the juice touched her tongue. "Delicious like a coal night. With the amount you brought, this will be enough payment for tonight. First, little brother, let's introduce ourselves. I am Olivia Skylight. You've surely realized I am no ordinary person. Yes, I am the most gifted young magus in Appletown. My talent is spoken of even in Night Valley City, envied by many young magi there. My background is extraordinary. The Skylight family is famous across the land. But by fate, I was born here in this city, thanks to my father's charm. What is your name, little brother?" "Richard," he answered, his voice trembling slightly. "Your family name?" Olivia pressed curiously. "I grew up in the orphanage since I was a baby." "I have no family name," Richard replied. "Then your fate is sadder than mine, for at least I know my origins. But from your face and the determination in your eyes, I can tell you must have an unusual background, one you've yet to discover. Very well, don't hesitate to ask me anything. Let's sit over there." She led him to a seat by the window. Richard followed, feeling more intrigued by her. They sat across from one another, a small table between them, just large enough for a book. "By the way, don't speak too loudly. People here don't mind when I offer my services, but otherwise, they find noise disturbing," she whispered once they were seated. Richard nodded. "Tell me, what do you wish to know?" she asked. "There's a lot. I want to know everything about magic in this world," Richard said eagerly, his expression burning with curiosity. From his ancestor, he could learn magic, but there were things he couldn't openly ask, especially about altering souls, since the old man believed he possessed a great soul. If he revealed he had a mortal soul, the ancestor might start to suspect something strange about how he could train in magic at such a young age. Suspicion from such an ancient being was dangerous. More importantly, Richard needed to know about the world itself, the land of humans, its cities, its territories, and the ruling families. Olivia was gradually astonished by his questions. He sounded less like a child from a village and more like someone from another world, trying to gather basic knowledge. Richard didn't care what she thought. She had been paid, and whenever asked, Olivia answered with detail, sometimes so much that Richard had to ask her to summarize. He even asked about the Dragon Knight, a legendary figure celebrated across the world, champion of the world magic ether in his era, and one of the most memorable heroes of humankind. That night, Richard stayed awake entirely, absorbing knowledge from Olivia. From nightfall to dawn, the sky brightened slowly. Richard began to look exhausted, but Olivia remained lively. She even granted him extra time, until finally he fell asleep on the table. His small body, with only a little ether to sustain it, simply couldn't stay awake any longer. He slept through the entire day in the library, losing all track of time. When he woke, the sky was already dark once more. Drool dribbled from his mouth, but what greeted him brought joy instead. Notifications from the system. Your ether has increased from 864 to 865. Your ether has increased from 865 to 866. Your ether has increased from 866 to 867. Your ether has increased from 867 to 868. Your ether has increased from 868 to 869. Your ether has increased from 869 to 870. Ether, 871 thousandths, Tier 3, plus 6. Ether accumulation, 870, Tier 3. All his gains that day had gone into his ether, yet the increase was 6 whole points. Richard was stunned. Could this really be because of my increase in knowledge? He wondered. Remembering that he had fallen asleep in the library, he quickly reached into his pocket to check for his ether bottle. Thankfully, it was still there. He quietly pulled it out to inspect it, only to be stunned again. Inside was a small amount of violet liquid, nearly 3 times what he had ever managed to gather during training. How is this possible? He whispered, hurriedly tucking the bottle back into his pocket. He hadn't done any training since his last session by the river, and he had already consumed all the ether that had been inside before. Could this truly be connected to the system's increase in my ether? A strange expression crept across his face as he pondered. Chapter 20, Dinner. Chapter 20, Dinner. Richard stood up and stepped out of the library without paying much attention to the others. He had forgotten about Olivia, but suddenly remembered Mr. Joe, still tied up. Even so, as he walked along the road back to Mr. Joe's house, the desire for more ether overwhelmed him. He couldn't resist drinking from the ether bottle. The energy merged with his body effortlessly. The result, ether, 876 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 6. Ether accumulation, 876, Tier 3. Closer to the target, he murmured happily. When he entered Mr. Joe's house, it was already dark. The torch had clearly run out of oil. But from his own hand, a flame appeared. It was no larger than a ring hole, yet brighter than 10 torches combined, illuminating the entire room. A simple thing for him to create, though he rarely bothered to use it. In truth, that flame consumed barely 1/10 of a single ether. Its brilliance came from his 90% affinity with the fire element, enhanced by the fact that it was born of Tier 3 ether. Even a flame that small could threaten an ordinary human. That was why Richard dared to wander so freely. He knew he was not weak, even though he had yet to reach the realm of ether will. He tossed the flame toward the torch, and it blazed again, even without oil, lasting for several hours, though dimmer than it had been in his hand. Then he carried the torch into Mr. Joe's room. The old man was still bound, his mouth gagged with cloth. His eyes were open, yet vacant, blinking only now and then. When he saw Richard standing at the door, fear flickered in his gaze. Only now did he seem to realize the cruelty of the boy's punishment. Tied for nearly 24 hours, without food, without even the chance to breathe properly through his mouth. Richard, however, felt no need to apologize. He had explained once. He would not explain again. He pulled the cloth from the old man's mouth, then loosened the ropes. Mr. Joe exhaled in relief the moment he was freed. "Young boss, I was wrong. Please, don't punish me again," he begged, tears spilling down his cheeks. His voice was pitiful. An old man, his spirit broken, tied for nearly a day straight. He now seemed more like a frightened child. Richard was reminded of the times he had subdued the other orphans until they bowed to him. Now, he had done the same to Mr. Joe. If someone treated him as a subordinate, he would naturally act as their superior. "Do you have money? I want us to have dinner." "At a restaurant," Richard said. Yes, of course. We'll have dinner at a restaurant," Mr. Joe replied quickly. And so, they left the house together. Richard led his horse by the reins without riding it. Since night had just fallen, Appletown was at its liveliest. Work was done, but it was far from bedtime. He saw many restaurants along the roadside, offering foods he had never seen before. Richard knew well that he and Mr. Joe did not belong in a luxurious place. so he searched instead for something modest. Though his appearance was unusual, his clothes were far too plain. At last, he chose a corner restaurant with only one customer. It sold a dish he deeply missed, noodles and broth with boiled meat. To his delight, this world had its own version. Richard said nothing as he entered, leaving Mr. Joe to order and pay. He simply waited, then began eating when the food arrived. A look of satisfaction spread across his small face at the flavor. Oh, while he ate, his attention was caught by another boy who entered the restaurant. An indifferent face, messy brown hair, a tattered robe, strikingly handsome features marred by half-healed wounds, and a broken sword strapped to his back. He looked utterly exhausted. He ordered 2 bowls of noodles and 2 cups of juice. When the food came, he devoured it even more hungrily than Richard. He seems just like me, Richard thought, sensing the hundreds of ether accumulated within the boy's body. At 15 years old, for Appletown standards, he was a remarkable genius. Richard's unrelenting stare eventually drew the boy's irritation. "What are you looking at, Brat?" he asked coldly, his sharp eyes narrowing. He had every right to call him that. Richard wasn't even half his age. But Richard didn't look away. From the beginning, he hadn't cared if the boy grew angry. "I want to know something," Richard responded. "What?" the boy muttered, frowning, clearly not expecting such a reply from a 7-year-old. "You seem to have just returned from a battle. Was it against humans or beasts? Where do people of your level fight?" Richard asked casually, his curiosity unhidden. When he had spoken with Olivia, he had focused on the world at large, not Appletown itself, thinking of it as only a brief stop. But now, this boy seemed like a direct source of the knowledge he sought. The boy seemed caught off guard by his words. Then he gave a cold sneer. "What's it to you, Brat? Do you want to fight too?" he mocked. "No, I only want to see others like you suffer wounds from their weakness," Richard answered calmly. "You little—" The boy's face darkened, clearly feeling mocked. "Young boss, I know where he fights," Mr. Joe suddenly whispered into Richard's ear. "But it's not a place for mere spectators. Best not to provoke that boy. He may be a magus." "So you do know?" Richard stopped paying attention to the boy altogether. With his new source of information secured, he simply returned to his noodles. Chapter 21. Dragon's Roar. Richard suddenly ignored him after mocking him, and the boy's expression grew dark. Yet, he managed to restrain his emotions, realizing his opponent was just a little child, completely unworthy of his anger. If others knew he had quarreled with a kid, they would only laugh at him. He snorted at Richard before returning to his food. "Old man, what kind of place is it?" Richard asked Mr. Joe. "To the north of Appletown, there's a section of forest about half the size of the town. It's called the Forest of Darkness, filled with many beasts. It's the training ground for children of this town who are just beginning to learn magic. Only those under 17 are permitted to enter," Mr. Joe explained. "What I know is children who enter are given an artifact to record their performance. The more beasts they slay, the more points they earn. Once they reach a certain number, they are rewarded." Oh, Richard was intrigued. A place that even granted rewards piqued his interest greatly. "Who built it? The city lord?" Richard asked. The city lord might be the strongest authority in Appletown, but Richard doubted they could construct such a massive training ground. "The Moonshadow family from Night Valley City. They built it to support the surrounding towns and aid the Holy Star Kingdom in strengthening its magi. Because of this, they received many privileges from the kingdom," Mr. Joe answered. When he mentioned that family, Mr. Joe's eyes gleamed with admiration. Richard couldn't help but ask, "What do you think of the Moonshadow family?" "They were incredibly powerful in the past, with figures who roamed the world. Though they've declined, they are still respected throughout the kingdom. Especially now, they have Lady Rebecca, acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the realm. Her talent in magic is extraordinary. Even while still young, she has already become one of the strongest magi, those surpassing her mostly far older. It is believed she will one day become world-renowned, just like her ancestors." Mr. Joe's tone was filled with admiration, yet also a trace of fear whenever he spoke of Lady Rebecca. "Young master, you must never speak ill of Lady Rebecca. She is ruthless and has many hidden subordinates acting as her spies, Mr. Joe added in a hushed voice. So, she has many spies. Oomph. But she knows nothing about me, Richard thought. The reason was simple. She hadn't even bothered to check on her own son. Perhaps she had even forgotten she ever bore a child. Anyway, is the Forest of Darkness open at night? Richard asked. No. Only during the day. No one is allowed to enter at night, Mr. Joe replied. Looks like we'll be staying in Appletown longer, Richard murmured to himself. Young master, you're here. I've been searching the entire city for you. Why didn't you return home after coming out of the Forest of Darkness? Are you hurt? Suddenly, a maid in her 20s rushed in, panic in her voice, approaching the 15-year-old boy who looked visibly annoyed. Elsa, I'm fine. Go back. I'll return later, he said. No, I must take you back. Young Master William, Madam is terribly worried about you. She scolded Sir for pushing you too hard. If you don't return with me, I will follow you wherever you go, Elsa replied firmly. Young man, you'd better not act out too much. Don't make your mommy cry from worry. Richard couldn't help but comment as he and Mr. Joe left the restaurant. He gave a cold smirk toward the 15-year-old, whose expression froze in disbelief. Elsa, too, was shocked, hearing such words from a 7-year-old. William nearly exploded in anger, but Elsa stopped him, clearly unwilling for him to get into a fight with a child half his age. Young master, would you like a stroll around? Mr. Joe asked from behind. No, back home, Richard replied. Tonight, he would simply absorb ether until he fell asleep, ensuring he had more for tomorrow. Since there were 2 rooms in Mr. Joe's house, each of them took one. Richard left his room dark after making sure it was safe and free of bats. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded in complete darkness, he began absorbing ether, which, he noticed, was easier in this city. Compared to the Purple Rose Village, he felt he could absorb as many as 4 ether here if he pushed himself. But just as he started his training, unexpected notifications from his system appeared. Your ether has increased from 876 to 877. Your mastery of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor has risen from 25% to 30%. Because your mastery of the Codex of the Dragon Emperor has reached 30%, one of your innate arcane arts, Dragon's Roar, has been unlocked. Ether, 877 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 1. Ether accumulation, 877, Tier 3. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, 30%. Codex of Moonshadow, 4%. Innate arcane art from Codex of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon's Roar. Dragon's Wings locked. Dragon Transformation locked. The system's boost came earlier than expected, but more importantly, it had granted him 6 advancements, 5 of which belonged to the Codex of the Dragon Emperor. Richard felt a kind of evolution, a profound transformation, as his mastery reached 30%. He could even sense his ability to absorb ether had doubled. The system seems to know exactly when I need strength and gives me what I require at the perfect time, Richard thought. He paused his training, lit a flame in his hand, and stared at the ether bottle that had slowly refilled with 1 ether. He drank it down without hesitation. Ether, 878 1,000ths, Tier 3, plus 1. Ether accumulation, 878, Tier 3. But what about this innate arcane art? Richard knew all he had to do was roar while channeling ether into it. Yet, he wasn't sure what the roar would sound like until he tried. Not here. He worried it would be far more shocking than expected, and the last thing he wanted was for the house to be surrounded under the suspicion that a dangerous beast was hiding inside. Chapter 22. No stopping. After the shock passed, Richard resumed absorbing ether. And sure enough, it became far easier for him, not because of where he was, but because his absorption ability itself had drastically improved. As he drew in ether, faint violet light gathered around him, pulled in from the fragments of ether lingering nearby. 1 ether. He could now absorb it in less than 30 minutes. It was a new record, and his spirits soared to the highest peak, enough to make him forget about sleeping through the night. If he continued until morning, he believed he could accumulate as many as 20 ether. Including the ones collected by the ether bottle, the total would reach 40. Just imagining the possibility made it impossible for him to stop training. If he simply endured with patience, he could truly reach the realm of ether will. Forget everything else, he thought. By morning, after he drank the ether stored in the bottle, his ether had risen dramatically. Ether, 928 1,000ths, tier 3, plus 40. Ether accumulation, 928 tier 3. 72 more. Just that much. I can finish within 24 hours, he thought, brimming with determination that suppressed his exhaustion. Continue. He didn't think of eating or anything else, only pushing his training further. So focused was he didn't even hear Mr. Joe calling. The old man eventually opened the door to his room, only to be stunned. He saw Richard sitting in deep meditation, a faint violet glow surrounding him. For the first time, he realized Richard was no ordinary boy. Quickly, he shut the door again, afraid the child would scold him for interrupting. By noon, training felt no different to Richard. The heat of the day was neutralized by the cooling necklace, keeping him comfortable. Surprisingly, absorbing ether during the day was easier than at night. Perhaps because fewer people practiced during daylight, the ambient ether was less divided. The time needed per ether dropped by about 5 minutes. By evening, he had absorbed 33. 33 times 2, 66. Ether, 994 1,000ths, tier 3, plus 66. Ether accumulation, 994 tier 3. Richard lay down after drinking from the ether bottle, 24 hours without food or sleep. Though ether sustained his body, it didn't erase his human needs. But he only needed 6 more. His determination had carried him past limit after limit, yet eventually fatigue claimed him. Despite his will, he fell asleep, stomach empty. But in the middle of the night, the system's voice stirred him awake. Your ether has increased from 994 to 1,000. Ether, 1,000 tier 3 plus 6. Ether accumulation, 1,000 tier 3. 1,000 ether has been accumulated within your body. You have entered the realm of ether will. Your body has automatically created an ether will, allowing you to command all of your ether. Status. Name, Richard. Magic realm. Ether will. Ether, 0 10,000ths, tier 3. Ether accumulation, 1,000 tier 3. Notice, to advance to the next realm, you must not only accumulate 10,000 ether, but also replace your skeleton with an ether skeleton. This is external. You must acquire it yourself. Richard woke with eyes wide and refreshed. At least he had managed a few hours of sleep, enough to clear his mind. Joy. Pure joy filled him. Something had awakened within his body, a soul light difficult to describe. It was part of him, a fragment of his will, a force that could command powers beyond human control. The 1,000 ether within him now felt sharp, distinct. He could control all of it. Everything was different now. So this is what power feels like, he whispered in awe. The only thing frustrating him now was that he had no proper place to unleash it inside this room. He stood, swaying, nearly collapsing again. Bang! He forced himself out the door, startling Mr. Joe, who was drinking wine in the living room. Richard's eyes immediately landed on the loaf of bread beside the wine. Without a word, he grabbed it and devoured it ravenously. His hunger was unbearable. Inside the bread, there was even meat, which gave him much-needed strength. Water, he demanded hoarsely. Mr. Joe leapt up and rushed to the kitchen, returning with a cup of water. Richard snatched it before he could offer it, downing it in one gulp. Only then did he calm down. Now he truly understood the terror of starving for more than 24 hours. No, it had been closer to 30. Of course, he kept eating, though slower now, while Mr. Joe brought him another cup of water. "Boss, are you all right?" Mr. Joe asked carefully, realizing fortune awaited him as long as Richard was pleased with him. Once, he had called him young boss. Now, he called him simply boss. Richard gave a faint smile. Even toward Mr. Joe, his mood was too good not to share. "You know now, don't you?" he said. The old man quickly nodded. "I never expected you to be so great. Already practicing magic at such a young age is exceedingly rare. In this entire region, I believe only Lady Rebecca has accomplished the same," he said with awe. Hearing her name again, Richard only laughed inwardly. Indeed, that woman had begun practicing magic at the age of 7. But he had reached the realm of ether will at the same age. He wondered what her reaction would be if he appeared before her now, claiming to be the son she abandoned as an infant, and showed her his power. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. For him, it was enough to focus on himself. With the system's help, my life will never be as complicated as others. I don't need to involve myself in unnecessary messes, he thought. Chapter 23, Forest of Darkness. The rest of the night, Richard went back to sleep, satisfied after experiencing the power within his body. His only true activity in Appletown so far had taken place at night. He had yet to explore the city during the day, and he didn't want to let tomorrow pass without seeing it under the sun. Perhaps because of his lack of sleep, by the time he woke up, the sun was already shining brightly through the window. He immediately sat up, stood, and stepped out of his room. "Boss, you're awake." The first thing he saw was Mr. Joe's beaming smile. "Old man, you don't look heartbroken anymore," Richard remarked. At his words, Mr. Joe suddenly remembered his crushing heartbreak. "Aim." He cleared his throat. "Your punishment nearly made me forget about my own life. And then I was overjoyed to discover the brightest diamond I've ever seen," he chuckled. "Am I the diamond you're talking about?" Richard asked with a faint smile. "I'm certain you'll become someone great in the future. But I'm a little confused. Talented as you are, without access, how are you able to practice magic?" Mr. Joe voiced his curiosity. At that, Richard shot him a sharp look, clearly telling him this was something he could not ask. Mr. Joe quickly shut his mouth. Of course, Richard wouldn't tell him it was because of the books. Better to keep that secret, or else the old man's head would swell with pride. "I want to bathe," Richard said before heading to the bathroom. It had been days since he last bathed, and he could feel the dirt clinging to him. After his bath and a small breakfast, Richard finally left Mr. Joe's house, alone. Since gaining power, he felt far more comfortable wandering by himself. On the main street of the city, he finally witnessed the bustle he had never seen before. There were so many people, from the wealthy to the common folk, even groups of arrogant youths between 15 and 20 years old. Even compared to cities on Earth, Appletown seemed far livelier. Here, everything had to be done in person. Unlike Earth, there was no distant communication. Richard walked on, his eyes constantly darting left and right. He saw builders raising new homes on empty plots, laborers hauling goods on their backs, and roads filled with merchants. As a 7-year-old boy, he felt free and unrestrained. No one treated him as part of society. Wherever he went, people simply assumed he was a child wandering while his parents lingered nearby. Eventually, his wandering led him to a school built on wide grounds, surrounded by walls, with a 3-story building at its center. He saw children of various ages entering, some as young as himself, still escorted by their parents, while the eldest looked around 15 or 16. Richard sensed that the older ones, like William, had already begun gathering ether. He guessed this must be the school Mrs. Wilson had mentioned. He had to admit, it looked interesting. With the right teachers, one could continue to receive guidance. But in truth, it wasn't what he needed. So he moved on, heading north of the city, unaware that in one of the alleys he passed, a pink-haired woman named Olivia was watching him. Her rose-colored eyes glimmered faintly. He actually possesses an ether will. Truly unbelievable, she thought. Others couldn't sense Richard's strength, but there were always a few unique individuals with extraordinary detection abilities. She continued watching him, startled when she realized his destination was the Forest of Darkness. Richard, reaching the northern edge of the city, finally found it. The Forest of Darkness, enclosed by towering walls that spanned a wide area. Inside loomed immense trees, and now and then, fierce roars echoed from within. The gate to the forest was heavily guarded by sky armor knights. Only children aged 17 or younger could enter. What surprised him even more was something resembling a screen, though seemingly made of magic, fixed to the wall. It displayed names, their points, and ages. He even spotted William Wagner's name, ranked fourth with a total of 663 points, age 15. Richard guessed this was the same William he had met yesterday. Richard, startled, he turned to find Olivia suddenly standing beside him, her charming smile catching him so off guard that he nearly stumbled. "Do you want to test your strength?" she asked, her words making his eyes tremble. But he quickly regained his composure. "Yes," he answered. "In truth, the Forest of Darkness isn't the most suitable place. The beasts within are only Tier 1 and 1+. They're meant for children who haven't awakened their ether will," Olivia explained. Richard had already suspected she knew, since she asked if he wanted to test his strength. But to him, it wasn't a serious matter if someone knew of his power. "Of course, I understand. You must be aiming for the rewards, haha." And rightly so. The reward for reaching 1,000 points is an ether skull. It's a very expensive item, more expensive than hands and feet or body parts. At your realm, gathering 1,000 points wouldn't take more than a day, she added. Hearing the prize she spoke of, Richard's interest grew. To advance to the next realm, beyond accumulating ether, he would need to replace his skeleton with an ether skeleton. Naturally, this was no simple matter. Ether skeletons were rare, said to be born of the world itself, and each time they appeared, great powers fought to claim them. And they never appeared whole, only as separate parts such as skull, hands, or legs, forcing people to gather them piece by piece. "By the way, Richard, what if we work together? You help me retrieve something from the Forest of Darkness, and I'll pay you accordingly. I can even help hide your identity if you don't want to draw attention," Olivia offered once more. Chapter 24, Roaring. Richard hadn't expected such an offer from her. He couldn't help but ask, "What is it you need me to retrieve?" "A necklace from a corpse buried deep in the forest. If you go far enough, you'll find a grave beneath a sakura tree," Olivia replied. Richard frowned at her words. Taking something from a corpse, just hearing it made his skin crawl. And wouldn't that mean he would have to dig up the grave as well? "What will you give me in return?" Richard asked. "You might like this." Suddenly, a small vial appeared in her hand, filled with thick crimson liquid that looked disturbingly like blood. Richard didn't recognize it. "You have a red horse. If you feed this liquid to your mount, it will awaken its primordial bloodline, allowing it to draw out that potential and evolve into a primordial beast, something far beyond ordinary wild creatures," Olivia explained. At her words, Richard couldn't help but feel intrigued. His eyes lit up with strong desire for the vial, but moments later, it vanished once again. The woman clearly possessed some kind of storage artifact. "Fine, but help me with a disguise," Richard said. He had no idea how she intended to help him hide. "Of course," she replied, taking his hand and pulling him into a narrow alley first. There, she produced a large black cloak, far too big for a 7-year-old boy. But as Olivia draped it over him, it adjusted itself, shrinking to fit perfectly around his small frame. The cloak came with a hood that covered his head, and from it radiated a faint white glow, making his figure harder to discern. This is a ghost cloak, quite common among magi, though still very expensive. In regions filled with powerful people, many magi use these to conceal their identities, Olivia explained. But when you register for a token, they'll check your hand and confirm your age. So they'll still know you're 7. Not much you could do about that, besides being short, huh? "I'm tall for my age," Richard muttered with a pout before heading toward the gate of the dark forest. His cloak drew immediate attention as it concealed his entire figure. One of the sky armor knights stepped forward to meet him. "Who are you?" the knight asked coldly. "Richard. I want to enter the dark forest," Richard replied plainly, his childish voice echoing out and startling the knight along with the others nearby. They gave him strange looks. "Why hide your appearance?" the knight pressed. "Is there a problem?" Richard asked back. "Oh no, of course not," the knight said with a faint smirk. "Show me your hand." Richard lifted his hand, still soft and spotless, making it clear he really was just a child. The knight pressed an iron-like symbol against his palm. It glowed faintly before displaying a number. 7 years old. Are you certain you wish to enter the dark forest? The knight asked hesitantly upon seeing Richard's age. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense Richard's true strength. If I die, I'll only have myself to blame, Richard answered calmly. At that, the knight gave a small nod. I'm sure your background isn't ordinary, seeing as you own a ghost cloak. But I must warn you, the dark forest is no place for a child to play. The beasts within are savage and bloodthirsty. They will attack any human they see. Of course, it doesn't matter. If the child truly wishes to die, he said. Richard remained silent as the knight asked once more, Do you have a family name? None, Richard replied. Very well. The knight then pulled out a token with a small screen on its front. Pressing it against the symbol, the display shifted. Richard, age 7. Points, 0. Richard's data had appeared on the screen. Keep this, the knight instructed, handing the token over. Richard took it with curiosity. It resembled technology, though of course, he knew it was magic. Magic can actually be turned into something far more advanced than technology. Perhaps people in this world focus too much on strength, leaving little room for new ideas, he thought. Can I enter now? Richard asked. Stand over there first. We need to make sure you aren't carrying any external source of power, the knight said, pointing to a circle of multicolored stones. All right, Richard nodded and stepped inside. Immediately, the stones lit up, their glow wrapping around his body for several seconds before fading away. You pass, the knight declared with a wave of his hand. Richard then stepped through the gates of the dark forest, a heavy and oppressive sensation washing over him the moment he entered. He pressed forward, walking past towering trees until the gate was no longer visible behind him. The forest was vast. He didn't encounter any beasts right away, but his sharp instincts warned him that bloodthirsty creatures lurked everywhere. Before long, he spotted a monkey dangling from a branch above. It wasn't like the monkeys he had seen in Purple Rose Village. This one was as large as a grown man, larger than Richard himself. Yet upon seeing him, the monkey suddenly leapt away. Calling its pack, Richard muttered suspiciously. Unafraid, he pressed onward. Sure enough, the monkey soon returned, with its pack. Around 15 of them in total, one clearly larger than the rest. That must be a Tier 1 plus beast, Richard thought. Whack, whack, whack. The monkeys screeched loudly, their cries harsh and grating in his ears. It gave him an idea to respond in kind. The moment he entertained the thought, his eyes lit with a savage glow. Roar, he bellowed, unleashing his ether alongside the roar. He was instantly shocked by its sheer power. Louder and fiercer than the most violent thunder he had ever heard, it boomed like a devastating explosion. Even the wind responded, surging outward from him as though pushed by some invisible force. The monkey's fur bristled, rising upward under the pressure, their bodies trembling violently as if struck in the head by a hammer. Eyes wide and shaking uncontrollably, they fell together from the trees, including the largest one. Each body released a glowing orb of light, which quickly flew into Richard's token. Richard, age 7. Points, 170. His token's points had surged dramatically. Did they just die? Richard murmured, stunned. At first, he thought it was merely some arcane art, meant only to make him appear fearsome with a dragon's roar. Loud and intimidating, but harmless. But this was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 25, Shadow Monsters. In truth, Richard's roar had echoed all the way to the city. Though muffled by distance, it still startled those near the dark forest. Several even stumbled and fell, overwhelmed by shock. What was that? Someone muttered. Was it a beast's roar? How could it be that loud? Even the Sky Armor Knights exchanged bewildered looks. What was that just now? Was that truly a roar? There's no way the beasts inside the dark forest could produce a roar like that, right? Could one of them have evolved and awakened a primordial bloodline? Even if they were true, No roar should be that powerful. Besides, the beasts put into the forest were carefully selected to ensure none of them had primordial bloodlines. The knights' faces shifted with uncertainty, confusion filling their expressions. Investigate it? That wasn't their duty. Their job was to guard the gate and slay any beast that tried to escape. We should report this to the city lord first. Agreed, we can't act rashly. Besides, only that boy went inside. Hey, look! He already has 170 points, another suddenly said in shock. The wall's display only showed the top 10 rankings, but the knights had the ability to check anyone's points through the same symbol that had verified Richard's hand earlier. Quickly, others gathered to confirm. How did he accumulate that many points so quickly? Could he really be that strong? The only way would be if he slaughtered an entire pack at once. Compared to the roar, the knights were even more shaken by this revelation. They completely forgot about reporting to the city lord, instead staring intently at the symbol to track Richard's score. Meanwhile, Richard pressed deeper into the forest. He was headed straight for its center. Strangely, ever since his roar, not a single beast had appeared along his path. Are they afraid of me now? Richard wondered, suspicious that they might sense his presence and recognize him as the source of that devastating roar. Of course, the forest wasn't all that vast, only about half the size of Appletown. It didn't take long before he reached the center, where clusters of sakura trees bloomed. Beneath one of them lay a grave, marked by a nameless tombstone, the soil still fresh as though it had been buried only days ago. I should be able to dig this up like so, Richard thought, channeling his ether into the earth and merging with it. Sure enough, he soon felt control over the soil itself. With 90% affinity for the earth element, how could he fail to manipulate it? At his will, the ground split apart, revealing a coffin within, still fresh, newly buried. Richard hesitated at the sight. He had no interest in gazing upon corpses, but for Olivia's promised reward, he steeled himself. Climbing down into the grave, he braced his courage. His fingers pried into the crack between coffin and lid, then forced it open. His nerves shifted into pure surprise at what he found. It wasn't a human corpse, but the preserved body of an orange cat. Clearly very old, yet its fur remained pristine. Around its neck hung a black necklace with a pendant shaped like a tiny skull. Whose cat is this? Why was it buried like a person? Was it so highly honored? Richard wondered aloud. He placed his hand upon the cold body, startled to sense faint remnants of tremendous power lingering within, slowly dispersing into the world. This was no ordinary creature. Richard suspected the cat belonged to someone powerful, perhaps sharing a deep bond with it. Still, he had come this far. There was no turning back. He pulled the skull pendant necklace free from the cat's neck. A faint, mysterious aura pulsed from it. This must be valuable, but I don't know what it is, he thought. Climbing out, he cast one last curious glance at the cat before closing the grave again with a single thought, the soil folding neatly back into place. Where are the beasts? Richard muttered irritably, scanning the forest. Then an idea struck him. He stretched out his hand. Whoosh! Shadowy energy surged forth, shaping itself into 8 massive lions, each 3 times the size of an ordinary lion. Even Richard was shocked by the result. Of course, these were born from the 100 Shadow Monster arcane art. He had mastered it to 8%, allowing him to form 8 shadow beasts. Though forged of darkness, they appeared vividly alive, with fierce expressions and eyes filled with loyalty, just like his steed Athena. Their bodies were half shadow, half substance, able to strike with real force, yet still move fluidly like shadows. If only he had more ether, they would have been even larger. Go, hunt the beasts. Kill them all, Richard commanded. The lions even nodded in response before bounding away in different directions. Each leap carried them 20 meters through the air, astonishing Richard. He himself couldn't jump nearly that far. Not long after they vanished, 2 glowing orbs returned, sinking into Richard's token and increasing his points. Then came 3 more. Richard smiled in satisfaction, realizing he no longer had to lift a finger. The shadow lions would continue fighting until their energy ran dry and their bodies dissolved. Back at the gate, the knights still monitored Richard's progress. His points weren't increasing steadily, leaving them puzzled. Unless he stumbled upon a dying pack and finished them off, one knight suggested, a notion the others quickly agreed with. He's just a 7-year-old child. How strong could he possibly be, no matter how much of a genius? Let's just file the report to the city lord. That roar must be investigated. Wait, his points just rose again. Point 190. Point 250. Point 380. Point 500. Point 670. At that moment, Richard's name appeared on the wall's display, his score leaping into the top 10. In fact, he had reached rank 4, pushing William down a spot. His data now shone clearly for all to see. Richard, age 7. Rank 4. Points 700. His speed in accumulating points could only be described as absurd. But what truly left everyone in disbelief was his age. 7 years old. How could a 7-year-old possibly do this? If he were 16 or 17, already in the ethereal realm, then perhaps it could be explained. But 7 years old? No one had ever heard of a child that young stepping into the ethereal realm. Chapter 26. Reward. Richard, age 7. Rank 1. Points 1,000. In just a few minutes after reaching rank 4, Richard surged to rank 1, his points skyrocketing to 1,000. For someone at the ethereal realm, this was only natural. The Dark Forest was designed as a trial ground for children who had yet to reach that stage. If anything, it felt like cheating, entering a place far beneath his level. But unfortunately for the others, the forest's rules were bound only by age, not cultivation. It would take 10 more years before Richard was barred from entering. That's enough, Richard muttered. With a single thought, he dismissed his shadow lions. They scattered instantly, vanishing into the air. Without them, he resumed his walk toward the gate. Along the way, not a single beast appeared. They had all been cowed by his earlier roar. Before long, the gates came into view. Stepping through, Richard found crowds frozen, staring at the glowing rankings on the wall. The Sky Armor Knights finally noticed him, returning as if nothing had happened, his calm demeanor unchanged. Their wide-eyed stares followed him, expressions etched with disbelief that seemed as though they would never fade. Richard, too lazy to bother with them, simply walked past. He turned toward the alley where Olivia was waiting. The rewards weren't theirs to grant anyway. They could only be claimed from the city lord. Richard would need Olivia's help for that. As he entered the alley, Olivia grasped his hand. Whoosh! She whisked him away at breathtaking speed, so fast Richard couldn't see anything around him. Moments later, they arrived inside a luxurious house, shelves lined with antiques glimmering in the soft light. You're safe here, Olivia said with a smile. Richard began removing the phantom cloak, which Olivia quickly reclaimed. Everyone must have realized you've reached the ethereal realm. Your name is destined to shake the world. But with so many children named Richard, even among 7-year-olds, no one will easily uncover your true identity. Can you help me collect my reward? Richard asked, showing his token. Olivia snatched it with a playful chuckle. I'll take care of it. The city lord is a close friend of mine. He won't force you to reveal your identity. By the way, did you find the necklace? She asked. In response, Richard produced the black chain with its skull-shaped pendant. This one, yes. Olivia snatched it faster than either the cloak or the token, as if terrified he might change his mind. The joy on her face was so radiant it looked like she might burst into dance. My payment, Richard reminded her. Relax, relax, Olivia said with a wide grin, handing him a vial filled with red liquid. Richard took it, eyeing it curiously. He cherished his horse, Athena, and naturally wished for her to grow into a primordial beast. Will this really work? He asked. It's called a bloodline potion. Of course it will, Olivia replied. But what about the necklace? Why didn't you take it yourself? Richard pressed, puzzled that she had relied on him. Surely, if she wanted, she could have infiltrated the Dark Forest herself. That necklace is a slave seal. Once bound with my blood, anyone who wears it will become my servant. Olivia explained this casually, yet Richard's eyes widened in shock. Had he known, he would have kept it for himself. But now it was already in Olivia's possession. A sliver of worry flickered in him. Would she try to use it on him? But Olivia calmly tucked the necklace away, showing no hint of malice. Nor did she explain why she hadn't retrieved it personally. Richard narrowed his eyes. He suspected it had belonged to someone powerful enough to enslave the cat buried there. It was strange that such a master would allow the necklace to be buried along with the creature, unless they had been elsewhere when the cat died and merely instructed others to bury it. Those who did the burial perhaps dared not remove anything from the body. In the end, Richard had been the one to retrieve it. Watching Olivia smile now, he felt like she had tricked a child into doing her dirty work. Patience, patience, Richard thought. He couldn't oppose her yet, not while he still needed her to secure his reward from the city lord. After that, he would repay her deception. All right, I'll visit the city lord first. Stay here, Olivia said, standing with a lingering chuckle. She opened a window overlooking a narrow alley, stepped through, and disappeared in an instant. Her swift movements made Richard realize she far surpassed Mrs. Wilson in agility, clearly an expert in the art of movement. Richard sat patiently, making no plans until her return. It would be nice if I had a storage artifact too, he thought. The city lord resided in the heart of Apple Town, within a lavish castle guarded by countless soldiers. He was still young, only in his early 30s, having earned his position through notable achievements. Handsome, with neatly kept blonde hair, his face wore a constant, welcoming smile. Liam, Olivia appeared directly in the castle's main hall, interrupting him as he listened to reports from his man. The city lord, Liam, looked pleasantly surprised. What brings you here, Olivia? You know, I'm rather busy at the moment, he said. I came to help a boy named Richard claim his reward. Olivia replied casually, tossing Richard's token to him. Liam's eyes widened at the sight. You know who this boy is? He asked. I know, but I won't tell anyone, Olivia answered firmly. Liam frowned. You'd best not investigate. It's better for you that way, unless you want to bring upon yourself trouble you cannot handle, she warned, her tone deadly serious. Her words erased the smile from Liam's face. Very well. He finally nodded, after some thought, then retrieved a large glass case. Inside was a skull, seemingly carved from diamond. Olivia took it without hesitation and left at once. Her speed was so great that even the city lord himself was left astonished, realizing he wouldn't be able to follow. She must be hiding the boy in some random house, Liam thought. But that didn't mean he had no way of finding him. Apple Town was under his command. If he wished, he could track down everyone Olivia had encountered before this day. Surely, among them, the boy was hiding. But Olivia's warning still rang in his mind, leaving him wary. Chapter 27, Cunning. Richard didn't have to wait long. Olivia returned through the same window she had left from, carrying a glass case within which rested a skull. For a brief moment, Richard thought it was a massive diamond, carved into the shape of a head. Here it is. Olivia placed the glass case before him. Richard wasted no time. He lifted the case, opened it, and pulled out the skull. Despite its solid appearance, it was feather-light in his hand, like holding hardened cotton. The instant he touched it, Richard felt an overwhelming urge to absorb it. Without hesitation, he did. The skull melted into shimmering light, dissolving into his own head. Ding! Your skull bone has been replaced with an ether skull bone. You gain an additional 1,000 ether accumulation derived from the ether skull bone. Ether accumulation, 2,000 Tier 3. The notification echoed in his mind. Replacing each section of his skeleton with ether bones granted a flat increase of 1,000 ether accumulation, matching the tier of absorbed ether. Skull, arms, legs, torso, 4 sections in total for a possible 4,000 ether. At the peak before advancing to the next realm, an ethereal magus could accumulate up to 15,000 ether and more through other methods. For Richard, who had only 1,000 before, this single gain doubled his strength. He hadn't drawn in any ether since advancing. making the increase all the more significant. But it wasn't just the numbers. From the ether skull bone came something far greater, a sixth sense. A new faculty awakened within him, an ability to see, hear, and speak without relying on eyes, ears, or mouth. Like telepathy, but sharper, more versatile. With it, he could project his voice directly into the minds of others. This was why the skull was the most valuable of all. "Congratulations on becoming stronger," Olivia said warmly. "It's nothing," Richard replied flatly. "You must be craving a real challenge. Appletown is far too small for you. The Valley Night City would suit you far better. That's where geniuses gather. But of course, to meet worthy opponents, you'd have to face older children." Olivia's voice carried a teasing edge. But Richard shook his head. "I'm not interested." "Oh." Olivia's eyes gleamed. Her curiosity piqued, as though she had guessed Richard harbored a deeper reason. "Can I leave now?" Richard stood. "Yes, of course. This isn't my house, after all, so there's nothing here tying you to me." "Richard." He walked toward the door, only to come face to face with William and his maid, Elsa. Both froze in shock. Then William's face contorted into fury. "You brat! How dare you break into my aunt's house?" he shouted. Richard fell silent. He glanced back, only to realize Olivia had already vanished. A curse rose in his mind. "I'll pay her back for this soon enough," he thought bitterly. At the same time, he wore an expression of helplessness toward William. Then, with a sudden push of his small hand, he shoved him. It looked weak, insignificant, yet William crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. "Young master!" Elsa rushed to his side, horrified. Richard darted into a side alley, vanishing from sight. By now, he understood. Living among crowds meant running into trouble after trouble. Only in the Purple Rose Village did he remain unbothered, for none there dared to cross him. Through winding alleys, Richard easily made his way back to Mr. Joe's home. The old man was asleep on the sofa. Richard tapped his shoulder, jolting him upright. "Boss!" Mr. Joe exclaimed in surprise. "Let's go. We're heading home," Richard said. "Now." The old man blinked, bewildered. But Richard offered no further words and strode toward the door. If Joe didn't follow, Richard would leave without him. Athena wasn't asleep, idly munching on grass outside. Richard mounted her back at once, forcing Joe to hurry after. "Wait, boss," he called, clambering up behind. Only then did Athena set into motion. But Richard kept her pace steady. Rushing inside the city would only invite more problems. As for William, Richard barely gave him another thought. Who knew if he'd even be able to track him down? Besides, the matter wouldn't escalate. Nothing had been stolen from that house. There was no crime to report. On their way out of town, Richard cast his gaze at the passers-by. Whoosh! He spread his sixth sense outward, extending 20 meters in all directions. Invisible, undetectable. Yet to him, it revealed everything. Every detail, every sound, even with eyes closed. Best of all, he could speak mind to mind. Richard planned to spread a rumor that he had taken the slave seal from the dark forest grave, forced by Olivia, and had already handed it over to her. But he would wait. A larger crowd was needed. "Old man, do you know anything about a cat's grave in the dark forest?" Richard asked. Yes. I've heard of it," Joe replied with a nod. "They say it belonged to Lady Rebecca, a primordial beast, intelligent as a man. Lady Rebecca bought it at great cost, enslaved it, and often sent it on errands. A week ago, she dispatched it here to Appletown to bring in more beasts for the dark forest. Under its command, the wild creatures grew tame. But the cat suddenly died here in town. Some say it was poisoned. Perhaps Lady Rebecca was occupied, for she didn't send anyone to retrieve it. She merely ordered the city lord to have it buried. Then perhaps Olivia was the one who poisoned it, Richard thought darkly. He hadn't expected this to connect back to his mother. But no matter its owner, one thing was clear: Olivia had used him. Rebecca might have left the slave seal in the grave deliberately as bait. Whoever dared take it would expose themselves as the culprit. After all, there was nothing else on that orange cat worth stealing. No one would kill it without that single goal. Olivia must have thought, No matter how talented, a 7-year-old boy wouldn't think so deeply. So she used him. A cunning fox indeed. I should have known, given how she makes her money, Richard thought grimly. Before long, Athena carried them to the city's great gate, standing wide open. It was midday. People of all ages streamed in and out. Richard decided it was the perfect place to spread the news. Chapter 28, Grace. As he passed through the gate, Richard blended into the crowd. His small figure quickly disappeared from sight. There were also many children from nearby villages, brought along by their parents. I am Richard, the one who gathered 1,000 points in the Forest of Darkness. I was forced by Olivia Skylight to take the slave seal from Lady Rebecca's cat's corpse, and that seal is now in her hands. Richard sent the message to everyone within a 20-meter radius. Most of the people there knew nothing about him, since they hadn't even heard of the incident in the northern Forest of Darkness. But whether they knew or not was irrelevant. Now they knew, and it was certain to become a topic of discussion. Richard didn't care even if Olivia exposed his identity, because there was nothing wrong with who he was. Who just spoke? Someone wondered. Richard? Did he really gather 1,000 points in the Forest of Darkness? So he was the one who took the slave seal? How bold. It was Olivia Skylight who forced him. Could it be that woman who poisoned Lady Rebecca's cat? While people whispered, Richard was already gone, and Mr. Joe hadn't heard anything. He mounted his horse and spurred it faster. The words he had spoken spread quickly, merging with the other rumor that he was only 7 years old. The more people spoke, the faster it reached Olivia's ears, who was almost never still, always roaming the town. She had just stepped out of shop when she overheard a group talking. Olivia Skylight. I always knew she was daring. She's been toying with stronger people since long ago, but they all failed to teach her a lesson. In the end, she even surpassed them. But this time, she's in serious trouble. When her name was mentioned, Olivia instinctively froze mid-step, though the people speaking hadn't noticed her. Most likely she's the one who poisoned Lady Rebecca's cat. Appletown isn't that big. There aren't many who could do such a thing. But to provoke Lady Rebecca, things won't end well for that woman. I think she wasn't so smart this time, forcing a child to act for her, only for that child to expose her secret. But that boy is incredible too. He's only 7, yet it seems he's already a true magus. Yes, his power is far too great. The only explanation is that he already has an ether will to control all his gathered ether. Richard, he's actually... Olivia's cheeks flushed as she realized what had happened. How could he have told others? How could he even say she forced him? Weren't they supposed to be partners? Hadn't she paid him with something valuable? Whoosh. Overcome with unease, Olivia vanished. The distance between Appletown and Night Valley City might seem far, but great news traveled quickly. Some people sent messages via carrier pigeons that flew at astonishing speeds. Within just a few hours, Richard's name spread among the upper circles of Night Valley City. A 7-year-old boy who had already reached the realm of ether will. Such a thing had never been heard of before. Among those who heard was Mrs. Wilson, who received the information directly from a servant of Lady Rebecca's household, even in the form of a letter sent straight from Appletown. From the servant. The news should have gone to Rebecca herself. But for Mrs. Wilson, this was no simple matter. The boy's name was Richard, and he was 7 years old. She instantly guessed it truly was Richard. But that name, it was the very name Rebecca had wanted for her child before his birth. Mrs. Wilson herself had told Sister Lisa that the baby's name was Richard back then. Could the young master truly have already reached the realm of ether will? At the time, I did feel he had gathered a lot of ether, but this is far too fast, she thought. How will Madame react if she hears this? Even if she never cared about her son's fate, she could hardly forget his name and age. Mrs. Wilson grew restless. It would be dangerous to hide such a thing from Rebecca. She would eventually hear of it anyway. After much hesitation, Mrs. Wilson decided to tell her. She walked to a door on the 2nd floor of the Grand Castle. Knock, knock. Madam, it's me, she called. Enter. I'm not busy. A cold voice echoed from within. Mrs. Wilson pushed the door open. A black-haired woman in a black gown sat by the window, sipping tea. She looked as though she were in her mid-20s, yet carried a mature aura. Her expression was more than indifferent. She seemed utterly detached from life itself, as though she would remain unmoved even if the world collapsed. Her eyes were cold and filled with a clear ambition. All of it matched perfectly with her pale, beautiful face. "What is it, Mrs. Wilson?" Rebecca asked. "Madam, I have just received information from Appletown about a new genius and about someone suspected of killing your cat," Mrs. Wilson replied, taking out the letter and handing it to Rebecca so she could read it herself. Rebecca accepted the letter and began reading. In no time, her brows knitted together. Just that reaction alone was enough to make Mrs. Wilson's heart pound. But in the end, Rebecca's response went no further. "Send people to find Olivia Skylight. And that genius, I think he's a great talent. Even if he's training a codex that absorbs Tier 1 ether, his talent is still very, very high. If his identity is found, recruit him. Give him any offer until he agrees. If necessary, tell him he can marry my daughter. I will train him and make him start all over again with a better codex," she said. At that, Mrs. Wilson swallowed hard, wondering whether this woman had no suspicion at all that it was her own son. But on reflection, she realized Rebecca didn't even know which orphanage her child had been sent to. And now she wanted to recruit him, going so far as to marry him to her daughter. That daughter was not her real child, but her adopted one, the rising star of Night Valley City. She was also 7 years old. Yet even with all the Moonshadow family's resources, she was still far from the realm of ether will. At present, she had only gathered about 500 ether, still a long way off. After a long silence, Mrs. Wilson nodded. She turned around and took a step while wondering what if Rebecca knew that Richard was training a codex that absorbed Tier 3 ether. "Call Grace here," Rebecca added as Mrs. Wilson reached the door. The latter nodded again. Not long after, a black-haired girl who resembled Rebecca in style appeared at the doorway. Even at her young age, her extraordinary beauty was evident, and her cold demeanor was strikingly similar to Rebecca's. The only difference was her hair, perfectly straight, her bangs falling neatly to cover her forehead, and her blood-red eyes sometimes gave the impression that she wasn't entirely human. Chapter 29, Phenomenon. "Mother." The young girl, Grace, greeted Rebecca respectfully. Rebecca had always wanted to raise her own child, but it was clear she lacked the talent for it. Between her and Grace, things were stiff and distant. Even if Grace had been her biological daughter, perhaps it would have been the same. "I want to tell you that there is a boy your age who has already reached the realm of ether will. Even if he relied on something or stumbled upon a stroke of luck, it doesn't change the fact that his achievement surpasses yours," Rebecca said, bringing up Richard. Grace was slightly startled at her words, but since she was used to wearing a cold expression, her surprise lasted only a moment and was barely visible. "I intend to recruit that boy to my side once we discover his identity. And afterward, you will be engaged to him," Rebecca continued. Though only 7, Grace had received the finest education. Her insight was higher than that of most adults. She understood what the future demanded, that during her childhood, she must work tirelessly so that, once grown, she could secure a good life. Knowing she was merely Rebecca's adopted daughter pushed her to work even harder. Even so, she found it difficult to stay calm when her marriage was being arranged now, with someone she had only just heard of and had never met. Unfortunately, she had long been conditioned never to defy Rebecca's orders. Without realizing it, she nodded. "I am forcing you, yes. But if you truly have the ability, you can refuse," Rebecca added, giving Grace a path to determine her own fate. But it was a path she could only walk with her own strength. "You may go," Rebecca waved her hand dismissively. Grace left, burdened with countless thoughts. Rebecca watched her go, the faintest smile curving her lips. "If you cannot be the best, then you must help me bring the best to my side," she murmured softly. She wanted a really strong adopted daughter. Grace was the best he could find. If only she found Richard, she would naturally choose him as her adopted son. As she was alone and started reading the information in the letter again, she suddenly showed a doubtful expression. Richard, 7 years, she said in a quieter voice, finally remembering the baby she had given birth to. Hasn't it been 7 years since then? When she thought about it, she couldn't help but have the strange thought that this boy might be her son. But a moment later, she shook her head. What a stupid thing to think, she said to a quiet laugh, which was unusual considering she almost never laughed. Richard hurried back to Purple Rose Village with Athena. He wasn't troubled by what he had done in Appletown, but in truth, he worried that Sister Lisa, or his ancestor, might be concerned because he had been gone too long. After all, he hadn't told his ancestor about this. Surely the old man must be wondering why he hadn't shown up in days. At noon, the journey was easier for Athena. Her pace was faster than at night, and the upward paths didn't tire her at all. As they passed through other villages, Richard finally noticed how much more prosperous they were than Purple Rose Village, especially Red Wheat Village. Around each village stretched vast fields of wheat, glowing crimson, their quality far superior to ordinary grain. Richard had to slow Athena because the roads were crowded with children playing. Many of them were his age, but perhaps because their lives were comfortable with parents and families, they seemed far more childish than the orphans. Richard couldn't be bothered to watch them. He rode past, gaze wandering over the scenery. The children, meanwhile, stared at him in awe, a boy so small, yet riding such a massive horse. Old Joe. To Richard's surprise, someone suddenly called out to Mr. Joe. It was an elderly man, tall but extremely fat, wearing a robe that looked far too luxurious for a villager, more befitting a noble. "What is it, old bear?" Mr. Joe asked, his expression showing clear displeasure. Richard didn't know if that was truly his name, but it suited him well enough, tall, fat like a bear. "Old Joe, I didn't expect you to still hold a grudge against me for losing at gambling," Old Bear replied, which only made Joe's face darker. "I only wanted to tell you. This morning, a flock of birds descended from the mountain, as if migrating en masse. 10 years ago, the same thing happened, and 2 days later a horde of terrifying beasts appeared around your village. You and your people should evacuate quickly." "What?" Joe's eyes went wide. "That's impossible. Old Bear, don't joke about something so serious. Don't accuse me of lying. Do you think I would lie about this?" The fat old man looked deadly serious, enough that Richard furrowed his brows. Before Joe could say more, Richard tugged Athena's reins, urging her forward. "Old man, what kind of beasts appeared 10 years ago?" Richard asked. "Similar to the beasts in the dark forest, some even worse." Fortunately, Lisa was still a member of the Sky Armor Legion back then. She sensed something was wrong, so she called her comrades in time. Otherwise, the entire village might have been slaughtered. Joe answered breathlessly, panic creeping into his voice. "Do you know what caused their appearance?" Richard pressed. Beasts weren't unheard of near Purple Rose Village and its neighbors. At night, their howls could sometimes be heard. But overall, these mountains were considered safe. Most beasts here were only Tier 1, rarely Tier 1+, and often hunted by adventurers, making them even scarcer. The mountains themselves were protected by the kingdom, as they produced valuable crops. There had never been a large-scale beast horde. Surely something unusual had triggered this. I don't know the cause. Perhaps Lisa does," Joe muttered, staring ahead. Richard stopped asking. This old man knew nothing. He was merely a witness to past events. From Red Wheat Village, it wasn't long before they arrived at Purple Rose Village. Old Bear hadn't been lying. The villagers were clearly restless. Everyone stood outside their homes, though the children still played, ignorant of how terrifying even one beast could be, let alone a horde. "Get down here," Richard ordered Joe to dismount. After that, he went straight to the orphanage. The children inside were carrying on with their usual activities. Richard asked where Sister Lisa was, and they said she was inside. When Richard stepped in, he found Sister Lisa herself, her face clouded with worry. Chapter 30, Just a Small Matter. The woman was startled to see him, but then looked relieved. "Richard, thank goodness you're here. Quick, help me write a letter," she said hurriedly, clearly not in the mood to ask why he had only just returned after several days. "Sister, is it true that a beast horde is coming?" Richard asked in response. "So you've already heard?" "Yes, it's true. There may be a beast horde. 10 years ago, they appeared 2 days after the birds left," Sister Lisa answered. She scratched her hair anxiously while searching for paper and ink. "Where do they come from? What causes them to appear? Isn't this region supposed to be safe?" Richard pressed for answers. "I don't know. Our investigation 10 years ago yielded nothing. The beast hordes seemed to just appear out of nowhere." Hearing that, Richard furrowed his brows again. So even Sister Lisa and her comrades in the Sky Armor Legion didn't know. At that moment, Sister Lisa finally found paper and ink. She handed them to Richard. "Quick, write this. Brother Carlos, Purple Rose Village may be attacked by a beast horde again. Please inform the commander about this." Richard reluctantly took the materials and went to the table to write down exactly what Sister Lisa said. Though he had never studied writing in this world, he had memorized the shapes of every letter. He could write naturally, though his hand was stiff and the result not very pretty. Anyone reading it might be annoyed at the sloppy handwriting. But to Sister Lisa, who couldn't read, it was already extraordinary. She quickly took the paper and hurried off, clearly intending to send it with a pigeon. Left alone, Richard fell into thought but couldn't figure out anything. Finally, he left the orphanage and rode his horse into the forest to meet his ancestor, whom he hadn't visited in quite some time. Richard sometimes worried the old man might vanish if he didn't come see him. Fortunately, the man was still there, lounging in a freshly made chair. He was eating roasted duck and drinking wine from who knows where. "Oh, Richard, you're finally back." The man immediately sat up when he saw him. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Richard asked. The question made Aldrich laugh. "Boy, are you worried about me? Come now. You know your ancestor once competed for the world magic ether, and I'm still alive after sleeping for so long in the sea of calamity. What could possibly threaten me in a forest like this? Oh, you seem to have formed an ether will. Did your trip outside grant you much benefit?" His eyes narrowed as he sensed the difference in Richard. "Grandfather, you knew I went outside?" Richard asked. "Of course I knew. I sneaked into your village when you didn't show up for days and heard that you had gone to a town," Aldrich replied. Richard nodded. "Yes, I did gain much from it. By the way, Grandfather, the birds left the mountain. I heard that 10 years ago, when this happened, a beast horde suddenly appeared around the village. It seems it will happen again. In your opinion, what causes it?" "Just a small matter," Aldrich said, confusing Richard. "You see, if the sky falls, let the great ones handle it. If it's a small problem, leave it to the small folk. This is only a minor matter. You don't need to worry too much. Didn't they deal with the horde 10 years ago? This time, they should be able to handle it again." "Richard, Grandfather, you seem to enjoy making jokes," Richard said, his expression torn between a smile and a grimace. But Aldrich beckoned him over to the chair. "Sit. Let's talk about your training. You've improved a lot. Have you mastered the Codex of Moonshadow and the 2 arcanes I gave you?" "I've begun to master them," Richard replied. "How much?" Aldrich pressed. "Among them, my progress with 100 shadow monsters has been the fastest." As he said this, Richard waved his hand. Whoosh! He released shadow energy that instantly formed into 8 massive shadow lions, 5 times larger than normal lions. Compared to last time, they were far bigger because Richard's ether had doubled. Aldrich's eyes widened at the sight. For him, this was unimaginable. But to Richard, it was nothing special. "Grandfather, as you can see, I've made great progress. Now, will you tell me how those beasts appear?" Richard asked again. "I already told you. It's just a small matter. You don't need to trouble yourself over small matters," Aldrich replied again, making Richard roll his eyes. The problem was, Aldrich truly saw it as a trivial issue, not worth attention. It wasn't that he was hiding anything. He simply didn't care. Richard fell silent for a while, then remembered something. "Grandfather, what do you think about the Black Heart Soul? That is something remarkable. Dragon Knights rely on it to become unstoppable, for it gives the heart the ability to gather hidden power. If I had it, I could grow even stronger. Aldrich said at once, serious this time. But the Blackheart soul demands too much slaughter. Without killing, one cannot charge the heart with power. Even its assistance and training is not that great without slaughter. Still, who would object to slaughter if it meant greater strength? Unfortunately, it said only one book records the method of creating a Blackheart soul, and its whereabouts are now unknown. Aldrich looked at Richard curiously. Where did you hear about the Blackheart soul? He asked. From here, Richard replied, showing him the black book. Aldrich snatched it immediately, though Richard didn't mind. He had already memorized the method. Aldrich quickly opened it, eyes widening in shock, his mouth slightly agape. "You, where did you find this?" he asked, breath quickening. "From an acquaintance whose name and features I won't mention," Richard replied calmly, making Aldrich the one to roll his eyes this time. "Boy, you dare keep secret from your ancestor," Aldrich said, annoyed but clearly joking. He read the black book again, frowning from time to time. "The method is truly simple, but this ritual," he murmured, his expression growing grave. "Is something wrong with the ritual, grandfather?" Richard asked. Chapter 31, Sacred Flame. "It's not a serious problem, but I'm concerned. This ritual is extremely painful, involving wicked souls. It could be enough to make even a good-natured person turn hot-tempered," Aldrich replied. "Oh." Richard showed an uncertain expression upon hearing that. Personality changes might be natural, but only when they came after various experiences. Richard couldn't say he was willing for his personality to suddenly become short-tempered. In the end, the Blackheart soul wants a person to become a butcher in order to gain power. Although slaughter itself isn't necessarily a grave problem, if it happens because we can't control ourselves, are we still truly ourselves? Aldrich chuckled as he went on, while Richard felt he was right. "This is something I avoided," Aldrich added, tossing the book aside. Then he fixed his gaze seriously on Richard. "Richard, your soul is undoubtedly extraordinary. While you could make it more versatile by having two different types and thus enhance your talent further, I advise you to choose another soul type, not the Blackheart soul." Richard furrowed his brows at that, then asked, "Is there a way to overcome its side effects?" "Yes, of course there is. The sacred flame, fire that does not burn hot, but can consume all forms of evil. With it, one could easily purge any unwanted evil side from oneself. However, to fuse with the sacred flame requires a 90% affinity with the fire element." "Grandfather, where can I find the sacred flame?" Richard asked immediately. For him, the requirement was almost too easy. His very first elemental affinity was fire. It was also the first to reach 90%. Richard's quick response surprised Aldrich. "Boy, don't tell me you have a 90% fire affinity?" he asked, clearly scolding him for jumping straight to where it could be found. In answer, Richard released an ether, shaping it into a fist-sized fireball. This one had no violet streaks anymore. It was pure flame. Most astonishing was its brilliance. Even under the bright midday sun, the fire's glow stood out strikingly. Richard himself felt no heat from it, but Aldrich could. The heat was evident in the way nearby leaves began to dry and curl. "My affinity with fire is indeed 90%, Richard said casually. "You." Aldrich's mouth hung open, struggling for words. Of course, he had never known exactly what Richard's elemental affinities were. Usually, even those with great talent didn't start with 90% affinity. Only a rare few were born that way. Most people had to train diligently to raise it. Since Richard was his descendant and seemed to have inherited his clan's gifts, Aldrich assumed his talents lay only in darkness, shadow, and lightning. And even then, he never imagined Richard had a 90% affinity with any of them. Yet here he was, with fire at 90%. "Wait, boy. The Fire Spirit Queen has the sacred flame. I'll take it from her body," Aldrich said, standing abruptly before striding toward the unconscious red-haired old woman. "Oh." Richard grew curious, recalling how his ancestor once said the Fire Spirit Queen's body was an extraordinary treasure. Was it because she possessed the sacred flame? But he still wondered, how could something be taken from another person's body? At that moment, Aldrich forced the Fire Spirit Queen upright, though she remained unconscious. With her body tied to the tree all the way up to her head, the old woman was made to stand. Then Aldrich pried her mouth open and sent his ether inside. Suddenly, her slack mouth let out a raspy cry. Richard then saw a white light shine forth. "Ha, so easy." Truly, without strength, anyone becomes helpless. Aldrich laughed heartily. Right after, Richard saw a serene white flame emerge from the Fire Spirit Queen's mouth. It floated gently, settling into Aldrich's palm. Richard, the sacred flame, is something born of nature, a fire that never dies. It's an external power and can also be considered an artifact. Although fusing with it is extremely difficult, its uses are many. People sometimes use it to purge poison or to eradicate all kinds of evil power. It can even be merged into weapons of justice. Once it has fused with you, it can still be taken by others, just as I did now. That's why you must guard it well. Never let it be stolen, Aldrich said. Then he tossed the white flame toward Richard, and it floated slowly like a drifting balloon. "Swallow it," he added. Richard didn't wait for it to reach him. He opened his mouth and inhaled sharply, sucking the flame in. It wasn't his power that did it, but it wasn't hot at all. Instead, it filled him with comfort as it entered his mouth. Though it had just come from the mouth of an old, now ugly-looking woman, he didn't hesitate to swallow it. Gulp! He felt it fall into his stomach, then begin merging with every cell of his body, filling him with a mysterious sensation. Ding! You have fused with the sacred flame, fire that can burn away all evil. External power. Sacred flame. As Richard bonded with it, he realized he could transform his fire element in a sacred flame or merge it with his own fire. He released some ether onto his palm, immediately converting it into sacred flame. In an instant, a calm white fire appeared above his hand. Not fire for destruction, but for support, Richard thought. "How do you feel, boy?" Aldrich asked, approaching him. "Incredible. Grandfather, does that old woman still have things like this inside her?" Richard asked in return. "Don't think there are many like it. This woman has various other flames in her body, since she's the Fire Spirit Queen. Some come from her bloodline. Some are fires she cultivated herself. But they're not things you can just swallow like the sacred flame," Aldrich explained. Richard smiled wryly, because he was indeed too hopeful. "Of course, I wouldn't say there are no other useful things from her body for you. After all, in the previous era, she was the strongest in terms of firepower. But for now you're still too weak for stronger things. Not everything you can get just with an elemental affinity that reaches 90%, Aldrich said again. Chapter 32. Athena's Evolution. "Grandfather, can I perform the ritual to obtain the Black Heart Soul now?" Richard asked. "Yes, you can. You truly can. It might not even be painful for you, since the pain it brings comes from evil influence, not physical assault," Aldrich replied. "But, do you have the required materials?" he then asked. The necessary ingredients were both easy and difficult to find, for they consisted of human parts. The very first was the blood of a virgin woman. In this world, there was no such thing as blood donors. One could not expect to obtain blood without hurting someone. Aside from blood, a brain was also required, specifically the brain of someone with a strongly evil nature. Then, 10 pairs of different eyes. All of these were needed to summon wicked souls. They were special, not ordinary evil souls. And even with those materials, one could not summon them without having at least 90% dark element affinity. "You don't need to worry about the virgin's blood. We can take it from the Fire Spirit Queen," Aldrich said when Richard fell silent. Richard's eyes widened at that, staring at his ancestor with a twitching face. "Is she still a virgin?" Richard asked, struggling to even say the words. "Yeah, of course. In this world, many powerful women are too busy practice from a young age. They have no time for marriage or even dating." Aldrich chuckled as he explained. "In that case, I only need to find the brain of someone with an evil nature and 10 pairs of eyes," Richard said. That was something that required him to act ruthlessly. Of course, he didn't have to target ordinary people, since this world was not lacking in criminals. At times, such things were indeed necessary, not just for soul rituals, but often to help increase elemental affinity. For example, someone who wanted to raise their affinity with the wind element could use the body of another who had the same affinity as a material. The methods varied, turning them into potions, concoctions, or other means. Though it seemed cruel, few would hesitate when it came to gaining power. "Grandfather, was there anything else that drifted down the river?" Richard asked. He was a little curious about what had happened while he was away. "Unfortunately, nothing useful," Aldrich replied. "Were they useless?" "Yes, but that doesn't mean worthless. Most of them were fragments of weapons and such, all made of high-quality materials." "Oh, could you give me one to sell? I need money." Richard knew those fragments could be recycled, but he lacked the knowledge to do so. Naturally, if they were high quality, their price would be high as well. "Take this." Aldrich casually handed him something from his pocket. Richard found it was a sword hilt, made of wood that seemed stronger than most iron, yet still as light as ordinary wood, had a long dragon carving. "That's Obsidoro wood. Don't sell it for mortal coin. You must sell it for nature spirits," Aldrich instructed. Nature spirits were the currency of magi, known for being able to rapidly restore their spent ether, among many other uses. Richard nodded and stored the sword hilt away. "Grandfather, I also have a bloodline potion. Do you think it would be suitable to give it to my horse?" Richard pulled out the red liquid-filled vial he had obtained from Olivia. "It's worth a try. The result might be good," Aldrich answered. Richard then looked at Athena, gesturing for her to approach. The horse obediently came closer, looking at him with curious eyes. "This drink can help you evolve, so try drinking it," Richard told Athena as he opened the bottle. Athena, obedient as ever, nodded her head to Richard, opened her mouth, and allowed him to pour the potion inside, swallowing it without hesitation. Afterward, Richard stepped back, curious to see what would happen. Buzz. The horse's body shone with a red light, glowing even in her eyes. Richard saw her muscles grow tauter, while her skin darkened with a faint red tint. Yet the horse remained calm, not even restless, as though nothing unusual had occurred. The red light suddenly condensed into radiant wings upon her back, fluttering gently, though not lifting the horse into the air. Not bad. The primordial bloodline of this horse has awakened. It has evolved into a primordial beast, now at Tier 1+. Richard, if you want it to continue evolving, you must feed it grass mixed with nature spirits. If it reaches Tier 11, it will gain true wings and be able to carry you through the skies. Aldrich explained. "That's too far off," Richard replied. Tier 1, 1+, and so forth were still considered mortal ranks. Tier 10 was the equivalent of a magus in the ethereal realm. For magi, there was only the ethereal realm, but within it, their strength varied based on both the quantity and quality of their ether. Their power could be gauged as equivalent to what tier of primordial beast they compared to, or also to sky armor knights. As for wild beasts, though they were divided into similar tiers, they usually peaked at Tier 5 unless they evolved into primordial beasts. But grandfather, since this horse can release wings of light now, can it be used for flying? Richard asked. Of course not. At most, it can only slow its descent when falling from high places, Aldrich replied. I see. Richard nodded. In that case, grandfather, I'll be going now, Richard said. Yes. Make sure to surprise me again when you return. That's a promise. Richard chuckled. He mounted Athena, but had her retract her wings of light before galloping away. I'll train first, he thought, not rushing to gather the materials for the Blackheart soul, since he had only just returned to the village, and for now there was an unknown crisis, though it should only be a small matter, to be resolved once the Sky Armor Knights arrived. Not wanting to waste time, he planned to spend the rest of the day in training. Ding! Your affinity with the wave element has increased from 79% to 85%. Wave, 85%. Richard suddenly received a notification from the system, but only his elemental affinity had risen. Chapter 33. August Return. When Richard returned to the village, he found more commotion caused by the panic of the villagers, with Lisa trying her best to calm them down. Many of them actually refused to evacuate, as it would not be easy for them. The reason was that they were not as wealthy as Mr. Joe. Most of them had no savings and lived by relying on the natural resources of the village. If they were forced to evacuate, they feared they would have nothing to eat and nowhere to sleep. Fortunately, once they were informed that the Sky Armor Legion would be sending their knights, the villagers finally began to calm down. Richard was too lazy to approach the villagers. Instead, he entered the orphanage, went to his room, locked the door, and sat down to absorb ether. Perhaps later, if a horde of beasts truly came, he would just roar at them. Unlike Appletown, the amount of ether in this village was indeed lower, but not by a great margin. With his current ability, Richard could still absorb 1 ether in less than 30 minutes. Now, he realized he could not completely rely on the system if he wanted to advance faster, since the amount of ether he needed to gather was overwhelming. By evening, he had managed to gather 17 ether, plus 17 more from his ether bottle, making it 34 in total. Ether, 34 10,000ths, tier 3, plus 34. Ether accumulation, 2034, tier 3. Richard smiled in satisfaction at the result, though he did not feel much stronger, since 34 compared to 2,000 was barely a 1% increase. Time for a bath, he thought as he stood up. His body felt dusty now. In this state, he would not be able to train comfortably later tonight. Just as he stood, he felt faint vibrations and the sound of many horses' hooves. He quickly went to the window and spotted a group of white horses, ridden by knights in gleaming white armor. There were around 20 of them, led by Carlos, the same one who had come 2 years ago. Richard had not expected them to arrive so quickly, barely half a day since Sister Lisa had sent the message. Although they had not yet entered the village, Richard could see Sister Lisa and the villagers already there to welcome them. What caught his eye, however, was August. He had grown taller, though still a child. He was already wearing sky armor, mounted on his own horse. And he wasn't the only child among them. There were 2 others, 1 boy and 1 red-haired girl. Among the 3, the girl seemed to hold the highest status, as she rode in the center while the others flanked her sides. Her eyes shone with curiosity as she looked at the village, as if it were a whole new world to her. She spoke with August, probably asking him about his past life here. Though only 2 years had passed, August clearly had not forgotten his village, and his temperament had not changed much. Yet he already bore the gaze of a child raised in the city. More importantly, he looked sharper now. Richard knew he could no longer trick August so easily in a fight, not like when they had both been ordinary boys. After observing them for a while, Richard went to bathe, then dressed in fresh, comfortable clothes to await the night. Unexpectedly, August actually entered the orphanage with the red-haired girl and the other boy. "Look, Emma, this is where I used to live," August said enthusiastically. Emma must have been the one curious to see August's former home. Her bright eyes scanned the orphanage, then moved toward Richard. When they landed on him, her gaze lingered, trailing over him from head to toe, as he looked completely different from the other children. August's brows knitted slightly when he noticed Emma's gaze fixed on Richard. "Who is he, August?" Emma asked. He's my friend, Richard," August explained softly, but Richard's sharp hearing picked up every word. "Richard? Did he fail to control the sky armor?" Emma seemed too curious about him. "Yes, he failed. I was the only one who succeeded back then," August quickly answered. Richard almost laughed. It was so obvious. August wanted to gain Emma's attention and panicked the moment she showed interest in another boy. On the other side, the other boy's expression soured, clearly displeased at how much August spoke with the girl. "Emma, let's go somewhere else. There's still much of the village to see," August said again. When she learned Richard had failed to control the sky armor, the girl seemed to lose interest. She simply nodded at August. As they left, August didn't even spare Richard a glance. "He's no longer afraid of me, nor does he bow down to me," Richard thought with a chuckle. Of course, he had no problem with that, as long as August did not become his enemy. If he did, Richard would simply show him who the real boss was. With the arrival of the Knights, the village finally regained complete peace. The Sky Knights began investigating the surrounding area. Yet, they found no signs of beasts anywhere. What was happening remained unclear. After dinner, Richard once again secluded himself in his room, absorbing ether. From time to time, he tried practicing his 2 codices and arcane art on his own, but they were still too difficult, so he gave up. He absorbed ether until midnight, gathering 19, plus 19 more from his ether bottle, making a total of 38. Ether, 72 tenths, 000, tier 3, plus 38. Ether accumulation, 2072, tier 3. His eyes could no longer stay open, and he soon fell asleep, awaiting the next day. In the morning, Richard woke up a little late. Talk, talk, talk. He was roused by the knocking on his door. Who could it be? He wondered, thinking it couldn't be Sister Lisa, who usually just called his name. Curious, he opened the door, only to be stunned. August. He was the one knocking, leaning casually against the doorway. Naturally, Richard had thought he might run into him sooner or later, but not this quickly. Was it because of Emma? Richard, can you help me? He asked, surprising Richard even more. He was actually asking for help. But even while asking, the way he spoke to Richard was different now. No longer like a subordinate to a superior. What do you want me to do? Richard asked curiously, his eyes falling on the boy clad head to toe in armor. August looked slightly taller, likely because of the high boots that were part of sky armor. Chapter 34, Trauma Again. You know that red-haired girl. She's the commander's daughter, August said, slightly surprising Richard. The commander was the leader of the Sky Armor Legion in a province, a truly formidable figure. In this province, the 8-star province, he was without doubt one of the most powerful individuals. The governor might outrank him in position, but that did not mean he was stronger or more influential. If compared to Earth, he would be the equivalent of a 2-star general. Of course, in this world, everything was determined by individual combat strength. One could not obtain a position, let alone a military one, without the power to back it up. It could be said that such a figure would fear no one in the province, except perhaps the Moonshadow clan, who happened to reside here. That clan had declined, once famed for an ancestor even stronger than the kingdom itself. Yet now, with Lady Rebecca, the clan once again bared its fangs. Regardless, the truth remained that even though Emma was just a little girl, if she went to Appletown, the city's lord would personally welcome her. Richard, of course, was very surprised she had come to this village. What about her? Richard asked, narrowing his eyes at August. I hope that in the future, I'll become her husband. That way, I can receive better training, August replied. But Richard was not surprised at his thought. Living in a smarter environment, August had clearly begun to understand how the world worked, knowing what he needed to do to climb higher. Of course, even if his talent was remarkable enough to let him associate with the commander's daughter, his ambition was still far too lofty given his background as an orphan from a remote village. Richard held back from mocking him, instead becoming more interested in what he was planning. What can I help you with? Richard asked. Of course, help me make her fall in love with me. If you succeed, I'll definitely help you in the future. I understand what you want, but what's the plan? That's why I came to you. I want you to help me think of one. After all, you're smarter than most kids. Richard, at first, he thought the boy had come with some elaborate plan that required him to play a role. But no, he came because he wanted Richard to come up with a plan for him. I don't have any skill in that. Go ask someone else, Richard replied bluntly, not bothering to play along. But you're the only one I can ask. You're the only one I can rely on, August said. Of course, he didn't look like he was begging. It was only his words. His expression was already starting to look forceful. If it were that easy, I'd just make her fall in love with me instead, Richard answered. You? August's eyes widened instantly. August, it seems you need to be reminded who the boss is. Richard didn't wait for him to show his anger. He grabbed the boy's armored collar, dragged him into the room, and shoved him down. And Richard couldn't help but be surprised by how heavy the armor August wore was. If his movement hadn't been sudden, He doubted August would have fallen at all. Has he already reached Tier 2? Richard thought, finding it hard to believe. Although training with the sky armor indeed accelerated growth, this kind of speed meant August's talent was extremely high. Richard, how dare you? You think this is the same as before? August finally shouted. But before he could stand, Richard raised his hand. Whoosh! Something invisible struck him, his eyes and mouth opening wide. He shuddered, and moments later blood trickled from his nose and mouth. Richard had attacked with Wave, one of the elements he was attuned to. Though it sounded ordinary, Wave was terrifying precisely because it was invisible. Richard could even send his waves through matter, through August's sky armor, through his flesh and skin, striking directly at his cells. He could even carry other elements along with the waves. If he had used any other attack, defeating a sky armor knight would not have been so easy, since the armor granted such powerful defense. Of course, he had gone easy. Otherwise, August would have died without even knowing how. All he did was shake his organs. Cough! Cough! August hacked violently, staring at Richard in horror. 2 years in the Sky Armor Legion had made him familiar with magic, as he often trained alongside Magi. Without any need for explanation, he immediately realized Richard had just used magic. His perception, sharpened by wearing the sky armor, let him feel the magical energy when Richard unleashed it. Yet he could not understand what kind of magic it was. He only thought it far too terrifying, crippling him instantly before he could even fight back. This had never happened. Since attaining Tier 2 sky armor, he had been able to spar with lower-class ethereal magi on even footing for a time before losing. Get out now, Richard said coldly. August forced himself to stand, nodding repeatedly before stumbling out awkwardly. The fear of Richard, which had only just faded, returned in full. Ding! Your affinity with the wave element has increased from 85% to 90%. Your mastery of the Codex of Moonshadow has increased from 4% to 6%. Wave, 90%. Codex of Dragon Emperor, 30%. Codex of Moonshadow, 6%. So fast, even an extra point. Richard was stunned by the sudden notification. Not long after August left, Sister Lisa suddenly arrived. Richard, are you the 7-year-old boy who shocked Appletown? The woman asked with great excitement. From the look on her face, she had just received the news and was now absolutely certain it was him. Yes, that's me. Richard saw no need to hide it, since she was already so sure. Whether it was her or Mrs. Wilson, both already knew he had been training. When she heard it, Sister Lisa drew a deep breath, her eyes gazing at him as if wondering if he was the same baby she had once taken in from his aunt. Only 7 years since that day. How could he already have reached this point? Sister Lisa, I hope you'll keep it secret. This could cause me trouble, Richard said. Of course, of course. Sister Lisa nodded quickly. Chapter 35, Eggs. Richard didn't eat breakfast or take a bath. He walked straight out of the orphanage to see the situation. The Sky Armor Knights were still roaming around on their horses, searching for the reason the birds had fled the mountain. So far, their investigation seemed to have yielded no results. Sniff! Sniff! Suddenly, Richard heard the sound of a horse, as if calling out to him. It even raised both front legs when it saw him. Richard quickly approached. What is it? He asked while stroking its head. The horse responded as if urging him toward a place in the forest, though in a different direction from his ancestors' location. Curious, Richard nodded, mounted its back, and let Athena take him where she wished to go. Richard strongly suspected his horse had sensed something. After all, she had become a primordial beast. Matters related to beasts were likely things she could sense more quickly than others. Not only did she feel the threat, she also knew the location of that threat. Richard, as Richard set out, he heard August's voice and saw him riding up from behind, already looking recovered even though his nose and mouth had been bleeding earlier. Perhaps he had relied on something to recover faster. Where are you going? August asked when his horse came up beside Athena. His tone once again resembled that of a subordinate, like the old days when he always followed Richard wherever he went. Of course, now it was likely because he was curious about Richard's strength. "You'll see," Richard answered, too lazy to explain further since there really wasn't much he could explain. Athena walked at a slow pace into the forest, whose trees were thick and tangled with countless vines hanging from tree to tree, blocking the path. Yet Athena was a clever horse, always able to find a way through, so Richard didn't have to do anything. "Have we ever been here before?" August wondered aloud as he looked around. Richard didn't respond. By his own memory, he had never been here. Athena carried him deeper and deeper, where the forest grew so dense that sunlight barely penetrated below. Though it was still morning and the sun was bright, here in the forest it felt like twilight beneath storm clouds. August began to look uneasy, visibly unsettled by such a silent area. Elsewhere there would be the sounds of insects, but here everything was silent. He could only hear his own breathing and the hooves of the horses. Soon, Richard spotted a cave, entirely green with vines that covered it. It was massive, even taller than the surrounding trees. Inside, it looked bright. Apparently, the cave's ceiling had many openings where light streamed in. "How can there be a cave here?" August muttered, while Richard signaled Athena to keep moving forward. He couldn't just look at the cave. He had to go inside. At the entrance, he had to push away several vines before they could enter. Though hesitant, August still followed when Richard went in. What they found inside left them both stunned. The cave was so vast that Richard thought it was larger than 2 football fields. The shocking part was that it held thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of massive eggs, each about as tall as a 7-year-old boy like him. Some of the eggs were already cracked, as if ready to hatch at any moment, and Richard could feel the aura of beasts emanating from those broken shells. Beasts that hatched from eggs, serpents, crocodiles, lizards, all sorts of reptiles, would consume their shells upon birth, gaining high-level nutrients that would allow them to grow strong enough to instantly become Tier 1 or Tier 1 plus beasts. "So this is what you felt," Richard said to Athena, who gave a light nod. But who had placed so many beast eggs in this cave? Richard wondered. What? August suddenly seemed shocked by something else. Richard turned to him with a confused look, seeing nothing else surprising. "Richard, the knights are returning to the fortress," August said, causing Richard to furrow his brows. Sky armor users could transmit messages to each other, so long as they weren't too far apart. It seemed August had just received such a message. Why would they return to the fortress? Richard asked. The problem hadn't been solved, yet they were withdrawing. Richard felt a scheme at work. "I don't know. Maybe an order from above." "They said everything is fine," August answered. "You know, everything is not fine," Richard replied. August's eyes trembled. "Someone must be planning to slaughter Purple Rose Village with these beasts," he said. "Yes, and someone influential enough to make the knights withdraw," Richard replied. He wondered who it might be. Many magi committed massacres of common folk as part of their training. Of course, the person didn't have to be overwhelmingly strong, but they might very well have a strong background. "Richard, let's just destroy the eggs," August said. "At least you know what must be done," Richard answered. There was indeed a sinister scheme, but if these eggs were destroyed, could that scheme still proceed? "You wait outside. I can handle this alone," he added. "Richard, there are too many of them. I can help you," August protested, unwilling to leave. "I don't want my attack to accidentally kill you," Richard replied, sending a wave into August's body without causing harm. Of course, August immediately felt the threatening force inside his body, paling as he realized it truly could kill him. "Go!" Richard ordered sharply. August quickly commanded his horse to leave. Richard directed Athena to move deeper into the cave. Now, the beasts were still weak inside their eggs. Killing them would be as easy as killing ants for him. The only problem was the sheer number of ants he had to kill. Luckily, he possessed wave attacks that could reach farther than fire. Richard closed his eyes, spreading his waves, sharper and more dangerous than before. They could even be used for cutting. Clop, clop, clop. Faint popping sounds echoed from egg after egg as Richard's waves passed through them. What he did was nothing more than shattering the hearts of the beast infants within. As they died, the eggs cracked open, but only lifeless bodies spilled out. Richard smiled at the result, though he couldn't reach all of them in one go. Afterward, he moved dozens of meters forward before repeating the action. Clop, clop, clop. The popping sounds echoed again, hundreds then thousands of times. Chapter 36, King Bloodline. Richard didn't spend much ether to kill all the beast infants inside their eggs. From outside, August couldn't believe what he was seeing. Richard, whom he had thought would only ever be a star in a remote village, suddenly wielding such overwhelming power. Up to this point, Richard hadn't even gotten off his horse. But to his surprise, Athena began eating the eggshells. Apparently, their nutrients were useful even for a primordial beast like her. Richard didn't stop her since Athena wanted to eat, but he couldn't wait around. He dismounted. "Return on your own later," he told her. Athena nodded lightly, and Richard went over to August. "I'll ride with you," he said before climbing onto August's horse. "Richard, why is your horse eating?" August asked curiously, but Richard couldn't be bothered to respond. "Hwah, hwah, hwah." Receiving no answer, August gave up and urged his horse back toward the village. When they returned, Richard saw the knights had already gathered in front of the orphanage. They seemed ready to leave, but the villagers were protesting. The knights, however, simply insisted that everything was fine. August's arrival caused the debate to pause for a moment. "Where have you been? Why did you take so long?" one knight scolded. I went for a walk, and my horse wanted to eat. I couldn't force him to stop until he was full," August replied cautiously. Richard had, of course, dismounted before leaving the forest, so he slipped away unnoticed. He strolled calmly toward the orphanage, his eyes falling on Sister Lisa, who was speaking with Carlos. "Lisa, there's nothing I can do. Orders from above command me to withdraw. I can only hope you'll be careful. Of course, it's better if you leave quickly," Carlos said, while Sister Lisa looked anxious. Naturally, she understood how the Legion worked. If an order from above had been given, subordinates could not refuse unless they were ready to be branded rebels. "Brother Carlos, have you not discovered why the birds fled?" Lisa asked in response. "I searched the area, but I found nothing. Of course, I can't guarantee there's nothing out there. There are still many places left unexplored. The time was too short, and the forest around this village is far too vast." Carlos sighed helplessly. Even though this kingdom is anti-crime, its power has been declining continuously. Some noble clans have grown aggressive, eager to strengthen themselves, so they might at least play a role when the world magic ether appears, he added. "Who do you think the mastermind is?" Clearly, they would start with Purple Rose Village, then move to the others nearby. "While everyone is slaughtered, he'll watch from the side and draw in the slaughtered souls," Sister Lisa said. "It's hard to say. The Moonshadow clan is the unofficial ruler of the 8-star province, but they don't have the habit of mass slaughter for growth. While they do kill often, it's usually out of conflict," Carlos replied. Sister Lisa fell silent at that. Carlos sighed again. "I hope we meet again someday. Please be careful," he said before mounting his horse. With him leading, the knights departed at once. August occasionally turned to glance back at Richard, while Emma clearly didn't understand anything. To her, this village and its people were merely something curious. Richard, Sister Lisa, was slightly startled to see him. "Where's your horse?" She quickly noticed he hadn't returned with it. Of course, she had seen him leave on horseback. "Sister, there's no need to worry too much. Everything is fine now," Richard said casually before walking off again. Lisa was baffled by his words, unsure what Richard meant. Meanwhile, Richard walked toward his ancestor's hut. Today, the old man was fishing, sitting on a chair he had built himself. "Oh, Richard, where's your horse?" he asked as he saw Richard approaching on foot. "She's eating the eggshells I destroyed," Richard replied. "Your horse is eating them." Aldrich looked so shocked that he rose from his chair. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Richard asked in confusion. This man knew about the eggs, but had only regarded them as a minor problem. The fact that Athena was eating them was what shocked him. Not every primordial beast can eat just anything to grow stronger. Normally, only nature spirits or some pure resources. But those eggshells, they're coarse, suitable only for their original owners. Yet, there are primordial beasts that can consume anything and absorb its nutrients. They are the ones who carry the king bloodline. The king bloodline? Richard was somewhat surprised to hear this. Though he had never heard of it, the word king was obviously not something ordinary. If your horse can continue to grow, there's a chance she could approach the peak level of the magical world, close to my level in my prime, Aldrich said with a chuckle. Only close. Richard asked. It's not so easy to reach the peak. You should know, in this kingdom's long history, only 3 people ever reached that level. The kingdom's founder, who eventually obtained the world magic ether in his era, then one of its kings, and myself. To reach that height, a primordial beast must carry the emperor bloodline. So there's an even greater bloodline. But Grandpa, who placed those eggs there? Richard couldn't help but bring up the matter. Even though he had destroyed them, the mastermind was still unknown. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for the mastermind to act again. After all, how easy was it to find over 10,000 beast eggs? I found those eggs while wandering around, but I didn't see who put them there. Aren't they destroyed already? Why dwell on it? If I hadn't found them, this village could have been destroyed because the knights from the Sky Armor Legion suddenly withdrew, Richard said with a frown. Oh, then the culprit must be connected to the Sky Armor Legion. Aldrich chuckled, still treating the matter lightly. Richard scratched his head. Talking to him about this seemed useless. Grandpa, I'll be training here. Richard climbed up into his ancestor's hut, sat down, and began absorbing ether again. Until Athena finished, he couldn't wander far, so while she ate, he would keep cultivating. After that, he could embark on adventures to gather materials for the Blackheart Soul. If possible, he wanted the brain of the mastermind behind this massacre plot, along with a pair of his eyes. And perhaps the lackeys, too. He could take their eyes as well. Of course, he was filled with hatred, knowing his village had been marked for slaughter. Chapter 37. They. Ether. 110 10,000ths, Tier 3, plus 38. Ether accumulation. 2110, Tier 3. By evening, Richard had gained an additional 38 ether. When he opened his eyes, he saw his ancestor watching him. Boy, your speed in absorbing ether is remarkable. If you keep this up, you could gather everything you need within a year, Aldrich said. Richard smiled at that, but then shook his head. Even so, I still need to gather the fragments of the ether skeleton. If luck doesn't favor me, who knows whether I'll even find one, he replied. You don't need to worry so much. Someone as blessed with fortune as you will actually find it difficult not to come across those fragments, Aldrich answered. I hope so. Richard then stood up. Grandpa, I'll return to the village now. Good. Tonight, you must train again. And don't just absorb ether. Master the codex and the arcane arts I've given you. Of course, Richard chuckled to himself. He made his way back leisurely, walking along the path. The village had grown rather calm after the Sky Armor Knight's departure. The villagers seemed to believe everything was fine now. Richard didn't see his horse, Athena, and assumed she still needed more time to eat. If her strength grew, Richard would have little reason to worry about her. He bathed, changed his clothes, and had dinner with the orphanage children. Richard, Sister Lisa called out as he was about to return to his room. What is it, sister? Richard asked curiously. I just heard. The Moonshadow clan has been inquiring about your identity. They even invited you to join them. They're offering you the chance to be betrothed to one of their girls. What do you think? Richard didn't know how to react at first, but then he quickly shook his head. I'll just stay in this village. Life was already complicated enough in Appletown. I wouldn't last in the tangled web of noble clans, he said. Sister Lisa was a little surprised by his words, but then she seemed to agree. True. You'll only run into endless trouble if you join a major faction. Besides, you've grown well in this village. Your achievements are something no great clan could replicate. So why bother with them? She replied. Richard suspected she might have suffered troublesome experiences during her time with the Sky Armor Legion. Likely the reason she returned to manage the orphanage. Sister, I'll train for a while. Good night, Richard said before entering his room. Not long after he sat down on his bed, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Your mastery over Codex of Dragon Emperor has increased from 30% to 31%. Your mastery over Codex of Moonshadow has increased from 6% to 8%. Your mastery over Lightning of Darkness has increased from 4% to 7%. Codex of Dragon Emperor, 31%. Codex of Moonshadow, 8%. Arcane Art, 100 Shadow Monster, 8%. Lightning of Darkness, 7%. It wasn't ether, but mastery. Richard was still satisfied with the system's rewards for today. He resumed absorbing ether, slightly faster than during the afternoon. He didn't continue for long. Drowsiness overcame him. Still, he managed to absorb 17 ether, and with the added 34 from his ether bottle, his total increased. Ether, 144 10,000ths, Tier 3, plus 34. Ether accumulation, 2144, Tier 3. The next morning, Richard woke up late again, having gone to sleep too late the night before. He rose slowly and looked out the window, only to see Athena grazing near the orphanage. Without hesitation, he rushed downstairs. Athena didn't look different, the same as when he had last seen her. But Richard felt the horse was concealing her true form. She had clearly evolved again, for he could sense a faint pressure emanating from her. "Did you eat all those eggshells?" Richard asked. Athena gave a light nod. Richard couldn't imagine how she managed to devour them all, given their sheer number. "Let's go." Richard wanted to wander and seek the mastermind behind his village's intended slaughter. He was certain that whoever had placed those eggs must be lurking nearby, if not in this village, then likely in another, more prosperous one. Richard suspected they might be in Red Wheat Village, a place often visited by outsiders and far better suited for townsfolk to live in. He mounted Athena, and she immediately carried him out of the village, traveling once more. Her speed was nearly double what it had been last time. It didn't take long before they arrived at the thriving Red Wheat Village. At this hour, most villagers were in their fields, but the settlement was far from quiet. Besides passing adventurers, Richard also saw many city merchants arriving to buy wheat. James, quickly bring out your prettiest girls." Richard suddenly heard shouting from within a closed tavern, a familiar voice he recognized. It was Old Bear's voice. "Old Bear, the girls are still asleep." "They were up all night," another voice replied. "Don't refuse. Tell them I'll pay them 3 times their usual rate each. I don't believe they won't wake up." Old Bear's voice grew louder. "Old Bear, what's wrong with you? You have a young, beautiful wife, yet you want my girls now." "Idiot, they're for my guests. They're honorable men." Some time later, Richard saw Old Bear leave the tavern with 3 blonde women dressed in elegant gowns. They seemed freshly bathed, though their eyes still looked drowsy. Their excitement was clear at the promise of hefty payment. Old Bear spotted Richard, recognizing him as the boy who had been with Mr. Joe yesterday. But perhaps too busy, he merely spared Richard a brief glance before hurrying along. Richard observed him from a distance as he entered a large concrete house, 3 stories tall. Even in Appletown, houses of that size were rare. Could they be the ones? Richard wondered. For Old Bear to accommodate them, their background had to be powerful. Ordinary adventurers would certainly be dismissed. Lord Damon, see if they suit your tastes." Old Bear shouted as he arrived at the house. Soon, 3 men emerged. One appeared to be in his 20s, with neatly combed brown hair, wearing a luxurious surcoat with a sword at his waist. His face was naturally cold, yet he smiled brightly when he saw the women Old Bear had brought. The other 2 looked to be in their 30s, likely his subordinates. Without a doubt, all 3 were magi in the ethereal realm, for they didn't bother to conceal their auras. Chapter 38. Follow. Looks like they want to have some fun first, Richard thought. But what he didn't expect was that the man called Damon took all 3 women inside, while his 2 subordinates waited outside. By his estimation, they should have acted today. Today was supposed to be the day the eggs hatched, the beasts feeding on their shells before launching their assault on the village. Of course, none of that would ever happen. Richard was confident he could deal with them, but he would wait until they made their move. That's Damon. I wonder what he's doing here. Doesn't he usually waste his time in Night Valley City, sleeping with pretty girls? Richard suddenly heard an adventurer speaking outside a restaurant. Curious, he approached and stood nearby to listen. It can't be anything good. Rumor says he's been collecting human souls for someone. If he's left the city, it's probably for that. He was even brazen enough to do it in Night Valley City. Yeah, his backer is a big shot. That's why he's still alive. We better leave now. Agreed. We can't afford to cross him. After their brief exchange, the adventurers mounted their horses and quickly left. Now things became clearer to Richard, though it seemed Damon himself was just someone's pawn. What? Richard was taken aback moments later. From Old Bear's house, he felt killing intent. The first time he had ever sensed it so vividly. The reason he could feel it was his affinity with the dark and blood elements. He sensed the hatred of death and the stench of spilled blood. And the dead weren't just 3, but 6. Did Old Bear and his family get killed too? Richard wondered. Damon's 2 subordinates glanced back briefly before grinning. Soon after, Damon emerged from Old Bear's house, alone. He signaled his 2 men, and they mounted their horses, white steeds similar to those used by Sky Armor Knights. Of course, many could own such horses if they had the coin. They set out toward the edge of the village, in the direction of Purple Rose Village. Damon looked indifferent about most things, except when it came to beautiful women. When his eyes fell on Richard riding the red-black horse, his gaze lingered, especially on Athena. He even narrowed his eyes. After passing Richard, he glanced back, his curiosity deepening as he continued watching him. Did he sense Athena's power? Richard wondered. One thing was clear, Damon would target him sooner or later, though for now it seemed he had more pressing matters. Athena couldn't conceal her hidden aura as well as Richard could, so it was only natural for another Magus to notice her uniqueness. I'll just follow them. Richard wasn't afraid, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Boldly, he trailed them from behind. Damon, at best, was his equal in strength, given his youth. He couldn't possibly be stronger unless he was some high-level genius. But no genius would stoop to such dirty work. Richard was fairly certain of victory. With his Tier 3 ether and affinities reaching up to 90%, a single roar might be enough to end them. When their horses sped up, Athena matched their pace. When they slowed, so did she. His deliberate mirroring made them suspicious. It was clear he was tailing them. "Boss, what's that kid doing?" one of Damon's men asked. But Damon himself looked confused. He certainly hadn't expected this. In Night Valley City, children usually trembled before him. His cold face, coupled with his ruthless reputation, ensured that. Even if this boy didn't know who he was, why would he dare follow? Ignore him. Let's see what he does. He'll probably be scared to death once he sees what we're about to do, Damon said with a cold chuckle. To him, Richard was just a child. Nothing to worry about. This way, he wouldn't even need to hunt him down later to claim his horse. Richard had expected Damon's nonchalance. That was the advantage of being underestimated. A child posed no threat in their eyes. Their destination was indeed Purple Rose Village. But instead of entering, they headed to a nearby hill overlooking the entire settlement. Once atop the hill, they dismounted. Whoosh! Damon suddenly waved his hand, and something appeared before him. A massive magical lamp, large enough to rival his horse. It seemed to be made entirely of gold, though a darker shade, exuding a powerful, sinister aura. Richard was a little surprised at the sight. "Ha ha, boy, do you realize now? We are magi, and we are evil magi," one of Damon's subordinates sneered at him. But Richard remained silent. "This kid must be an idiot. He's not even running," the other laughed. "Maybe he's smarter. He knows he can't run." "You two, shut up," Damon snapped, irritated by their nonsense. Chastised, they immediately fell silent. Damon turned his gaze on Richard, raising his hand toward him. Richard instinctively stepped back. A light blue ether flared and enveloped his body, freezing him in place. "Stay there, boy. I still need you, so your horse will submit to me," Damon said. This time, Richard pretended to be frightened. He couldn't move, couldn't even speak. The pale blue ether pressed down on his entire body. Of course, if he wanted to break it, it would be easy. After all, It was only Tier 2 ether. Why haven't the beasts appeared yet? Not even a single roar, one of the men muttered. Maybe soon, the other replied. Minutes passed. Damon frowned, glancing upward whenever a hawk flew overhead. He seemed puzzled by their presence. Birds should have fled, sensing the danger, yet some remained. Still, Damon was patient. He waited, eyes rarely blinking. But after more than an hour with no sign of the beasts, his expression soured. You two, check the cave. See if they've hatched yet, he ordered coldly. Actually, you don't need to do that. A boy's voice suddenly cut in from behind, startling Damon and his subordinates. They spun around, shocked to see Richard standing freely. How was that possible? How did he break free of the boss's ether bind? What's going on? Boy, who are you? Damon drew his sword, pointing it at Richard. But Richard calmly replied, just a 7-year-old boy named Richard. As for those eggs, I destroyed them all. Naturally, no beast will be attacking this village. Chapter 39, Power. What? Boy, how dare you do that? All three of them widened their eyes when they heard he had destroyed all the eggs. What did that mean? It meant their plan could no longer proceed. And worse, they had suffered a massive loss. Buying those eggs had cost them nearly all their wealth. They needed to harvest large numbers of souls to make back their investment and gain profit. Wait, his name is Richard. Could he be the boy everyone's been talking about lately? Looks like it. He could only have broken free of the boss's ether bind if he was at least an ether magus. The two subordinates spoke while Damon stared at Richard with greater interest, lowering the sword he had pointed at him. He stepped forward with a smile. Boy, this is truly unexpected. But tell me, why did you do this? Did you follow me here just to tell me? Damon asked with a curious expression, but if one looked closely, it was clear he was suppressing great anger. He wasn't speaking to waste time, but rather thinking about how best to make this boy suffer before extracting value from him. Besides telling you, I'll also kill you. Take your brain and your eyes. I've heard you're famous in Night Valley City. I'll make sure the people there know of your gruesome death, Richard replied. Boy, how dare you? Damon's two subordinates, who had been restraining their anger all along, glared fiercely at Richard's words. But when they moved to attack him, Damon raised his hand to stop them. The man nodded toward Richard. I like brave boys like you. It's been a long time since anyone had the guts to threaten me. And here you are, a 7-year-old, actually doing it, he said with a cold chuckle. You probably think I'm just some ignorant child, thinking I can do anything just because I became a magus at this age. You think I'm only lucky, that there's no way I could threaten you, Richard answered, making Damon's mouth fall open in surprise. His two men were even more shocked, never expecting a child to speak like that to an adult. It seems you're quite clever, boy, Damon said. Though his thoughts had been guessed, Damon refused to let himself look rattled in front of a child. Even smarter than you, because I understand you while you don't understand me. And of course, I'm also stronger, Richard replied. Huh, you really are a magic prodigy. Damon couldn't help but laugh when Richard claimed to be stronger. Boy, how much do you even know about magic? At most, you've trained with a codex that absorbs Tier 1 ether. You must have gotten it by sheer luck. That's why you've advanced so fast here in this backwater village. You're still amazing, of course. Other geniuses couldn't reach this level even with a codex like yours under a master's guidance. But that only means your magical foundation is weak. Even I trained with a codex that absorbs Tier 2 ether. Before Damon could finish, Richard gave him a look as if staring an idiot, making him stop mid-sentence with a scowl. Richard then said, Why are you talking about such basics? Is this Tier 1 ether? He asked, showing several strands of his own ether, deep purple in color. Damon and his men froze in shock. Purple. Tier 3. He actually has Tier 3 ether. All codices that absorb Tier 3 ether are hoarded by powerful clans. How could a village boy like him obtain one? It doesn't matter how he got it. What matters is how he advanced so quickly. This is a level of genius never before seen in history. At that moment, Damon's face darkened, realizing that during all his talking, he had made himself look like a fool. But of course, the real problem was Richard's strength. If he had Tier 3 ether, that meant he was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if he had only just entered the ethereal realm, he had already fused with the head portion of the ether skeleton. His ether accumulation was far higher than a mere beginner in that realm. What made Tier 3 ether wielders so powerful wasn't just the quality of their ether. Those who possessed it usually also had at least one elemental affinity above 80%. Boom! A wave exploded outward with Richard at the center. Knowing his opponents were magi, Richard held nothing back. He poured a great amount of ether into the blast, sharpening it to the utmost, striking both their bodies and their cores. Damon was flung away, blood spraying from his mouth. But to Richard's shock, Damon's two subordinates instantly exploded, their bodies bursting apart into countless shards of blood and flesh. Their eyes were completely annihilated. Damon's own eyes trembled at the sight. Even though his men only had Tier 1 ether and very low accumulations, they were still ethereal magi. Yet they hadn't merely died, they had been utterly obliterated. Damn you, boy! Damon slashed his sword at Richard, unleashing a massive, lightning-fast blade of wind. Richard narrowed his eyes, then stomped his foot on the ground. Thud! The earth in front of him rose up, forming a hardened wall of stone. The wind blade cut a third of the way through before dissipating. Impossible, Damon muttered in disbelief. Then the wall suddenly lurched forward, slamming into him and sending him flying back into a massive tree. So, this is the difference in quality, Richard murmured, astonished by his own power. He had thought their strengths were nearly equal. But it was like comparing a sharp blade to a rusted one. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and 4 massive shadow lines materialized in front of Damon. Each one bit down on his limbs, immobilizing him. Damon struggled, unleashing razor-sharp winds from his body, but they passed right through. The lions shifted into pure shadow. Physical attacks had no effect. Of course, this meant they couldn't deal damage either, but they could still bite him again the moment he tried to move. Damon barely had time to stand before he was bitten down once more. Chapter 40, Dead from Fear. Richard approached Damon, who was beginning to show fear. What exactly are you? Damon asked, his voice trembling. A criminal, once thrown into a hopeless situation, would always feel greater fear. Now, Damon felt as if he were no longer facing a human being. After all, how could a 7-year-old boy be so sharp, able to read his mind so well, and wield such terrifying power? He tried to recall if there had ever been a child like this, even without such strength, but in his memory, all the 7-year-olds he had ever seen were still just playing games. Richard chuckled at his words. Do you know how disappointed I am? My first real opponent, a human I thought would give me a fun fight, turns out to be this weak, he said, making Damon fall silent. But fortunately, you didn't explode like your 2 subordinates. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take your brain and your eyes. Damon, as soon as Richard finished speaking, his hands suddenly thrust toward Damon's face, his fingers jabbing directly into the man's eyes. Ah! Damon's scream was so shrill it startled even the insects nearby. This was Richard's first act of deliberate cruelty. His previous killings had been accidents. But knowing cruelty was a necessity among magi, he forced himself to embrace it. For a moment, Damon's screaming unnerved him. But remembering what he needed to do, Richard quickly grew indifferent. Rip! He pulled the eyeballs from Damon's sockets, tearing them free and leaving his eyelids hollow. Damon only screamed louder. Unable to stand the sound, Richard stuffed a wad of grass into his mouth, silencing him. How do I take his brain? Richard muttered, and Damon could still hear him. What he needed was the brain of a villain. But in his mind, few could be more wicked than Damon, who delighted in slaughtering innocents. The only question was how to extract it without damage. Though he had Damon's sword, Richard wasn't skilled at cutting. As he thought, his eyes fell on the black ring on Damon's finger. He immediately recognized it as a storage artifact. Richard slipped it off and instantly felt the space within peering into its contents. But aside from copper and silver coins, there seemed to be nothing of value. He squinted, scanning more carefully. In the corner, he finally spotted skeletal fragments, an arm and a leg, gleaming like crystal. The ether skeleton. Each piece was incomplete, just a single arm and a single leg. Of course, one couldn't fuse with only a limb. It would destroy the body's balance. At least there's something valuable, Richard thought, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. But aside from those, there was nothing else. It seemed Damon had spent the rest of his fortune on beast eggs. Is he dead? Richard muttered in surprise when he noticed Damon was no longer breathing. His wounds weren't fatal. Losing his eyes shouldn't have been enough to kill him. Yet he had still died. Looks like he died from fear, Richard said. It was unexpected, but it didn't matter. All he wanted was the brain before it rotted. Still, it was ironic. Damon himself had once claimed Richard would die from fear. Richard first placed the eyeballs into the storage artifact, preserving them in its frozen stasis. Finally, he thought of a way to take the brain. He pressed his palm against Damon's hair. A searing flame burst forth, burning away the top of his skull. He stopped after only a moment. The brief blaze was enough to expose the brain. Pull! With a light suction from the storage artifact, the brain was drawn out, slowly sliding free before vanishing into storage. Damon's head was left hollow. Richard quickly stored the body too. He couldn't bear to look at it. I'll dump it in Appletown later. Whoever was behind him will be shocked to see their pawn dead so miserably, while Purple Rose Village remains untouched, Richard thought. He wasn't afraid of that person. If they were too strong, then they would simply become his ancestors' problem. After all, his ancestors' strength was rising rapidly every day. A peak magus who only needed to recover his power. Richard also took Damon's sword, then turned his eyes toward the massive magic lamp. That must be the artifact that absorbs and seals souls, he thought. Placing his hand on it, he sensed a mysterious inner space, unseeable but perceivable. Inside were 3 trapped souls. They felt like Damon's and his 2 subordinates. If one died near the lamp, their soul was absorbed automatically. Holding the artifact, Richard gained a faint understanding. It required souls as its energy source. It couldn't run on anything else. That was likely why Damon had killed Old Bear and the others. And this must be incredibly expensive, Richard mused. He stored it as well before glancing at the 3 white horses Damon's group had used. But he was too lazy to deal with them. Instead, he mounted Athena, patting her side, so she began to run. The day was still long. He had time for more. With Damon dealt with, Richard planned to head back to Appletown. With Athena's current speed, they could reach it much faster than before. His name was already stirring rumors there, but no one knew his true identity. Olivia must have fled already. There was no way she'd dare remain in the city while being hunted by the Moonshadow clan. Richard didn't rush into the town. He stopped at the edge of forest on the outskirts, sliding down from Athena's back. Knowing the city held many magi, he decided not to bring her inside. Too conspicuous. They would surely sense she was no ordinary horse. He left her hidden in the forest. If danger arose, she could always escape. Once Athena disappeared into the woods, Richard walked alone toward the city gates, blending in like an ordinary child. He had a few copper coins ready to pay, but as a lone boy, the guards didn't even bother asking for toll. They just shoved him inside. Chapter 41. Magic Shop. I still need 9 more pairs of eyes, Richard thought, gazing at Appletown while wondering where he could obtain them. To acquire such things meant he had to blind 9 more people. It sounded cruel, but he could always do it to criminals. In Appletown, criminals were not hard to find. Almost everywhere, gangs could be seen harassing merchants for money. In this city, they were practically untouchable, always backed in secret by officials who took their share of the profits. Richard didn't even need to search. He could find their lairs easily. One such hideout was a large, 2-story abandoned building. Richard only had to stand before it to smell the heavy stench of alcohol. It was empty for the moment. The gangsters were out collecting money. The door wasn't even locked. Richard simply stepped inside and was greeted by piles of jars and bottles. Torn women's clothing littered the floor. Bloodstains could still be seen. Richard slowed his breathing, unable to stand the stench of alcohol. But his curiosity won out, and he climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. There were two doorless rooms. He peeked inside each and found beds, not bad ones, but messy, clearly used for all sorts of worldly pleasures. He entered one of the rooms and approached a slightly open wardrobe, sensing a faint aura within. When he opened it, he was startled to find a pile of glowing stones, 15 in total. "Nature spirits," he whispered, never expecting to find such treasures in a gang's lair. 15 wasn't much, but to someone who had none, it was priceless. At the very least, it meant he wouldn't need to hastily sell the hilt of the Obsidora woodsword. With his current amount of ether, even 5 of them could quickly replenish what he spent. Without hesitation, he moved them into his ring. To him, this wasn't theft. He had come here to slaughter. Besides the spirits, Richard also spotted a book. Opening it, he realized it was a codex titled Codex of Giant Human. But it could only absorb Tier 1 ether. Its sole advantage was the ability to enlarge one's body. Richard wasn't interested, yet he stored it anyway. His eyes narrowed at the sight of a chest under the bed. With a swift pull, he dragged it out. It wasn't even locked. Inside was a pile of copper and silver coins, filling nearly a third of the chest. For common folk, it was no small fortune. "I'm rich, haha." Richard couldn't hold back his laughter. It even came out rather loudly. "Who's there?" A sudden shout came from below, making Richard snap his mouth shut. "Are they back?" he muttered, quickly storing the chest before standing near the door as heavy footsteps approached. Moments later, a burly middle-aged man appeared, thick mustache and beard making him look like a bear in human form. Both froze in shock, the gangster seeing a child in their room, Richard seeing such a large man. Even the bravest men didn't dare intrude into their lair. Who would have thought a boy would? Soon, more men arrived, this time younger, in their 20s and 30s. "Who's this kid? What's he doing here? Can't you see? He's clearly stealing." "What? A brat daring to steal from us?" The gangsters muttered in disbelief. But Richard only gave a faint smile. Quietly, he released a small wave of power. Too large, and they would simply explode. This one, however, struck directly at their hearts, making them burst. One by one, they collapsed, eyes wide open. Richard didn't bother speaking with them. He killed them quickly. Then he walked over. "I suppose I'm starting to get used to this dirty work," he said with a bitter smile, before plucking out their eyes, collecting 9 pairs. Afterward, he left casually, slipping out the window. What followed was something he hadn't expected. "Ding! Your mastery over Codex of Moonshadow has increased from 8% to 11%. Your mastery over 100 Shadow Monster has increased from 8% to 11%. Your mastery over Lighting of Darkness has increased from 7% to 11%. Codex of Dragon Emperor, 31%. Codex of Moonshadow, 11%. Arcane Arts, 100 Shadow Monster, 11%. Lighting of Darkness, 11%. One notification after another appeared as he stepped out of the window, bringing a wide smile to Richard's face. "I can finally begin the ritual. I've gathered everything I need, except the Virgin's blood still in the Fire Spirit Queen's body," he thought. Of course, he could find such blood in the city, but there was no need. He planned to perform the ritual in his ancestor's hut, where it would be far safer. Richard didn't rush home. He strolled around. After all, he still hadn't disposed of Damon's gruesome corpse. Now he was free, able to wander wherever he wished, eventually reaching the district lined with magic shops. Though Apple Town was small, its people studied magic, and it even had a school. Naturally, the city had shops selling magical wares, though all of them were modest in size. They traded in codices, arcane arts, weapons, artifacts, and mystical plants. Richard had originally intended to sell his sword hilt here, but now that he had both money and nature spirits, he decided against it. He came only to browse. The first shop he saw made him pause, watching from outside. It had a single display table filled with ancient books mixed with strange objects, while swords and spears hung along the walls. He even spotted sky armor, something magi often wore for protection. "What's that?" Richard's eyes narrowed at a plate-like object inside the display, feeling a strange connection to it. It seemed tied to one of his powers, but with so many elements at his disposal, he couldn't be sure which. Richard suspected it might be something that could help one of his elements perform in a more amazing way. As far as he knew, when elemental affinity reached 90%, one did tend to be able to sense things that were beneficial to them. Chapter 42. Shopping. Richard couldn't resist taking a closer look at the plate-like object, so he stepped into the shop. A few others were also browsing inside, most of them middle-aged, around 40 years or older. For people in such remote regions, it was usually around that age when they first managed to step into the ethereal realm. Even so, that was enough to turn their previously ordinary lives into extraordinary ones. Most visitors were there to examine weapons or books containing arcane arts. They seemed uninterested in the artifacts on display. The reason was simple. Almost all the artifacts being sold had unclear functions. Buying them was like gambling, paying a high price first, only to study them later, and in most cases, discovering nothing of value. Of course, if someone actually understood the true function of one of these seemingly useless artifacts, then the price asked could be considered dirt cheap. Richard finally stood in front of the display case, getting his first close look at the plate. At first, he thought it was made of glass, but upon closer inspection, it was actually clay that had been hardened and polished until it became so smooth. Its price tag read 50 nature spirits, far more expensive than Richard had expected, since he only carried 15. "Boy, are you interested in this plate?" The shop owner, a thin old man dressed in luxurious robes, asked with a broad smile. He probably assumed Richard was the son of a wealthy family, already being trained in magic, and even given nature spirits to shop for magical items. After all, despite his shabby clothes, Richard's delicate face and clean skin often gave him an air that overshadowed his poor appearance. Moreover, the nature spirits stored in his pocket were something the old man could sense, so naturally, Richard seemed capable of making a purchase. When coming here, Richard had intentionally moved his nature spirits into his pocket. "I want to buy it, but I once saw an item like this in Night Valley City for only 10 nature spirits. I thought it would be cheaper here, but who would have thought it'd be so expensive?" Richard replied, causing the old man's smile to freeze. "Nonsense. Who would sell it for 10 nature spirits? I bought it myself for 40, the shopkeeper said in disbelief, though his eyes betrayed the feeling that he might have been duped by whoever sold it to him. He thought this way because Richard didn't seem like he was lying. After all, a 7-year-old child wouldn't make up such a story just to lower a price. "Ha ha! Ford, looks like you're not that great at the artifact business after all. If something like this was being sold for 10 nature spirits in Night Valley City, that means it had no value whatsoever. Shops there often put items on display at such prices just to fill their shelves, without any expectation they'll ever sell. If you ask me, you should just give that plate to the boy." One of the older visitors laughed, mocking the shopkeeper. Ford's face turned purple and red, as if his head had been set ablaze. "Impossible. I bought this from a trustworthy magus," he retorted. "Even if you bought it from a magus, that doesn't mean he knew it wasn't useless. But if it's from a Night Valley City shop, then there's no doubt." Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Richard quietly made his way toward the door. "Boy, wait," Ford suddenly called out. Richard stopped and looked back with an innocent, questioning expression. "If you really want the plate, I'll sell it to you," he said. "It's too expensive," Richard replied. "Then what price do you want to pay?" "I can only afford 5 nature spirits." Upon hearing this, Ford's face twitched as though he were about to cry. But who could he blame? Before he realized it, his head nodded even as his mouth spoke the words. "Fine, 5 nature spirits." Richard quickly pulled out 5 nature spirits from his pocket and handed them over, while the old man accepted them with a scowl. "Give me the plate," Richard said. "Calm down," the old man muttered, taking the plate from inside the display case before handing it to Richard. It wasn't very large, but it turned out to be surprisingly heavy. Richard carried it with a smile and left the shop, while the shopkeeper glared at the 5 nature spirits in his hand with an expression full of resentment. "Damn it," he cursed. "Ford, you've only got yourself to blame," the older man from before remarked again. "Humph, better than ending up with nothing, Ford said bitterly, trying to comfort himself. Richard wandered into another part of town, already wanting to return to his village. He could feel an even stronger connection to the plate now, but this wasn't the right place to examine it. Nor was he sure he could uncover its mysteries on his own. What he needed was a safe place where he could study the plate properly. But before that, he had to dispose of Damon's corpse. That was tricky, considering how crowded every part of town was. It didn't take long, however, before he found a spot, a noble's abandoned carriage by the roadside. Passing by it, he only needed to slip his hand through the window for a moment. Damon's corpse fell inside from his storage artifact. With that done, Richard left Appletown quickly. Outside the town, he gave a whistle, and Athena came trotting out of the forest toward him. Meanwhile, back at Ford's shop, a startling figure arrived. The city lord himself, Liam, a man with neatly combed blonde hair. Ford rubbed his eyes in disbelief that the city lord had come. But even more shocking was the guest who accompanied him. The young man with messy curly brown hair, no more than 15 years old, who had previously visited the shop without buying anything. Ford remembered him clearly. He had come before Richard. "Ronan, where is it?" the city lord asked the youth. "Here." Ronan pointed at the display case, only to freeze in shock when he saw it. "Where is it?" "Old man, where's the plate that was here earlier?" he demanded of Ford. The city lord's brows furrowed as his eyes shifted toward him. Ford stammered in confusion before answering truthfully. "It was just purchased by a child." "What? Where's that child?" the city lord suddenly barked. "He left a while ago," Ford said nervously, finally realizing something was wrong. That plate, could it actually be priceless? To the point where even the city lord himself came looking for it? Ford couldn't help but wonder. "Describe him to me," the city lord ordered, already knowing what needed to be done. Chapter 43, Ritual. And so, Boss Ford began describing the boy, estimating his age to be around 7 or 8. He told everything without daring to add or omit a single detail, even mentioning to the city lord that the boy had said the plate was being sold for only 10 nature spirit in Night Valley City, and that was why he ended up selling it for 5. The usually calm city lord staggered when he heard this, calling Boss Ford an idiot before leaving without giving him the chance to ask what the plate really was. Of course, Ford finally realized he had been deceived by that boy. Slumping back in his chair, his mind replayed everything that had just happened, how the boy had entered, how he had studied the plate, and how Ford himself had approached with the gaze of a predator looking for profit. Bang! He slammed the table hard as the memory struck him again. "Damn it, I'll kill that brat," he roared, his voice carrying across to the neighboring shops. Richard had no idea that the item he had just bought was also being sought by the city lord. Right now, he was focused on resisting the gusts of wind generated by Athena's speed. If he didn't hold on tightly, he would have been thrown off entirely. Only when they arrived at Red Wheat Village did Athena finally slow down. They passed through the village at a leisurely pace, and Richard couldn't help but glance at Old Bear's house. It stood silent. There might not even be corpses left. So how could the other villagers ever realize that Old Bear and his family had been slaughtered? Richard shook his head. He could only say Old Bear's fate had been truly unfortunate. After passing the village, Athena picked up her speed once again. In the sky, Richard noticed many birds flying back toward the mountains. They seemed like migratory birds returning now that their territory was safe again. By the time Richard reached his village, the sky had already turned dusky. After greeting Sister Lisa briefly, he hurried straight toward his ancestral hut. As night fell, the old man was busy lighting bonfires and torches around the hut, roasting a massive fish that looked freshly caught. Seeing Richard arrive, he said, "You look quite spirited." "Of course, I've collected 1 criminal's brain and 10 pairs of eyes," Richard replied. "Now I can start the ritual." "How about the old woman's blood, grandfather?" "Don't worry, I've already taken it." Aldrich showed Richard a tightly sealed jar. "Excellent." Richard couldn't be happier, forgetting the plate-like artifact for now. He stepped up onto the porch of the ancestral hut and pulled out the brain and all the eyes he had collected. "So, you already have a storage artifact?" Aldrich said, slightly surprised. "Yes, I took it from the owner of this brain." He's the one who planted the beast eggs to massacre the village. His brain should qualify, Richard replied. Your luck can be said to be rather high. Aldrich nodded. All right, I'll be watching. You could begin the ritual. If something goes wrong, I'll stop you. Yes. Richard sat down. He knew exactly what needed to be done. At this moment, Aldrich placed the jar in front of him and removed its lid. Inside, Richard saw a clear, crimson liquid. It looked less like blood and more like water dyed red. Its scent even surprised him, strangely fragrant despite being blood. This is the blood of the second greatest beauty of the previous era, Aldrich remarked. Richard rolled his eyes at that. From his guess, his ancestor must have been a playboy, though clearly he had never managed to capture the most prestigious targets. Richard then placed each pair of eyes into the jar, which was fortunately large enough to contain them all. If he also put Damon's brain inside, along with its dark element, it would transform into something capable of summoning malevolent souls. Taking a deep breath, Richard began releasing his dark element. The jet-black energy seeped into Damon's brain until it too turned dark. He then mixed the corrupted brain into the blood already mingled with the 10 pairs of eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a plume of black, evil smoke erupted from within the jar. At the same time, Richard saw shadowy humanoid figures emerging. They looked like silhouettes, but their glow was crimson, as if made of blood, their faces endlessly distorted. In Richard's imagination, such beings could only be called wraiths, feral specters. Whoosh! 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 They suddenly lunged at him, straight into his chest. Yet instead of an attack, they merged with him, slipping directly into his chest. Immediately, Richard felt something gathering within his heart, making his chest unbearably heavy, an utterly uncomfortable sensation. The only good thing was that there was no pain. Even so, the heaviness grew and grew. He could feel hatred and malice seeping into his heart, spreading into his mind. For a moment, his thoughts grew chaotic. He nearly lost himself, but just as quickly, another force cleared the corruption away. Minutes after minute passed, and Richard could feel a kind of change in his heart. Buzz! A black light suddenly radiated from him. Not ordinary light, but his very soul. The black radiance expanded, swelling larger than Aldrich's hut. When it reached its limit, it began to take shape, forming a massive black dragon with icy red eyes, clad in shadowy armor that seemed made to fit its body. Richard stared in shock. A special soul was different from an ordinary one. A special soul could take form, but it wasn't something one could simply shape at will. Its form had to correspond to a person's inherent power. Richard had merely thought fleetingly of its shape, and it had manifested instantly. Then the dragon's mouth opened wide. Roar! The deafening roar shook the land and space itself, rattling trees, scattering animals, and snuffing out every flame. Even Aldrich leapt in surprise. The roar echoed all the way to Purple Rose Village, extinguishing the torches the villagers had just lit. From such a distance, they couldn't be sure whether it was a roar or thunder. But one thing was certain, it was the most terrifying sound they had ever heard. Ding! Your soul has transformed into the Black Heart Soul, turning your heart into the Black Heart, capable of storing the hidden power of wrath and resentment. Status: Name: Richard. Magic Realm: Ether Will. Ether: 144 10,000ths Tier 3. Ether Accumulation: 2144 Tier 3. Soul: Black Heart Soul. Black Heart Hidden Power: 0/10, 000. Notice: Black Heart Hidden Power can be used to increase your ether accumulation when activated. Ding! Your Black Heart Hidden Power has increased from 0 to 1. Your Black Heart Hidden Power has increased from 1 to 2. Your Black Heart Hidden Power has increased from 2 to 3. Black Heart Hidden Power: 3/10, 000 plus 3. Richard, how was he supposed to know that the system would even increase the hidden power of his heart? Something he thought could only be obtained through slaughter. Chapter 44. Soil. The process was faster than Richard had expected. His soul had changed, and he could feel his thinking speed increase drastically. The codex and arcane art, which had once felt like a dead end when he tried to master them on his own, now became clear. If before he felt as if they were tangled threads impossible to fix, now he could see the strands and their paths. Slowly, he would surely be able to mend them. Of course, he realized the existence of the holy flame played a major role in speeding up this process. Otherwise, he would have had to endure a much longer and more painful path. Not long after, black smoke seeped out of his body. Those evil souls had perished from exhaustion, dispersing from his body, leaving behind only the changes they had made. Richard then looked at his ancestor, who gave him a gaze full of interest. "Have you obtained the inheritance of the Dragon Knight? A soul forming a dragon?" "As far as I know, only the codex cultivated by Dragon Knights could achieve that," he said. Aldrich knew Richard had cultivated a codex that absorbed Tier 3 ether before he gave him the codex of Moonshadow. But he hadn't known what kind of codex that was. Now he understood. Considering Richard had also gained the method to cultivate the Black Heart soul, which belonged to the Dragon Knight, it could only be said he had indeed inherited it. Richard smiled and nodded lightly. "But it's only the codex I cultivated and the Black Heart soul book I obtained," he said. "Compared to my inheritance, the Dragon Knight's inheritance is still greater," Aldrich replied. "I can train both," Richard answered. "Yeah, that's the amazing part. You're cultivating both well. Even while practicing the inheritance of the Dragon Knight, you're cultivating it better than the Dragon Knight himself." As he said this, Aldrich seemed truly astonished at Richard's talent. The boy could only chuckle with a shy expression. "By the way, grandfather, do you know what this object is? I feel like it has a specialty, so I bought it at a magic shop." Richard pulled out a plate-like object he had purchased. The moment he took it out, Aldrich snatched it with such speed that Richard couldn't even see the movement. He stared at the plate with wide, astonished eyes. "You're truly lucky, boy. How much did you pay for this?" he asked. Richard's eyes lit up at those words, for his ancestor clearly recognized this plate-like object, and it was obviously a treasure of great value. "Only 5 nature spirits," he replied, causing Aldrich's eyes to bulge. "Grandfather, what exactly is this?" Richard asked. "You must realize this is soil." "Yes, it is soil, but it seems extremely dry." "Correct. It's called Cimmera soil, something that enhances affinity with the earth element. With this, one might be able to raise their earth element affinity to 90%. "Really?" Richard was somewhat astonished. Such an item, its value was immeasurable. Anyone possessing earth-type power would surely desire it, for their strength would become extraordinary if their earth element affinity reached 90%. But Richard furrowed his brows, wondering what use it had for him, who already possessed 90% earth element affinity. Of course, you can't just use it directly. One needs to slowly absorb the essence of this Cimmera soil to increase their earth element affinity, Aldrich continued. To produce more essence, feed it with nature spirit's energy. And if someone's earth element affinity has already reached 90%, can the essence of Cimmera soil still raise it further? Unfortunately, from what I know, not even Cimmera soil can help beyond that. It needs something greater than that." "Oh." Richard felt slightly disappointed. "Does it have any other use?" he asked. "Yes, it can be used to cultivate magical plants. This is extraordinary, for normally it is very difficult to cultivate such plants. But with this soil, there's no effort needed, only time." As he said this, Aldrich handed the object back to Richard, who stared at it in wonder. "How can soil this hard be planted on?" he asked. "It's not like that. You only need to bury it beneath the soil you plant on. What matters is the essence of the Cimmera soil," Aldrich replied, and Richard finally understood. "Later, seek out seeds of magical plants. You can try it." Richard nodded, but still wasn't sure if he needed to. His training path was different. He didn't always need what others needed. Such a treasure might end up being only part of his collection. Of course, he could also exchange it for another treasure of equal value. He stored the object away again. "Grandfather, I'll return for now," he said. Back in the village, Richard found some villagers still lingering, talking about the loud sound they had just heard until their torch flames went out. There were two opposing opinions. Some insisted it was thunder. Others claimed it was a terrifying beast. Richard couldn't care less. He entered the orphanage and joined the others for dinner. Tonight, unexpectedly, they were eating beef, something incredibly rare. Richard didn't know where Sister Lisa had gotten it. He couldn't help but eat a lot. The only problem was the limited portion. As Richard was about to enter his room to train, Sister Lisa suddenly called out to him. "Richard, will you accompany me tomorrow?" the woman asked. Richard was somewhat surprised to hear this, as it was the first time. "Where?" he asked curiously. Sister Lisa rarely went anywhere, and usually she went alone. Since this time she wanted him to accompany her, Richard couldn't help but think this might not be an ordinary trip. "Night Valley City," Sister Lisa replied, causing Richard's eyes to tremble slightly. "I need your horse so we can get there faster," she added with a soft laugh. "All right, I'll go with you," Richard answered, filled with anticipation. The city where he was born, where his fate had begun, why not? Having only seen it as a baby, he wasn't too clear about the city itself, but he knew it was magnificent. Hearing his agreement, Sister Lisa looked pleased. "Go to bed early tonight. We'll begin our journey before sunrise," she said before walking away. Richard entered his room and immediately went to sleep. He had done far too much today. He couldn't deny he was tired and wanted to rest well. Chapter 45, Journey. Because he had gone to bed so early, Richard also woke up early. He already felt refreshed, and became even more so when he received a notification from the system. Your Blackheart hidden power has increased from 3 to 10. Your affinity with the cloud element has increased from 58 to 60. Blackheart hidden power, 10/10 plus 7. Cloud, 60%. Looks like the system will be giving 9 upgrades now, Richard thought with a smile. He stretched his body before standing up and heading straight to the bathroom. To his surprise, Sister Lisa was already ready before him, even looking as if she had already bathed. She was standing at the orphanage gate, talking to a middle-aged woman who lived next door. Whenever she left, she usually asked this woman to take care of the orphanage temporarily. The woman immediately went to the kitchen to cook breakfast for the children. It seems Sister Lisa wanted to leave before the children woke up. Richard hurried his bath, abandoning his original plan to enjoy it leisurely. Since they were going to a big city, he chose good clothes. Of course, he had a few gifts from Mrs. Wilson. What surprised him even more was that Sister Lisa had actually prepared carriage. It seemed to belong to a villager whom she had borrowed it from. "Richard, harness your horse to this carriage. The journey is very long, so it's better if we travel inside," the woman said. Richard naturally preferred this. After all, sitting on horseback for long periods was no easy matter. Athena didn't mind being tasked with pulling the carriage. She followed Richard's instructions well, so nothing was complicated. Sister Lisa didn't seem to be bringing much. Other than some clothes and fruits for the road, she carried a sword, likely anticipating possible danger along the way. As a former Sky Armor Knight, she practically possessed combat skills. Even though she lacked superhuman strength without the sky armor and was only an ordinary magus who hadn't reached the ethereal realm, having only Tier 1 ether, Sister Lisa might still be able to defeat them. "Didn't you bring any clothes?" Sister Lisa asked after letting Richard board the carriage first. Richard shook his head. He hadn't packed any clothes at all in his storage artifact. He planned to buy new ones later. Sister Lisa didn't say anything more. She climbed onto the carriage and then went to sit in the driver's seat. The carriage wasn't that big, but for Richard, who was still small, it was spacious enough. He could even lie down if he wanted. Sister Lisa, seated on the driver's bench, quickly guided Athena to move. Carriages in this world weren't that bad. They were designed well enough that the vibrations weren't too noticeable. Once they had left the village, Athena began to move quickly. In no time, her speed surpassed even the fastest horses, astonishing Sister Lisa. "Sister, what exactly are you going to do in Night Valley City?" Richard asked, curious about her destination. "To obtain a sky armor," Sister Lisa replied. "Really?" Richard was very surprised to hear that. Though I retired from the Sky Armor Legion long ago, that doesn't mean I stopped training. I've continued practicing every day. After all, the training isn't that complicated. One can do it anywhere. I've improved several times over while managing the orphanage. Yesterday, an old friend who had been traveling the world sent me a letter saying she would give me an unusual sky armor. That's something I can't refuse. Perhaps she heard about the crisis this village just faced and took pity on me for not being able to rely on myself. Sister Lisa chuckled. Richard immediately grew curious about the friend she mentioned. Someone who traveled the world? Also, we'll be watching the finals of the Young Magus tournament. This tournament is joined by the best young magi from the 8-star, 9-star, and 10-star provinces, so the two competing in the finals are the strongest under 20 years old. It's held in Night Valley City, Sister Lisa added, surprising Richard again. Sister, what kind of tournament is that? He asked. He truly had never heard of it, not even in Appletown, even though it seemed like such a major event. Perhaps he had simply never happened to overhear anyone talk about it. Of course, it's a tournament of combat and power. It's held once every 5 years by the kingdom. The champions of the 3 provinces are then sent to the capital to compete in the final stage of the tournament against the champions of the other 3 provinces, Sister Lisa explained. There's something like that. Richard hadn't expected it. It's a grand festival, the biggest one, in fact. Of course, villagers like us rarely attend, but people from the major cities in this province and the other 2 will come to watch. Richard was filled with anticipation, but he didn't want to waste his time. Since he hadn't trained last night, he planned to train relentlessly during this journey. He even ignored Sister Lisa when she asked if he wanted to stop for food. Since he gave no response, Sister Lisa was forced to keep going. Richard was quite excited while training, as his absorption speed for ether had increased by about 50% since his soul had transformed. In just over 10 hours, he managed to gather 39 ether. Adding what he received from his ether bottle, he obtained 78 in total. Ether, 222 10,000ths, Tier 3, plus 78. Ether accumulation, 222 Tier 3. The reason he stopped training after gathering 39 ether was because he began to hear many voices around them. Curious as to where they were, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the towering wall ahead, visible even from afar. He could never forget that wall, knowing it belonged to Night Valley City and stood 50 meters high. All around, he noticed many other carriages heading in the same direction. They were traveling along a road so wide that 20 carriages could move side by side. On either side of the road, Richard saw vast open areas that had become a beast market. His eyes no longer blinked as he saw all kinds of beasts, some so massive they had to be chained or locked inside giant cages. He even saw a lion 10 meters tall, becoming the center of attention in the market. Chapter 46, Night Valley City. Hee, isn't it amazing? Here, everything is sellers, even humans, said Sister Lisa. What? There's human trafficking too? Is that even allowed? Richard wasn't surprised by this, but he pretended to be, wanting to know more. Of course, it's not allowed, but there will always be black markets that are hard to eradicate, Sister Lisa replied. Richard only smiled quietly at that. The reason it was so hard to stamp out was most likely because those in power also profited from such businesses. By the way, Sister Lisa, isn't it dangerous to buy those wild beasts? Couldn't they attack their owners? Not always. Many of those beasts were raised in captivity, so they're somewhat tame. As for the wild ones, people usually buy them for research or entertainment, so they keep them locked up. Oh, Richard nodded. This beast market was outside the city, but even after passing it, the city walls were still quite far away. Of course, many other businesses lined the road to the city, with the most common being pleasure houses guarded by beautiful women. Night Valley City seemed overcrowded already. So many couldn't find a place to open businesses inside. When they finally arrived in front of its towering 50-meter-high walls, Richard realized just how tall they were. Even the gates were 40 meters wide, yet despite their size, people still crowded desperately to get in. And that was only one of its gates. In fact, there were more than 50. The good thing was there was no entry fee. Perhaps only during these few days, since the city had become a destination for people from 3 provinces. Once through the gate, Richard finally saw clearly the grandeur of this vast city, so wide that the walls on the far side couldn't be seen at all, which meant they were extremely far away. However, faintly, Richard spotted a rocky hill in the distance, a sight that made him narrow his eyes. How could he forget that he had been brought from that rocky hill? But seeing it from afar clearly meant nothing. He focused on his surroundings instead, observing the newcomers who looked different from those of Appletown. In this city, that ancient atmosphere was less pronounced. People's clothes were more vibrant, the buildings painted in various colors, and life itself seemed so lively. "Richard, let's eat first." "I'm far too hungry," said Sister Lisa, and Richard nodded without protest, for he felt the same. Sister Lisa stopped the horse carriage in front of a large restaurant that seemed inexpensive, since many outsiders were eating there. The food sold seemed to consist of meat soup and roasted meat, but the most intriguing thing was that they had ice for their drinks. Sister Lisa picked a table and ordered 2 servings. "Here, we can drink iced water. You've probably never tried it before. Even in Appletown, it's hard to find. Bringing in ice from other regions is practically impossible. But in this city, there's no shortage of magi with ice powers," explained Sister Lisa. Richard only chuckled at her words, feigning curiosity. Their order came quickly. Along with 2 bowls of soup and 2 roasted meats, there were 2 pitchers emitting a frosty mist. Looking into the pitchers, Richard saw water mixed with chunks of ice. Though ice was common on Earth, he hadn't tasted it in over 7 years in this world. Without hesitation, he drank the iced water first, which instantly refreshed his body. Sister Lisa did the same, drinking first. "Amazing, isn't it?" she said. Richard only nodded and began to eat. "You heard? Damon's corpse has been found in Appletown. They said it was without eyes and a brain." Richard suddenly caught an interesting conversation from the table next to theirs. "Really? Was Damon killed? Who killed him?" "No one knows. His body was apparently dumped in a noble's carriage. Some people said that earlier he'd been wandering around villages near Appletown. Perhaps he provoked someone he shouldn't have. In Night Valley City, he could act like a tyrant because he was protected by many noble families, but elsewhere, there are plenty who could kill him, and they wouldn't be afraid." Sister Lisa, who also heard this, furrowed her brows. She didn't seem unfamiliar with the name Damon. "Richard," she said quietly. What is it?" Richard asked, pretending to be surprised. "You were wandering around yesterday. Did you see a Magus fight?" Sister Lisa asked. "No." Richard shook his head. "Sister Lisa, do you know this man named Damon?" he asked. Of course, it was natural for him to ask since he'd heard the talk about Damon as well. "Not personally, but know quite a lot about him from my aunt." "Oh." Richard grew more interested. "He did bad things for Ren. Ren is the governor's son. He's one of the ones who will fight in the finals," added Sister Lisa. "Ren." Richard repeated the name. He hadn't expected to get this information from Sister Lisa. Now, he knew who the true mastermind was, though he had no interest in getting involved, since his focus remained on his own growth. Knowing was better than not knowing. And Ren had no idea that it was Richard who had killed his lackey. Richard continued eating, finishing his meal quickly. But truthfully, he still felt unsatisfied. He wanted more. Without telling Sister Lisa, he called a waiter and ordered another portion, surprising Sister Lisa enough that her expression turned uneasy. But Richard calmly pulled out a few copper and silver coins. "Sister, I'll be paying," Richard said casually. He knew Sister Lisa's finances were limited. Naturally, he couldn't let her pay for everything. "You?" Sister Lisa was stunned, taking a coin and examining it closely. "Where did you get this?" she asked. "I have power. Earning money isn't difficult for me," Richard replied calmly. "You didn't rob anyone, did you?" "I did rob, but what I robbed was a group of criminals who deserved to suffer." Lisa, Chapter 47, arrived. Richard and Sister Lisa continued their journey deeper into the city. The streets here branched out too much, but just because the buildings were beautiful, Richard couldn't say the city was well planned. Many streets were slanted or uneven in size. As they went further in, Richard realized things were not as good as he had imagined. The city was not without its poor. In fact, they looked even poorer than villagers, as if the word suffering was etched onto their faces. They lived in slums with houses made of old wood, wearing robes that were worn out and patched all over. Many children begged for money from passers-by or scavenged food from the trash. As Richard observed, he realized the slums in this city were not few in number. They just weren't visible near the city gates. But when entering the elite district, Richard easily forgot those slum areas. So many luxurious restaurants, gown and jewelry shops visited by charming young women. From time to time, he also saw massive magic shops visited by many magi, and magi of the ethereal realm were actually quite common everywhere. Many were only in their 20s, with some even reaching that realm at age 17 or 18. Richard, the ethereal realm is fairly ordinary here. Of course, it's impossible to find someone as young as you. Among the many magi in the ethereal realm, those who can fight primordial beasts of tier 8, 9, or 10 are the rarest. Most magi in the ethereal realm, even if they have enough ether and are only lacking one piece of the ether framework, at most they're equal to tier 6 or 7 primordial beasts. If they have tier 2 ether, they're equal to tier 8 or 9 primordial beasts. To fight a tier 10 beast, it takes some extraordinary arcane arts, Sister Lisa explained, giving Richard knowledge he had already learned from Olivia. Perhaps Sister Lisa assumed he didn't know that much yet. Richard nodded a few times in response. "Are there any magi with tier 3 ether in this city?" he asked. "Lady Rebecca, my aunt's master," Sister Lisa answered with an expression full of admiration. "Also Ren, though some rumors say his ether isn't that stable. He seems to have forced himself too much to master a codex that absorbs tier 3 ether." After saying that, Sister Lisa gave Richard a strange look. "What is it?" Richard pretended to be confused, though he knew Sister Lisa was simply curious about him, since he wasn't only in the ethereal realm. He even had tier 3 ether. "It's nothing." Sister Lisa shook her head. "Sister, what about magi in the life ether realm?" Richard asked, curious about those in the stronger realm. In that realm, a person's ether becomes alive, and that was why magi needed the ether framework, to allow their bodies to control living ether. Living ether was, of course, different from the ether of magi below the life ether realm. It could be released to carry out tasks on its own in battle without further command from its magus. The transformation wasn't huge, but besides having much greater power, their fighting style became far more troublesome. "They're the true holders of power," Sister Lisa replied. "For all noble clans, they're revered elders, except for the Moonshadow clan, since their standards and strength are still higher, even though they are considered in decline. Aunt Wilson is in this realm," Sister Lisa said. "Above them, there's no need to mention. They are the leaders. Half of them in this city are from the Moonshadow clan. They're really that strong, even though they've declined?" "Yeah, they are that strong because they once had an ancestor who reached the very peak of the world. You understand how powerful that clan is, so you'd better avoid them if you ever encounter them. If we get into trouble with them, even Mrs. Wilson would find it hard to help, despite being Lady Rebecca's personal maid." Richard nodded but inwardly smiled. That clan, he was the original young master of it. He was merely abandoned. Sister Lisa suddenly turned into a street lined with houses of similar appearance, medium in size, but seemingly luxurious. It appeared to be a housing complex, something he hadn't found in Appletown. But since Night Valley City was so large, it was likely there were many complexes built by those in the property business. Soon after, Sister Lisa stopped the carriage in front of one of the houses. Richard couldn't help but feel strange when he saw the house, as its roof was full of crows resting there. Some flew away, but others came to take their place. This complex clearly wasn't some gathering ground for crows, since none were perched on other roofs. Don't be too surprised. Lilith can be considered an odd magus, but she's very kind and very strong as well, Sister Lisa said, noticing Richard's bewilderment. She got off the carriage from the front, while Richard got down from the back. Just as Richard landed on the ground, the house door suddenly opened. A beautiful young girl, about the same age as Richard, with black hair and blood-red eyes and straight bangs, stepped out of the door along with a young woman in her 20s wearing a maid uniform. "Is that the woman?" Richard asked instinctively in surprise. He was stunned because, to him, the girl was far too beautiful for her age. "No, they're guests," Sister Lisa answered, and Richard then noticed another carriage besides theirs. The difference was that carriage was too luxurious, seemingly made of gold, its windows covered with silk curtains. The girl and her maid headed toward that carriage, their eyes briefly glancing at Richard and Sister Lisa. The girl looked very cold, yet she still carried an air of curiosity toward them, especially Richard, who was the same age as her. She stared at him long enough as if observing him. After that, she entered the carriage, and it soon departed. Richard kept watching the carriage until it disappeared. He could sense the uniqueness of that girl, and knew she was extraordinary. "Hey, Richard, do you like her? That girl really is too beautiful. When she grows up, she'll surely become stunning and pursued by many men. If you're truly interested in her, I think you should approach her from this age. You know, there's always a different feeling for women toward men they've known since childhood." Richard. Chapter 48. Lilith. Meanwhile, in Appletown, Liam, the city lord, was doing everything he could to investigate the 7-year-old boy who had purchased the Cimmerish soil. He gathered every person who had seen Richard in Appletown. He even went as far as hiring the best painter, then ordered those who had seen Richard to describe his features to the painter. The result was a sketch that was strikingly accurate. Liam studied the sketch intently, trying to recall Richard's appearance. The 7-year-old boy able to fabricate such a lie. Who taught him that? He wondered. But he must have sensed that plate, or there's no way he would want to obtain it. And he's only 7 years old. The longer Liam stared at the sketch, the deeper his suspicion grew. He suspected this boy was the very Richard who had caused such a stir in Appletown. First of all, despite being only 7 years old, he had easily cleared the challenge in the dark forest. Then he had exposed Olivia's crimes, forcing her to flee to who knows where. I suppose there's no doubt. There's no way two such extraordinary children could appear in Appletown, Liam thought. But Liam furrowed his brows. If he wished, he truly could locate Richard using the sketch. Some magi possessed that skill. As long as they saw an image of the person they were searching for, they could track them. Of course, there was a limit to the range they could trace. If the target was too far, the attempt would fail unless the Magus's power was greater. Liam wanted to track Richard, but he was still worried about the boy's background. In fact, he had entered the dark forest after Richard, attempting to investigate the battle there, and the result had shocked him greatly. He realized that Richard actually possessed Ether Tier 3. How could he dare underestimate such a boy? He did not believe Richard was truly without background. His talent was simply too inconceivable. The background Liam suspected was not some powerful clan, but a powerful teacher. I suppose I must give up on the Cimmerish soil. Sigh, it's useless to me anyway, but I could trade it for something that is. Liam was the type who disliked getting involved in dangerous conflicts. Even greed found it difficult to push him into one. What he truly enjoyed was training in peace. That was why he chose to become the lord of a small city, even though he could have pursued a more honorable duty from the kingdom. Yes, it would be better to approach him as a friend. If he continues to grow and becomes very powerful, I could benefit from him. An idea sparked in Liam's mind, making his eyes gleam. After all, so many factions were eager to recruit Richard, including the Moonshadow clan. Wasn't it because they preferred to let him grow and become stronger first, so they could reap the benefits later? But they did not know his appearance, only his name and age. Richard and Sister Lisa then stepped toward Lilith's residence, whose door had already been shut by the young lady and her maid. However, as they arrived before the door, it opened once more, revealing a woman who looked even younger than Sister Lisa. She seemed barely 20. She had long golden hair, a beautiful face with captivating blue eyes, and a pair of red lips shaped like a smiling heart. She wore a luxurious, tight red dress that did nothing to conceal her alluring curves. Richard had been wondering what kind of woman this Lilith would be. Unexpectedly, she was a stunning blonde, resembling a top Hollywood actress from Earth. "Lisa, you've finally arrived," said the woman with a charming smile before lowering her gaze to Richard, since her tall figure towered over him. Her smile widened when her eyes locked on Richard. Her gaze was sharp, as if she were counting every strand of his hair. Somehow, Richard felt utterly horrified under her stare, as though she could see through every part of him, including his power. He did not doubt it. Even his instincts screamed at him to run. It wasn't a matter of whether the woman was good or evil, but her power was simply too overwhelming. Sister Lisa, unaware of what he was feeling, looked delighted to meet her old friend. "Lilith, it's been so long. You've changed so much after 10 years of wandering. I still remember clearly when you won the young magus tournament of the entire kingdom. It had everyone talking for weeks," she said. "But unfortunately, you vanished for so long. People even forgot about you and assumed you had died." As Sister Lisa spoke, Lilith turned her gaze back to her. "The outside world is far more fascinating, so I had no desire to return. Unfortunately, something forced me to come back, and then I heard some Sky Armor Knights, who were once your friends, talking about you," Lilith said. "But fortunately, it seems everything has been resolved well. By my estimation, if that issue hadn't been dealt with, you might have died." Sister Lisa gave a thin smile and instinctively glanced at Richard for a moment, for he was the one who had resolved that issue. On the other side, Richard finally realized why he felt such a great threat from this blonde woman. The champion of the tournament 10 years ago, #1 in the entire kingdom. Now, they were about to witness the finals across 3 provinces, with the winners being sent to the capital for the final stage. Considering that the Holy Star Kingdom had over 100 provinces, nearly 40 participants would be sent to the capital, each one a champion of 3 provinces. Even Ren, who was considered outstanding, was still far from being the #1 in the kingdom. Yet this blonde woman had once claimed that very title. After 10 years had passed, how could her strength not have grown drastically? "Lilith, what was the matter that made you return?" Sister Lisa asked, clearly curious. "We'll talk about that later. For now, why don't you introduce me to this handsome and sturdy little boy? I think when he grows up, he'll suit my taste perfectly," Lilith replied, her eyes once again fixed on Richard, smiling and winking her left eye at him. Richard was stunned, his mouth falling open. "Cough." Sister Lisa pretended to cough. "Lilith, please don't joke around. He's only 7 years old, one of the children raised in my orphanage," she said, her tone sounding uncomfortable. "It doesn't matter if he's still 7. 10 years later, he'll be 17. By then, he'll definitely suit me. Besides, even 10 years from now, I won't grow any older," Lilith replied without taking her eyes off Richard. "So how about it, handsome boy? Would you be interested in starting a special relationship with me when you grow up? If so, I'll give you something great as a gift, something that will surely help you a lot." Richard, Chapter 49, Ask for Help. Cough, cough, cough. Sister Lisa coughed again. "Richard, don't take Lilith's words seriously. She sometimes likes to spout nonsense just to mess with people's minds," she said. "So his name is Richard. In that case, he must be the young magus who shocked Appletown by reaching the ethereal realm at the age of 7, Lilith said with a chuckle, while Sister Lisa could only show a helpless expression. From the start, she knew it was impossible to hide Richard's strength from Lilith, so there was no point in concealing his identity. She had originally hoped that by introducing Richard to Lilith, Richard could learn many things from her. But who would have thought that Lilith would be so insane, desiring Richard even though he was still a child? And here, Richard chose to hold his tongue. "Lisa, where did you find him? I don't think some random person just dropped him off at your orphanage," Lilith asked. "From my aunt," Lisa replied. "Oh." Lilith suddenly looked very intrigued when she heard that Richard had been brought by her aunt. Of course, she knew Mrs. Wilson well. "Ha ha!" After that, she laughed spontaneously, then gestured for Richard and Sister Lisa to come inside. "Come on, I'll show you the armor. But you really can control a Tier 8 sky armor, right?" "Of course. Even if my talent isn't that great, I keep moving forward," Sister Lisa replied. "Your talent is still quite impressive by this city's standards." If only you hadn't quit the Sky Armor Legion, you might have advanced much faster, perhaps even already capable of controlling a Tier 11 armor, Lilith said. How could I not quit? That legion is filled with arrogant nobles who constantly exploit us knights from common backgrounds. Sister Lisa complained. Ha ha, it must have been tough for you. But with the armor I'm giving you, you can rise again, Lilith chuckled. Her house was rather dark since the windows were tightly shut, illuminated only by candlelight. Richard noticed many paintings hanging on the walls, all of them of crows, various kinds of crows, each with crimson eyes. Look, Lilith suddenly said before waving her hand. Something emerged from her storage artifact. A pitch-black female-shaped armor with small folded wings, and a helmet in the shape of a crow's head. Faintly, the armor radiated an ominous black glow. Is this really a Tier 8 Sky armor? Lisa asked. No, it's on a higher level, though someone could begin controlling it from Tier 8, Lilith answered. An armor with layered tiers, Sister Lisa muttered in shock. That's right, but the best part, this armor can transform into a giant crow with a shadow of hundreds of crows, Lilith said with a smile. Sister Lisa took a deep breath upon hearing that, staring at Lilith in disbelief. Are you sure you want to give this to me? She asked. This armor was undeniably too valuable. Normally, Sky armors had no such special abilities. They were pure, raw power. But this was special. In my hands, it's useless, and I'm too reluctant to sell it. It's better if I give it to my old friend. I'm sure you'll be able to bring out its full power one day, Lilith smiled. Come, drop your blood on the armor. I want to see it move, she added. Although Lisa considered the gift far too precious, when Lilith urged her to accept it, she no longer hesitated. With one of her long nails, she easily cut her own finger, letting the blood drip. She then placed the blood on the black armor with the crow helmet. Buzz! It shone, and the light swallowed Lisa before the armor separated into parts that simultaneously attached themselves to her body. Its size shifted, adjusting to Lisa's physique. When the light faded, the armor had fully merged with Lisa. But the first thing Lisa did was remove the armor's helmet. How does it feel? Lilith asked. So powerful. I doubt I'd have an opponent among Tier 8. But it seems I'll need training before I can transform into a crow, Lisa replied. At most, you'll need 24 hours, Lilith said. Yeah, Lisa agreed. By the way, you're not going to ask anything from me, right? Don't take me for that petty. Besides, I'm far too powerful already. Forget Tier 8. Even if you reach Tier 11, you still wouldn't be able to help me with my affairs. Lisa, anyway, that armor can transform into a ring, and it also has internal space that functions as a storage artifact. So you won't have to walk around in full armor all the time, Lilith added. Lisa nodded. With a mere thought, the armor transformed into a ring that fits snugly on her finger. Without the armor, the oppressive aura she released vanished. In truth, if you needed help, I would surely lend it, Lisa said. Of course, her earlier words were just a joke. After being given something so extraordinary, how could she be so petty as not to return the favor? Speaking of help, maybe Richard can lend me his, Lilith said, causing Richard, who had been silent all this time, to raise an eyebrow. What do you want? Richard asked. Finally, you speak. I thought you were mute. Lilith chuckled again, and Richard furrowed his brows. Lilith, what do you want from Richard? Lisa asked curiously. It's not anything troublesome. It's just training. Anyway, Richard's talent is too high. I want his help mastering an arcane art that I haven't been able to master at all until now. If Richard can master it, even just a little, I want to see the power generated by that arcane art and receive that power attack. That should help me overcome the final hurdle of mastering it, since I feel like I'm so close, Lilith replied. What do you think, Richard? Do you have confidence? She asked. What kind of arcane art is it? Richard asked back, somewhat curious. This woman's talent should be extremely high. She probably also possessed a great soul, perhaps even more than one kind of soul, for her to be unable to master it all. If that's the case, then even with the black heart soul, it might still be difficult for me to master it, Richard thought. Of course, it wasn't a serious problem since he had the system. Take a look. Lilith pulled out a book in response. I've already shared this with 10 geniuses who could have won the Magus tournament if they had been born in this kingdom, even with Lady Rebecca, who is considered a phenomenal talent here. Yet not one of them could master it. Chapter 50, New Arcane Art. Richard quickly received the book, glancing at the title written on its cover. Mind Attack Arcane Art. What is this? He asked spontaneously, surprised by the words. As its name suggests, it attacks the mind. At its best, it can control the opponent's thoughts if they cannot resist it. And if they can, they'll still be forced to split their power, weakening their combat ability. This is an arcane art that requires intellect to master and doesn't rely on any elemental affinity. Only one's mind, and everyone possesses that, Lilith explained. Something that shouldn't exist except in my own hands, Richard said while nodding, as he began to understand the arcane art. Both Sister Lisa and Lilith gave him an unblinking stare. He cleared his throat quickly, realizing how wrong his words had sounded. I mean our hands, he corrected himself with a wry smile. He had spoken that way by accident, since in his opinion, this was an arcane art far too dangerous. After all, even if an enemy resisted its attack, they would still weaken by splitting their focus between fighting and defending their mind. Richard, I've always thought my man would be someone who harbors a selfish streak, since being kind, like I've done, only leads to being taken advantage of. But I think you're a little too early in developing that trait, Lilith commented. But her words only earned Richard a strange look from Lisa, which he immediately answered with a thin smile. That doesn't apply to you, Lisa. Besides, even though my help to you has always been invaluable, the times you've helped me far outweigh mine, he said with a chuckle. To be honest, I really did hope to make use of you. When you were still a nobody, when you were just a discarded princess with no detectable talent, I, who accidentally discovered your identity, deliberately helped you in the hope that you might miraculously change your fate, reveal the true talent of a princess, grow strong, and then I would benefit from your power. It was a gamble that I happened to win. If I had lost, perhaps I would have cursed you instead. Richard, he gave Lilith a strange look. Princess? Is she a princess of the kingdom? Still, he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. The two women seemed to talk without restraint, but their friendship was clearly deep. He began flipping through the book. The first page contained a description, much as Lilith had explained, with the addition that for every 1% mastery gained, one could target one more person simultaneously. In other words, dividing the attack into two without diminishing its strength. If mastered to 100%, one could transform the mind attack into a vast domain that assailed everyone within it. It was somewhat unimaginable, yet the requirements were far too high. Although mastering an arcane art to 100% was easier than a codex, it was still extremely difficult. Richard wasn't sure if the system would grant him higher mastery if both his codex and arcane arts were already above 90%. After studying the description for a while, Richard flipped to the second page, beginning to absorb the book's contents. Ding! You have obtained the Mind Attack Arcane Art. Your mastery of Mind Attack has increased from 0% to 3%. Arcane Art. 100 Shadow Monster, 11%. Lighting of Darkness, 11%. Mind Attack, 3%. What do you think? Is there a chance you can master it? Lilith asked after he finished reading and pondering for a moment. Richard stared at her blankly, then replied, I need time to reflect. I can't say right now. That's fine. Just let me know if you ever manage to master it, Lilith said. You'd better not put too much hope into it, Richard replied. It's not that I'm obsessed with mastering this arcane art, but I needed to save someone. Who? Sister Lisa asked spontaneously, her eyes filled with curiosity. Though Richard had only just met Lilith, he was also somewhat curious. By his own reasoning, this arcane art could indeed be used to save someone. Any power could serve that purpose, like fire, which could help someone escape the cold. And this arcane art might help free someone from madness. Evan Moonshadow, Lady Rebecca's half-brother. Evan's mother was a werewolf. Unexpectedly, Evan inherited the Alpha bloodline. Several accidents caused him to fail in returning to human form. The Alpha bloodline, even for pure werewolves, requires careful control so it doesn't awaken before they reach a certain level. If it awakens prematurely, their power will skyrocket, but they'll become a bloodthirsty wolf, slaughtering everything until their energy is spent. Evan, having a human father, has even worse control over the alpha bloodline, and now he cannot return to his human form. Before long, he will eventually lose control. His power will surge to terrifying levels, but she will also descend into madness. At present, the Moonshadow clan keeps him imprisoned in their dungeon. But when Evan loses control, he might dig his way out from below. When that happens, even this city could be massacred. Do not underestimate the power of an alpha. In this city, I fear that aside from Lady Rebecca, no one could survive. Hearing all of this, both Richard and Sister Lisa fell silent. Who would have thought that this city, which seemed so prosperous and peaceful, was actually overshadowed by such a terrifying catastrophe? "Oh, isn't he my uncle?" Richard thought. "Is that what brought you back home?" Lisa asked. "Yeah, I returned after receiving the news. In the end, I can't bear the thought of this city, the place where I was cast aside and grew up, being destroyed. If the worst comes to pass, I still have another trick to handle it, though at a steep price. Who else would take on this problem? People from other provinces certainly won't help, not even the kingdom itself. They'd all rejoice if the Moonshadow clan were in trouble. What about Lady Rebecca? Do you think she can't deal with it?" "Ha ha ha her!" Lilith suddenly laughed. "I respect her incredible talent, because even during my time outside the kingdom, I only met one person whose talent truly matched hers. She really did inherit her ancestors' legendary gift," Lilith said, pausing for breath before continuing. "But who doesn't know her personality? In my view, she'd be the first to flee, as if she cares whether this city or her clan is destroyed. She has nothing but boundless ambition, consumed by the desire to obtain the world magic ether.